Hello, Jordan Chariton live, election night in the United Corporations of America. Dun, 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 dun. We are in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the birthplace of the United States Constitution, the Liberty Bell, the city of brotherly love. We're at the Philadelphia Brewing Company. It's been quite an adventure tonight already. Before we get into that, what time do we got? So polls in the critical swing state of Pennsylvania close in about 23 minutes at 8 o'clock Eastern. According to all the pundits, Pennsylvania is the key state in this election. They say whoever wins Pennsylvania between Harris and Trump is likely to win the election. We'll see if that's true or not. Like I said, the polls here close at 8 o'clock. I'm going to be live here for a couple hours in Pennsylvania. Then we are going across the country to Nevada, where my colleague Tina-Desiree Berg, she'll be live in critical swing state Nevada, where Democrats have won in Nevada the last couple of elections. However, it's a lot closer this time. A lot of the polls have shown Trump leading in Nevada. Kamala Harris, right now, it's too early to know much. Polls have closed in several states. I got a TV in front of me. It looks like Trump is about to be declared the winner in Florida, which is not a big surprise. None of the swing states have been called, but we're here in Philly. We kind of went around. So I thought in 2020, if you remember, right outside the Philadelphia Convention Center, there was a standoff between Trump supporters and, at the time, Biden supporters. So we thought, let's go to Philly again, that downtown area. We expected there would be, people out to interview and a lot of commotion. What we didn't know, because I don't have the time to even look into it, what we didn't know is because of what happened in 2020, if you remember, a bomb threat was called in to the Philadelphia Convention Center, in part because of Trump's nonsense, stop the steal, the elections being stolen nonsense. And because they actually arrested somebody who drove up from Virginia and found a chest of guns in their car, they moved the ballot counting outside of downtown Philadelphia to northern Philadelphia to a very remote location. We just drove there a half hour away. Intentionally so, there wouldn't be what happened in downtown Philadelphia. We drove there. It is like Fortress America. You cannot get in there. The only people there are press, where the ballots are being counted in Philadelphia. When we got there, they said we'd have to drive around the block and get credentialed, but there was no point because there's no supporters that could get in. They got cops lined up down a block down the road. You cannot get into this area where they're counting the ballots. I don't say that to, stoke any conspiracies. I say that to show you, based on what happened in 2020, the bomb threats at the convention center, the people they found with guns in their cars, they wanted everything as far out of Philadelphia as possible, and they did it in northern Philadelphia. So we said, you know what, we'll just come to a watch party at the local brewery, talk to the people. I believe this we're at the Philadelphia Brewing Company. I'm getting a pretty good Kamala vibe here, to be honest with you. Upstairs, they're going to have a party that I think the local Democratic Party here rented out the upstairs. So we're going to kind of surf around, interview folks. Obviously, most of the people here would be Kamala supporters, which is fine. Kind of get a feel for how they feel about the election. Like I said, Philadelphia really is ground zero, I think, for Pennsylvania. Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. They say about Pennsylvania, everything between Philly and Pittsburgh is Alabama, because it's very red and rural throughout middle of Pennsylvania. So it's very important that Kamala Harris does very well in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Everything I was seeing throughout the day here was extremely high turnout. Some reports, they think there could be 85 to 90% turnout in Philadelphia, which would be enormous. Certain neighborhoods that are predominantly African American, there were reports of extremely long lines, more so than in other years. That could go one of two ways, because there has been reports and data showing Trump doing better among black men specifically. We actually interviewed a couple black men earlier that were for Trump. So it could go either way. But the bottom line is the turnout here so far, by all reports, is extremely high. Smash the like button, share this live stream so we can get it out to many people as possible. Super chats are welcome. Please, please, if you want to support on-the-ground reporting, like I said, I'm here on the ground in Philly. Tina's going to be live for us later in Nevada, Las Vegas. And Ron Placone is going to be in studio at times playing Anchorman. So we got it all covered. It's pretty expensive to put this on in multiple locations across the country. So please, please help us out if you can. Let me read a couple things to you, and then I'll try to interview some folks. So this is Jonathan Martin, Politico. Philly Dems are projecting optimism both on turnout and possibility that Harris can come out of the city with a 475,000 or higher margin. The concern in Pennsylvania and beyond among Democrats has been the Philly raw votes sagging from 2020. That does not seem likely now. So all the reports in Philly have been pretty good in terms of turnout, specifically for Harris. She needs to do very well in Philly to win Pennsylvania. If you remember from 2016, part of the reason Hillary Clinton lost Pennsylvania is she underperformed in Philadelphia. There's also reports that Donald Trump is, at the last minute, calling into radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, encouraging last-minute turnout. I don't think Donald Trump would be calling into radio stations last minute in Pennsylvania or Wisconsin if his campaign thought he was in the best position in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So that's noteworthy that Trump is calling into radio stations last minute. Washington County, Pennsylvania election officials tell CNN that they expect voter turnout to be at 80% or so. Washington County is a conservative county and went for Trump in 2020. Philadelphia County is also showing record turnout. So obviously that's showing both ways. A conservative red county is showing extremely high turnout, as well as Philadelphia, where we are. The Harris campaign is claiming very high Puerto Rican turnout in Philadelphia. As you know, about a week ago at Madison Square Garden, Trump put on call it what you want. Let's just say they weren't bringing their best. They had a comedian go out there and say Puerto Rico is a garbage. What did he say? Puerto Rico's the garbage can of America or something? And that didn't go well. Floating garbage. So that didn't go over well with the nearly 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania, a lot of them in the Philadelphia area. So Puerto Rican turnout is very high in Philadelphia. College, a lot of enthusiasm at colleges here, 7-hour long lines at Lehigh University. That might sound good, but it's not. You shouldn't have 7-hour lines in America. But I digress. Florida, very high turnout among Republicans. As I'm speaking, Florida might have already been called for Trump. It looked like it was heading that way. North Carolina, rural Republican turnout is lower, while high turnout in Durham. I would watch for that area where Hurricane Helene hit. You might see lower turnout for Republicans in the area that Hurricane Helene, which is more conservative, hit. That's western North Carolina. The exit polls. As of now, these are early exit polls. The exit polls, the top issues among voters, and this could change as the night goes on, but the early exit polls showed democracy as the number one issue. I don't really know why they think that, because we don't actually have one, but that's neither here or there. 35% of voters said democracy is the top issue. The economy came second at 31%. Abortion came third at 14%. And immigration came fourth at 11%. So that's an early exit poll. Could change, but democracy was on par with the economy. Abortion was much lower. And the last thing I want to tell you, exit poll by gender. This is early results, so it could change. But female voters were 53%. Male voters were 47%. That's up 1 for females compared to 2020. And -1 for males compared to 2020. It could all change. Very early exit polls. But 53% women, 47% men. If it stays at 53% women, I am going to venture to guess that we are going to have our first woman president elected. If the gap between women and men is by 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 4 or 5 points. So we shall see, but please smash that like button, share this live stream so we can get it out to as many people as possible. Hold on, and let me, one sec. And see if people want to talk. The other thing I'll say, Trump has been tweeting throughout the day, not just in Georgia, not just about other states, specifically Pennsylvania. He tweeted about 2 or 3 hours ago that they're cheating in Philadelphia big time, and law enforcement is on the way. I do not think he would be tweeting that if things were necessarily going well. Also, they're not cheating. There's no fraud going on here. That's not happening. Can I talk to you? What's your name?
Cami.
Hey, Cami. So, first, you are a big fan of Steve Kornacki, is that correct?
Obviously.
So she is dressed as MSNBC's Steve Kornacki, who does their white map or whatever. So talk to me. This is obviously a pro-Kamala crowd. First, Philly and Pennsylvania. It seems like all the experts have said this is ground zero for the entire election. Is that how you see it too?
Absolutely. Philly's typically been in the upper 80 to lower 90 percentile blue. Unfortunately, because of the rest of Pennsylvania, it tends to Republican voting. So the population in Philly, Pittsburgh, and all the college towns tend to carry the state blue. As we saw in 2016, it didn't go that way. It was a lot of undecided suburban women, I think they were attributing it to. So Philly's been working like overtime on trying to make sure that the vote's coming in for Kamala. I think Biden dropping out of the race helped tremendously, especially with the minority vote that may have been swayed because of a myriad of reasons. But yeah, my whole family's from Philly, immigrants, Polish people from like 100 years ago. So it's anxious. We all feel very anxious right now about
now, in your circle and this and that, is the top issue just stopping Trump? Is the top issue abortion? It goes, inflation, check the box, all three. What among people you know is like their number one or two?
Okay, so for myself and a lot of my friends that are women in Philadelphia, it is abortion, it's women's reproductive rights, absolutely. Here at Philadelphia Brewing Company, we have these T-shirt that says "Cat Ladies for Kamala." We took that to heart. We actually host a lot of cat adoption events here. I say we, like I basically live here. I don't work here. Nancy and Bill own this place, but
he's sure Donald Trump. Either he's an idiot or he intentionally wanted to make things worse with women by choosing J.D. Vance.
Kind of seems that way, doesn't it? But his hubris is that strong that he wouldn't know if he was doing that anyway. But yeah, it does seem like it was kind of on purpose. I think for other people in Philadelphia, for a lot of folks, it is getting Trump, making him go away forever. I know several Republicans, older folks that are from like the outskirts of Philadelphia who come here a lot, and they're just like absolutely never voting for him, like anyone but him, basically.
Let me ask you as a woman, because obviously I am not, have you heard enough from Kamala? Clearly she shares your values. Have you heard enough from her on her plan or strategy to actually restore Roe? Because it seems to me she was basically only said, if it comes to my desk, I'll sign it. But obviously you would need to remove the filibuster. And so have you heard enough from her on how she would actually do that?
No. And short answer, no. I'm confident that we'll get to that point. In fairness, her campaign has lasted a few months since Biden dropped out, so didn't have the several years of prep to kind of stage that. I'm confident that it's high on her radar as a female, and clearly it wouldn't be on Trump's radar to do, so that's sort of a black.
You mean the father of fertilization, Donald Trump?
Oh my God, the protector of women, whether they want it or not.
Let me ask you, because we went on a swing state trip, so Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Michigan in particular, but also Wisconsin, Gaza was a major issue. How do you see that here? Because obviously Harris has stuck by Biden, which has lost them a lot of support.
True. This is another issue. I have the majority of Philadelphia, particularly this neighborhood, Fishtown, East Kensington, is very pro-Palestine. Her stance, sticking with Biden and backing Israel, is problematic. I think a lot of Jewish influencers have come out to implore that their, base vote for Harris because Trump doesn't give a shit about that. He'll side with whomever is going to make him the most money and his friends the most money. Or
we got $100 million from Sheldon Adelson's widow, who is super duper Israel.
Right. So again, not ideal. Just like the bringing back Roe, but on the other side of the fence, is it going to be better there? And I believe that the answer is no. Like I'm not Jewish or Palestinian, so I'm very supportive of Palestine and like ending the mass murder in Gaza. But I don't believe that Trump would be helpful in changing the rhetoric there or ending the war in Gaza. So I believe that that's going to have to be top on her list if she were to win this election.
Let me ask you, because my audience is pretty like Bernie people back in the day.
I voted for Bernie in the primary.
Okay, you voted for Bernie.
They did him dirty. That sucked.
So a lot of people feel like, you know what? I want to stop Trump, but Harris is just kind of a corporatist. She's changed her positions, this and that. A lot of people felt like, all right, we'll get rid of Trump and move Biden left. Didn't really work that well. Do you feel like if Harris gets in there, there's actually a chance to move her left?
I do believe that there is. I mean, she'll be the first woman president in the United States. She'll be the first black woman president of the United States at the same time, first Asian American woman. There's a lot of things going on. The fact that Mexico had a woman president before we did kind of rubs me wrong. I lived in Mexico at one point, and that didn't seem like that was possible at all. I mean, they were basically Republican run for over 100 years. So I think that regardless of what she's been able to prep to like hit the moderates and hit the leftists now in the last few months, like she's going to have to consider all of these things and do things truly differently. For a lot, and I hate to keep going back to this, but again, it's like we need this guy to die, and like not literally, well maybe literally, but also just like go away forever and just be an annoying, hilarious, laughable celebrity on a reality TV show again. And so we don't have to have anxiety about like the status of democracy or our Constitution in the United States. It has actually been terrifying since 2016 because he will not go away.
Now, you might have not thought about this, but do you actually think Trumpism goes away? Because if he loses, first of all, if he loses, he's already Stop the Steal 2.0. But you got Vance waiting in the wings, name it, DeSantis. So maybe they're not as over the top as him, but the actual Trumpism, do you actually think that goes away? And I fear that if Kamala, I don't say fear, but if Kamala wins, does the Democratic Party take the wrong lessons that, hey, why don't we just move towards the Liz Cheney Republicans and move further to the right?
I mean, who can say what's going to happen with that? I mean, props to Liz Cheney. Like, I have to give her all the respect in the world for going against her party and going for like the greater good. But I believe that Trumpism will not immediately go away, but it's cult of personality, right? So like Trump has been able to incite this sleeping base that never really existed in the political sphere before. They largely didn't vote. They didn't care. They were mostly apathetic. And I believe the majority of them will go away because it is him. He is the Messiah, right? So if he's gone, J.D. Vance, DeSantis, okay, like they'll try. I don't think that they have the clout to keep the base ignited, and I think they'll go back into the shadows.
I hope Liz Cheney goes away, too. I disagree with you on that. Because I don't want to rehabilitate, like, pro-Iraq, war hawks.
I mean, me neither, but we needed as many allies as we could get, right, to stand up on the Republican side against him and what they stood for. I believe that the old-school Reagan Republicans are, like, chomping at the bit for him to just fall into a hole somewhere in the middle of the earth. so they can go back to their normal GOP ways. I believe that they want that just as badly as we do.
And my last question, do you think with a Harris victory, actually I should say it the opposite way, if, I don't want to make you cry, if for whatever reason Trump wins, it doesn't seem Kamala would do a stop the steal kind of thing. Seems like she would concede. Where do things go from there? Because obviously you had the Resistance 1.0, which I think parts of became a bit of a grift. But what do people do after their initial shock and depression?
So after a lot of Xanax and copious amounts of alcohol, similar to 2016, I think everyone starts to unify and figure out how to stop as much damage as possible, so such as him replacing two of the oldest Republican justices on the Supreme Court with young ones that will be here for our children's children, potentially. Man, I really hope that doesn't happen. It will be about the next 2 years and securing the Senate and trying to take back the House.
If you were a Bernie gal, I was going to say bro, but Bernie gal, have you seen enough from AOC and kind of the progressive squad? Because there's a lot of lefties who think, they kind of are now going along to get along with the Democratic establishment.
Right. AOC's been quiet for a little while. She came out hot a few years ago. We'll see. She was literally here last week, standing right there. That was cool. But no, I think a lot of stuff is on hold until
beat Trump.
Exactly. That is everyone's number one priority right now, is beat Trump, make him shut up, go away, so we can actually focus on getting the country back together.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Absolutely. So that is a Philly voter, clearly for Kamala. I'm not trying to get into it with people tonight. Maybe later. It was interesting. I don't know if you guys saw, I was live earlier. I was interviewing two Rogan bros, freshly new men, 18. And if they were Jewish, they would have been men at 13. But they just voted for the first time. They both said they were for Trump. The first one, his first answer was, well, he's funny. I don't like violence, but I was feeling a little homicidal. And the other one said, he's the peace candidate, but then said that he agrees with Trump to not end the Afghanistan war. So he was kind of like, he's the peace candidate, but he didn't end the Afghanistan war. Instinctually, my desire is to respectfully push back on people, sometimes maybe a little less respectfully, but I didn't want to go at it with teenagers that clearly don't know anything. I thought that would be in poor taste. Clearly, when they said they get their information from Rogan and Fox News, it became crystal clear to me what was going on here. But anyway, if you saw that earlier, that's what was going on. So we'll interview more people. The polls are closing right now, this minute, in Pennsylvania. So hopefully we will have some results soon. Smash that like button, share the live stream so we can get this out to more people. Let me see if I missed anything. Oh, we can? Okay. So we're going to go upstairs soon because there is a party going on. We're also going to go pretty soon to Ron Placone to give us updates in the studio on where things stand in the swing states and other places. So we'll go to him soon. But let me check if I'm missing anything here. And I'll be interested to see the initial numbers here in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania, too early to call as the polls just closed. So that's certainly not a surprise. Trump has been declared the winner in Florida, which is also not a surprise. It seems that Harris is doing better in suburban areas and Trump is doing better in rural areas. If Harris does better in a lot of suburban areas, that would probably mean she's going to win. But let's keep looking here. Hold on. You can see if there's other people. Hold on. Hold on. Choo-choo-choo. So I'm seeing more things about incredibly high turnout, specifically among Puerto Ricans. So I would watch that, because if Pennsylvania comes down to, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 votes, there's nearly 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. A lot of them live in this Philadelphia area. So if it comes down to this area specifically, at Puerto Ricans, you can cite Trump's absurd Madison Square Garden rally, where he said one of his comedian friends called Puerto Rico what did he call Puerto Rico?
He said it's floating.
Floating garbage, right? Floating garbage. That could make the difference. Okay. Rick Scott has won re-election in Florida, unfortunately. He is a swiney Republican. Let me check my email here. All right. Hello, $5 super chat. Thanks for all you do, Jordan. I'm in Philly, and the turnout seemed great. Paul Gibby, $15. Go Jill Stein, the only anti-genocide candidate. Tommy Z, $5. Thanks to everyone at Status Coup. You give the gift of hope that no matter what insanity unfolds, there are humans that will pierce the veil of spin and grift. New Status Coup members. Robert signed up. Lucas signed up. Thomas signed up. Donations, $10 from Mark. Free Palestine. And every mother and child seeking shelter from the storm. $100 from Carrie. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you do. I should mention, definitely, if you're new here or you're a longtime viewer, please support us as a Status Coup member. It's incredibly costly to report on the ground, both on the ground in Pennsylvania, and we got Tina and her cameraman in Vegas. We got to cover, pay Tina, pay John, pay Tina's cameraman, transportation costs, hotels. It's expensive. Most outlets just sit at a studio. No offense to other people, but it's a lot more expensive to be on the ground talking to the people. So we're going to talk to more people, also go to Ron soon. You know what? I think because we don't have numbers yet here and more people are going to trickle in because they're starting a party. So I think we're going to go to Ron for a little bit. Let me send them. Let's go to Ron. All right. So I'm going to put my headphones in because this is our handy-dandy tech so I could hear and talk to Mr. Placone. And then once we go to Ron, we'll go to Ron for a little bit, and then we'll come back to me. There's a watch party that's upstairs, so we'll be doing that. Hold on. So I am going to call let me... Hold on. We're very high tech here. This is not CNN. Hold on. So all I got to do is call Ron now? Look on your phone and tell me when they switch to Ron.
Hello. Jordan, how are you?
Hello,
I know
Ron
there's a bit of a
Placone.
delay between us, but... That's right.
There might be a delay
right.
physically, but not emotionally,
your
Ron.
Your party looks like some fun, man.
I am at... let's just say I am
Sure.
I am in Kamala headquarters. The place I did not expect to be, but you never know with these things. So this is Philadelphia Brewing Company. They're going to have a watch party upstairs, which we're going to go to shortly. But it's very interesting, and from what I am hearing here on the ground, turnout is very high in Philadelphia. Obviously, you're a Pittsburgh native. So you would know that to win Pennsylvania, you got to do very well.
You
And
got to
Philly
do well
and
in the
Pittsburgh.
centers, and the in between is not quite just a forgotten territory like people think. The middle of the state has Harrisburg, which has gotten a lot younger in recent years. So there's definitely some space in the middle too, and I think one of Hillary's mistakes was just writing off Pennsylvania in general. But I think she also really didn't try anything at all in the middle. She neglected Erie, PA, Harrisburg, PA, and I think she paid for that. So we'll see what happens this time around. But I do think that those projections are true. That whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to kind of get this contest here. One thing I'll say, because we have a couple results going here. Colin is looking at Washington Post and New York Times. I have CNBC and CNN. Couple interesting things I'll point out. And again, these are too close to call, but as far as where things are leaning, Ohio, leaning blue. Only 30% of the votes in, but Ohio is leaning blue. About 52 to 46. Kamala's up. Pennsylvania, polls just closed there as of 8 p.m. Eastern. Kamala is up. Again, only 4% in. And then here's a weird one, Jordan. I'm curious your thoughts on this. And this could just be for the eyeballs. But Texas, leaning blue. Michigan leaning blue. Still only a little bit in, but Michigan leaning blue at the moment. And then here's an interesting one. Maine. Very, very close. But Maine is leaning red. Yeah. Yeah, again, this is not definitive. Still has not been called, not cast in stone. But that's where the leanings are. And the biggest surprises for me out of that, I mean, first of all, Michigan and Pennsylvania, if those both go blue, I think it's over. If Texas goes blue, I mean, objectively, it is definite. I think it's definitely over if Texas goes blue. So I don't know. Again, it's very, very early. And then another kind of surprise is Georgia is leaning a little red. I'm surprised Georgia's not a bit closer. I could definitely see Georgia being red. But I'm surprised it's not a bit closer. And then North Carolina and Virginia both leaning blue.
Yeah, I definitely think it's too early. So a lot of those leads that look very surprisingly large for Harris, I think will close in and reverse to Trump. Definitely Texas. Sorry, Texas, it's not going blue. So it's probably just, for whatever reason, it's the early counting is going Harris's way. But I think Texas will revert back, and even Ohio might be closer than people think, but I'd be surprised if Harris won Ohio. Mm-hmm. If Harris wins Ohio, forget it. It's over. But I don't think I think that would be wishful thinking at this point. I think the very important thing in Pennsylvania, in particular, I don't want to focus on too many minorities, but I actually think the Puerto Rico thing could actually make a big difference here. Trump's comedian pal at his MSG rally thought it would be a good idea to call Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. And apparently there's almost 500,000 Puerto Ricans in PA. Specifically, a lot of them are in this area. And there's been a lot of news reports here over the last few days, them interviewing Puerto Ricans. Quite a few of them said they weren't going to vote until they heard that. And now they're going to vote for Harris. So, there was no actual reason politically to have that rally at Madison Square Garden. Trump was going to lose New York, but it's just Trump's kind of narcissism. He reportedly always wanted to, quote, play Madison Square Garden, meaning have a rally at Madison Square Garden for his own narcissism. So, he had a rally at Madison Square Garden, and apparently one of his pals offended a crucial voting group here. That I don't know if it's going to decide Pennsylvania, but it could certainly It could certainly, let's say Pennsylvania comes down to, I don't know, 30, 40,000 votes. Well, there's nearly 500,000 Puerto Ricans. I can't do the math, but enough of them are pissed off that there's also very long lines in Philadelphia colleges. I guess you could say that's a good thing, but I don't really think it should be celebrated when there's 7-hour lines to vote. Supporting the 7-hour lines in Temple University here to vote. And the fact that you have that many young people, it's definitely a striking difference because the woman I interviewed here, who I would say is safely kind of a vote blue no matter who kind of person, she actually voted for Bernie in the primary previously, and she said an important issue to her was Gaza, but for her that wasn't a red line. I would say she's probably in her 30s. That wasn't a red line. She was still going to vote for Harris, but a lot of young people I interviewed in Michigan, that was a red line for them. They're not going to vote for Harris. So it might just fluctuate between different places. In some states, they might, Harris basically sticking to Biden's policy might be a deal breaker for them, or they get a vote.
Jordan, your mic.
This is one person I interviewed, but I get him. Oh, I have not been talking into the mic. My bad. Well, you can hear me. Well, instead of repeating everything I just said, I'll give the Cliff Notes version. The Cliff Notes version, I would not sleep on the Puerto Rican vote here. There's nearly 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania, a lot of them in this area. And apparently Donald Trump thought it would be a good idea to have a comedian call Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage a week before the election. I actually saw news reports down here that they interviewed some Puerto Ricans who said they were not going to vote until they heard that comment, and now they're voting for Harris. So I'm not saying Puerto Ricans could swing the election in Pennsylvania for Harris, but there's nearly 500,000 Puerto Ricans, so if the election comes down to, 40, 50, 60,000 votes here, if you pissed off enough Puerto Ricans, that could make a big difference here. The other thing, there's very, very long lines, particularly at Temple University in Philadelphia. So there's long lines on college campuses. So I guess you could say that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing because I don't think in America we should have to wait online for 7 hours, which was the reported wait time to vote at Temple University. But there's definitely enthusiasm here. I will note I interviewed a woman here a little while ago. I would say she was kind of in the vote blue no matter who category. She did say she voted for Bernie in the primary in the past, but I definitely see a difference here at least. It seems that the Gaza issue, this woman I interviewed, she did say that she is not for what Biden is doing, which is obviously providing a complete blank check for genocide, and she's not for Kamala sticking with it, but it's not a deal breaker for her. She was still going to vote for Harris, and she said most of her friends in the Philadelphia area same way. They don't support what Biden's doing and Harris sticking with it, but it wasn't a deal breaker for them. That was a different vibe than young people I've spoken with in Michigan. Not just Arab Americans, but young people in general in Michigan. That was more of a deal breaker for them, or they were going to vote for Jill Stein. So we'll see. It's only one person I interviewed, and it just got projected. Shocker! The Attorney General of North Carolina just won the governorship over Mark Robinson, who apparently has praised Hitler, and yeah. And that could actually make a difference because the Attorney General who just beat Mark Robinson, who I also think shit on, Mark Robinson's black, by the way. I also think he shit on Martin Luther King. So this guy was a terrible candidate. But the fact that the Attorney General just won the governorship in North Carolina, it looks like by double digits, it could help Harris in North Carolina too. And if Harris wins North Carolina, Trump's in a lot of trouble. A Democrat hasn't won North Carolina since Obama in 2008. So that is my current report, Ron. How did I do?
That was excellent, and y'all, we're dealing with.
Can you hear me?
The best we can. We're counting to 7 Mississippi in our heads here, so if we're off by a little bit, your patience is very, very appreciated. And please, I'll give everyone a friendly reminder. Please smash the like button. Smash it. If you can, please do leave us a super chat. We will get to all of your super chats. We got Jordan in Pennsylvania. We got Tina-Desiree Berg, who's going to be joining us later. She is in Nevada. I'm holding down the fort in the California studio. It's just me. I got no one to talk to. I got no action going on. It's just me and Lucy. Lucy's my cat, for anyone who doesn't know, and she is on a fresh pile of clothes because today was also laundry day. I can't bounce laundry day just because of the election. Just can't do it. So she's got a lovely
Okay,
fresh
cool. Yeah, well,
fresh
I'm gonna be
pile
back
of
soon.
clothes. Looks like Jordan might be talking to some more people soon. So an update, Texas is going more red now. It's tinging a bit more red. Georgia still tinging red. South Carolina tinging red. It's going to go red. North Carolina and Virginia still tinging blue. Those are kind of up for grabs. PA tinging blue, up for grabs. Ohio still tinging blue. We'll see what happens. It's a very, very close. And I think overall, I agree with Jordan's sentiment about Ohio, but I wouldn't be shocked if Ohio went blue. I wouldn't go as far to predict it, but it wouldn't shock me. There would be less shocking things to me in this election than if Ohio went blue. It hasn't gone blue in a while, to the best of my no. I don't think it was blue last time. So I wouldn't be. I think Ohio is still a swing state, and I wouldn't be shocked if it went blue. Michigan tinging blue. Illinois coming in tinging blue. Will likely go blue. Let's see here. Let's see if there's anything else over on some of the other tickers here. Apparently, there's going to be a lawsuit based on the Elon Musk stunt. I doubt we're going to find out more about it tonight. But apparently, Musk's little stunt where he was just giving people $1 million if they voted for Trump, whatever it was. But he was like, no, I'm just randomly giving people $1 million. It's not, come on. Apparently, that's not going to fly, even though the court said he was fine. There was a judge, I believe, in Pennsylvania who said, oh, it was fine what he did. He's fine. Apparently, that was shut down. But or they said he was fine, but apparently that's not the case anymore. Jordan's not trying to be live at the moment, is he? I don't think he is. Okay. Jordan, some of your conversation is bleeding into the microphone. Just FYI. I don't know if you can mute the microphone when you are on a phone call. But yeah. Let's see here. I'll go to some chats. Please give me a super chat. I will get back to you. We can totally talk. Yeah. So Jordan is going to go upstairs soon. Let me go ahead and yeah. So I don't know, maybe that's just picking up. Let me see. Yeah, sorry. Just trying to make sure. We got a lot going on here, folks. We got a lot going on here. I'm just trying to make sure nothing's like bleeding into the audio. Let me know in the chat. Is some of Jordan's feed bleeding into the audio for y'all, or is it just me? Let me know in the chat. Is the audio bleeding in here from Jordan's end, or are you just hearing me? Apologies in advance if you're just hearing me. But let's see here. Go upstairs. What does that mean? Jordan is in Philadelphia at a bar where there's an upstairs, and he's going to go up there to talk to people. Okay, so the audio is bleeding in. It should have just stopped. Did it just stop? I talk good. All right. So yeah, there's a watch party going on. All right. It was bleeding in a little bit. All right. So we got that. We're doing it live. Everybody. We're doing the best we can. I have a Hold Steady t-shirt on. Yeah. For those of you who like the Hold Steady, I got my Hold Steady t-shirt on. And one of their big slogans is stay positive. I will say this before we continue with tonight's election night coverage, because I know a lot of you are discouraged, reasonably so. I am not thrilled about election time. It's not something that I really cherish all that much, especially when it comes to the White House. I don't have much enthusiasm for electoral politics. I probably have. I think everyone at Status Coup doesn't have much. I may or may not have the least. It's tough to say, but I think if somebody had to get the least, it that might go to me. Maybe not, but I definitely would be in the running for the bottom as far as enthusiasm about electoral politics, which I don't think. I don't think anyone at Status Quo is above like 2%. We're gonna go. Yes, okay. So we're gonna keep checking in with Jordan in Pennsylvania. He's gonna go upstairs. Soon we're gonna have Tina-Desiree Berg. She's in Nevada. So we're in two big swing states, y'all. Except for me, I'm in California. That's not California's gonna go blue. Spoiler, you heard it here first. California's gonna go blue. There's some exciting ballot initiatives going on here in California that I'm actually kind of enthusiastic about. When I talk about electoralism, I mean, candidates and actual races and stuff like that. Ballot initiatives, I actually do get a little excited about. Those are policy battles. Those are different, in my opinion, because they are different. So I'm excited about some of that. But what I was going to get to before we continue with some updates here, if you find yourself a bit discouraged by the election season, by the election itself, and if you feel like, gee, peace is not on the ballot, and unless you vote third party, peace is not on the ballot within the duopoly, healthcare is not on the ballot within the duopoly, climate action is not on the ballot within the duopoly, I get it. I get how frustrating that is. I share that frustration. Here is an exercise that I learned from a buddy of mine named Jim Keaty. Some of you may know Jim. He ran for office. He ran for Congress in New Jersey a while back. He's a really cool guy, good progressive, good lefty. And he told me this. He did this exercise with a friend of his where he said, look, make a list of all the things that frustrate you in your life politically, all the things that politically frustrate you that you wish was different. Just go ahead and make a list of that. And the guy did. And he found out that most of the things on his list, he went through the list and he goes, well, this is your city council. This is your mayor. This is your school board. This is a ballot initiative. So my point is, if you do that, if you kind of just make a list of the things in your life that you wish could change, you might find that a lot of it has nothing to do with the White House. A lot of it might have to do with what's going on right in your backyard. Am I suggesting that the White House doesn't matter? No, I'm not suggesting that at all. I would never discourage anyone from voting or anything like that. But I am saying it's not the only thing that matters. And sometimes things that matter an awful lot, i.e. local, gets overlooked. That's all I'm saying. Public service announcement. Maybe it helps you feel a little bit better. Maybe it doesn't. But I really freaking hope it does. And I encourage you to go ahead and do that exercise. Let me see what let me see if we're get a little updates here. I'm looking at the results map over at the CNN skis. The next polls close in 4 minutes and 18 seconds. Let's Florida is it looks like they did call Florida for Trump. Votes 85% in. It looks like they have called it for Trump. Virginia still leaning blue. North Carolina leaning blue. Georgia, South Carolina leaning red. Alabama, they called Alabama for Trump. I know that's probably shocking. You guys are like, Alabama went red? Ron, double check that. We are going to fact check you live. Alabama, red? I don't think so. Guys, I don't know. I think Alabama might have gone red. Are you going to be okay? Texas leaning red now. Although Texas is close. There's some speculation out there that Texas is becoming more and more, quote, purple. And I don't know. I mean, maybe that's the truth. Texas is really close right now. But we'll see. I mean, Texas is likely going to go red. But hey, Kansas leaning blue at the moment. Only 8% in. Don't take that too seriously. But Kansas leaning a blue tinge at the moment. Michigan still leaning blue. Illinois still leaning blue. Indiana, they called Indiana for Trump. Tennessee, they called Tennessee for Trump. I used to live in both of those states at various times in my life. I am not surprised that they went to Trump. And they go red all the time because of the Electoral College, because there are several blue dots where most of the people live, but there's enough red area that it goes red every single time. And when you live in a place like Nashville, Tennessee, which is where I lived, or Bloomington, Indiana, which is where I went to college, you find yourself, whenever you go to the ballot box, you find yourself voting against policies that basically no one where you live wants, but just enough of the rest of the state wants it. So you have to try to vote to stop something terrible from happening, and you usually lose by just a little bit. That's why it can be really frustrating living in a red state. Living in a place like California, there's actually things I'm excited about on the ballot. It's usually not candidates. In fact, it's pretty much never candidates, but it's things like ballot initiatives, stuff like that. Anyway, so Kentucky, they call Kentucky for Trump. I know this is all shocking. You guys like, Ron, I don't know. You sure? Missouri called for Trump, although Missouri was close. Missouri was pretty close. West Virginia called for Trump. Did they call for Vermont? Vermont. Home of Bernie Sanders. Vermont called for Harris. Massachusetts looking blue, but hasn't been called yet. D.C. looking blue. Delaware, is this thing on? That's a reference to a band called The Promise Ring. Shout out if anybody caught that. D.C. Delaware leaning blue. Delaware also home to a bunch of banking call centers, and Joe Biden. How boring is that? That is so. No offense to anyone in Delaware. You have a lovely coastline. I've been there. I've had some fun shows in Delaware, but boy, Joe Biden in a bunch of banking call centers. That's like your thing. That's Joe Biden is like if a banking collection center was a person, I think. And by the way, The Onion officially endorsed him, which was pretty freaking funny. North Carolina, tinge in blue. Virginia, tinge in blue. Kansas, tinge in blue. Illinois, tinge in blue. Michigan, tinge in blue. Ohio, now tinge in red. Ohio's going back and forth. I think Ohio might be. Oh, someone. Casserole Girl, did you catch the promise with the band? Are you familiar with the promise ring? Delaware, are you aware? Is this thing on? I'm thrilled that somebody caught that. That out of everyone watching. By the way, we got 266 watching now. Tell your friends. What are they doing election night? They're watching it somewhere. This is infinitely cooler than cable news. Come watch us. We're going to be talking to people on the ground. We're going to be talking to regular people. Not me. I'm just going to be talking to you guys, which, by the way, give me a super chat. I want to talk to you. And I'm going to be talking to my cat, Lucy, who's not a regular person. She's a regular cat. She's very cool. She's the best. She's adorable. She's on a pile of laundry. She's happy as a clam. But Tina and Jordan, they're on the ground. Jordan is on the ground in Pennsylvania. Tina is on the ground in Nevada. And they're going to be talking to regular people. They're going to be interviewing people, whoever is interested in talking to us. So who knows? They might be talking to people across the political spectrum. It is going to be interesting. Status Coup is an outlet that talks to the people. It goes on the ground and it talks to the people. I've only been on the ground a little bit with Status Coup, and I have I've talked to people all across the political spectrum. I've talked to Trumpers, I've talked to Democrats, I've talked to Republicans, I've talked to third-party people, I've talked to lefties. It looks like we're going to be going back to Jordan, but before we go back, smash the like button. Please do leave a super chat, and remember, your membership helps us do on-the-ground journalism. It's not cheap to do this. It's not a cheap thing. It costs money. It costs resources. There's travel costs. There's equipment costs. There's staff costs. So please, if you are able, I'm alive. I think we are back to Jordan. Jordan, are you there? let me just make sure that we're all right. Looks like we're switching now.
When I'm talking to him, see if other people here want to talk before we go upstairs. Yeah, so we thought, because in 2020, all the action was by the convention center.
Okay.
You had the MAGA people.
I remember watching on the news. I was in Florida, but I
So we were right in the middle of like MAGA on this side, Biden people on this side, and it was just gold to go back and forth. So I figured it was something. They moved ballots away from the convention center.
I have a friend that works for the election.
So then we drove a half hour north to where the ballots are. All right, back here in Philadelphia, where I am unfortunate to tell you there is another bomb threat. So there's been bomb threats in Georgia, apparently in as many as 38 locations, many of the polling locations. And now there's been a bomb threat in Westchester County, Westchester, Pennsylvania. Where's
Chester County.
Chester County? How far is that from here?
Half hour.
Okay, so a half hour from here. I'm going to venture to guess one side is calling in the bomb threats, and Trump a couple hours ago was tweeting out that there's mass cheating going on in Philadelphia, and the law enforcement is on the way. Law enforcement said we're not hearing anything. So there you go. But I'm here with, what's your name again?
My name is John Brenner.
So you are originally Philly, moved to Florida, came back to Philly, and you have a very interesting story. Tell us, a couple years ago, you got bad news down there.
Sure. I moved to Florida about 7 years ago. I work in the hospitality industry. It's a great place for hospitality down there. And then, I saw a lot down there. A pandemic happened. That was insane. I was out of work for a while. Then I, worked my way up to GM. I was living the life down there. And last September, when I was in between jobs, or I just started a new job and during my probationary period, I was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer, colorectal cancer. And I was uninsured at that time. Very brief period of time that I was uninsured. But because of the ACA, I was able to get insurance. So I would not be here today if it weren't for the ACA.
Let me ask you about that. Full disclosure, I've shit on Obamacare often. I didn't like it. It was a Republican health care plan. However, in your case, it seems that because you were between jobs, it was really the only plan you could afford that would cover you.
Sure. Well, yeah, and I'm with you. I'm one of those people that when they say, look, 65% of people don't like the Affordable Care Act, and it's like, yeah, but also 45 to 55% of the people interviewed said it didn't go far enough. I'm one of those people that doesn't think it went far enough. But I was able to at least get some sort of insurance, even though I was paying through the roof for it down in Florida. But then it was costing way too much money. It was costing me close to $2,000 a month for my treatment. And then because of the Medicaid expansion that was up here in Pennsylvania, it was beneficial for me to pack up my life and come back up north to finish my cancer treatment, and getting better treatment up here at much less cost. And that's because of, being in a not a red state with the Affordable Care Act.
You're doing better, I hope?
Yeah, I'm going to make a full recovery. They removed the tumor. I have a couple more steps, but I don't, at this moment, have any cancer, and there hasn't been any spread, so I should be okay. Yeah.
God bless. I'm glad to hear that. Let me ask you about, so obviously Pennsylvania, everyone's considering this ground zero for the election. Spoke with one woman earlier, basically said, she hasn't seen enthusiasm like this in a while. Much higher than things were in 2016 for Hillary. Obviously, you weren't here in 2020. What have you been seeing? Because I've only been here today, but from everything that I'm hearing and seeing, it seems like enthusiasm is through the roof, specifically here.
It's amazing, and I'm going to show you a picture that I took on my way over to this bar tonight. Kids hopscotch that says, "Vote Harris." That's in the neighborhood. You weren't seeing that 8 years ago. So, I mean, And believe me, I'm somebody who actually liked Hillary Clinton. I'm one of the people. I'm not one of those people like, oh, I voted for her, but
I'm not. I'll tell you the truth. But go ahead.
And it's fine. It's fine, and I get it. I understand that. But I'm one who admired and liked Hillary Clinton. But there wasn't that Obama coalition enthusiasm behind Hillary. I feel that now. I feel that there's magic in the air, and
do you think that's magic for let's get Trump out, or people actually want specifically Kamala? Do you think it's enthusiasm for her, or that same 2020 energy to stop Trump?
Well, I'm going to say something that I don't usually like to quote conservative podcaster Ben Shapiro, but something he says too much ad nauseum.
Hold on. If you're going to quote Ben Shapiro, I'm going to have to drink. Go on.
He says it.
Yes, I am having a beer.
He states this thing that a lot of people say, but he states it ad nauseum. He overuses two things can be true. And two things can be true. Two things can be true. You can vote for Kamala Harris and vote against Donald Trump. I'm somebody who went to college 20 minutes from Atlantic City. I went to Stockton University, Stockton State at the time, and I saw what he did to Atlantic City. I watched those casinos go bankrupt. I'm somebody that works in the hospitality industry, and it was always a golden rule: do not work at a Trump property. They pay like crap, and you have to work all the time. So I can vote for her. She's somebody with. It always drives me insane when people like knock her qualifications, and I'm like, all right, you can talk about her policies all you want, but she's somebody who was a district attorney of a major city in this country. She was the attorney general of the most populous state in this country. She was a U.S. senator for, I think, elected to 2 terms. I might be wrong on that.
1 term.
One term. But also the vice president of the United States. Like, that's a resume. Don't knock her qualifications. I mean, it's a shame that she didn't host a reality show or write some stupid book, you know?
Well, I'm with you on Trump. My pushback on Harris, who, I mean, if she wins, obviously it'll be historic. It seems to me, I'd rather know what my enemy stands for than have no idea. And she's changed her position on a lot of things. And she jumped onto Bernie's Medicare for All 5 minutes before she decided to run for president. She changed after she ran for president, like literally within a week, she pulled back on Medicare for All. She was getting a lot of heat. She takes a lot of money from the same donors. I think they're all corrupt, frankly, Democrats and Republicans. So is she as bad as Trump on certain issues? No. But I think she's what Biden told donors, which is nothing will fundamentally change. I don't see Kamala Harris, other than the historic aspect of it, I don't see bold structural change coming.
Well, let's be honest. You're not going to have any fundamental change anyway because regardless of what happens at the executive level, the judicial branch, we're going to have trouble there. We're going to have trouble there. So you're not going to have any change there anyway. But you could have in 2 years, that could change because that usually happens regardless of who comes in, whatever happens. But the thing I will say to your point about...
So what you're saying, it seems to me, presidential elections, important, but kind of on the grand scale, were controlled by 9 people in robes, for the most part.
For the most part, yes. And that's why you have to keep... That's the one thing that the president directly controls is judicial nominations. That's really it. The president, he or she, does not really control legislation. They either sign or veto it. But they have very much their finger on, they directly appoint your judicial nominations. And you cannot trust that monster to be appointing judicial nominations again. And to your point on her changing her positions, that's absolutely true. But haven't we all... Like, let's be real. Obama was somebody who was in favor of civil unions, but not in favor of gay marriage.
They're all full of shit, yeah. But my point is, I don't know what she actually stands for. So to me, I don't care if it's her. I just look at who they're taking money from. That tells me what I need to know. It seems to me she's kind of Obama ran as like hope and change, and we're going to be all different. But he got the most money from Wall Street at that point than anybody else. So to me, I don't see her doing anything else than these kind of incremental changing the side dishes. She's not going to go after the main meal.
Well, you're talking to somebody who wants publicly funded elections and, 2-month election periods and the option of a snap election. That's what you're talking about.
I would hope for universal health care given your situation.
Well, that's my most important cause is universal health care. Health care, as every politician likes to say, it should be a right and not a privilege. But that's just a fact. It should be a right and not a privilege. We're the only industrialized Western nation that does not have at least some basic form of health care guaranteed to its citizens. And that's just insane. But let's be honest. We're a country that does things very slowly. The Affordable Care Act was a start, and then I think we would probably be at universal health care now if Trump didn't get elected in 2016. Maybe we would be there. Now, we took some steps back, but I think if you elect Kamala Harris...
Not with the current Democratic Party. They've all backtracked, or Biden said, even if Congress passed it, I'd veto it.
Things change. He said specifically he wouldn't do single payer. That doesn't mean he wouldn't be involved in, say, something like a public option, which was originally passed in Obamacare, if you remember, and then
Biden ran on it, and then he backtracked.
And then Republican senators killed that, and then we got what we got. But I think you would have a public option today had that happened. And you run to run on things. It's not necessarily always what you mean. As long as I have a hint that your intentions are in the right place, I kind of trust you, and I think that's all I can ask for. And I say this, too. I'm somebody who would love, say, a parliamentary system in theory. But then when you look at it, you're like, oh, my God, we'd have actual Nazis in Congress if that happened. And no, I don't want part of that. I hate the two-party system, but it's
I think we have closet Nazis in Congress.
I think so, too. But they would be open, and they would have a much stranger constituency. While I don't like the two-party system and it needs a lot of reform, given the way our country is currently structured, the alternative could be a lot scarier.
Now, let me ask you, putting aside Kamala for a second, obviously we know Trump, what happened January 6th. He's already been kind of doing a Stop the Steal 2.0 for weeks. Tweets and voter fraud. Today, he tweeted out, they're cheating big in Philadelphia, law enforcement on the way. I'm here, nothing's happening. There's bomb threats being called into polling stations in Georgia. They had to extend voting hours because they had to close down polling stations in Georgia. There was just a bomb threat called in Chester County, about a half hour away from here. I hope nothing more than that happens, but clearly this man, if he loses, he's not going down gracefully. And I don't think Trumpism dies even if he loses, because it seems like he has convinced. I mean, perfect example, I just interviewed two 18-year-old first-time voters today. They're Rogan viewers, and they were just feeding me the election was stolen in 2020. Trump's the peace candidate. My point is, I don't think Trumpism dies, whether Trump loses or not. So even if Kamala wins, like, Vance is still here, DeSantis, they might not be as over the top as Trump, but it seems that the extremism is not going to be going anywhere.
No, and I don't think Trumpism is going to die, but it will fade dramatically if he loses and he's not in power. I kind of get the sense he's almost tired of it. He just wants to be louder at the end, it feels like. But to your point...
I completely disagree with you.
Okay, that's fine.
No. I actually think the only reason he's running is to stay out of prison. I think that's it.
Oh, no, that's why he is doing it. But I do think he's tired of it. To me, in his perfect world, he won the last time and he's done with it. In his perfect world. Now it's like, oh my God, I could go to jail. I have to keep going. And that's why he's really hard on it. But to your point about, him doing the claiming fraud, even before anything is even certified, he did it 4 years ago when he was claiming fraud in July. And we have a thing in fantasy football. We're football fans here in Philly. Go Birds.
I won my fantasy league last year. No big deal.
Good. Congratulations. But we have a thing in fantasy football. We call it loser talk. And that's when, after you lose, you go, well, if this would have happened, and this would have happened, and this would have happened, I would have won by 3 points. He does that, but he preemptively does loser talk. And that's the biggest loser in the league. So I don't know, man. I really, truly believe that this is going to be the end of presidential politics. Trump, I hope so. I am knocking on wood. Because I hate it. I never wanted to be one of those people whose lives are actually directly affected by a presidential election. I mean, we're all at some point tacitly involved, attached to an election. But my life is directly affected by this election. My life, the old expression, vote like your life depends on it. My life does kind of depend on it. So my urging to people is...
So basically, for you, because you've gone through this cancer, which is obviously traumatic and scary, if Trump won, he could try to go after Obamacare again, meaning...
He tried to kill it 4 years ago and lost by 1 vote on that repeal. If it weren't for John McCain voting no out of spite, I might not be talking to you today. And that is just the truth. That is the truth. So I take this very seriously. And I'm happy that it was always my cause, healthcare. Healthcare was always my cause. Even when I was, even when I considered myself a young Republican when I was in high school, just to rebel against my liberal parents. I had Alex P. Keaton syndrome. And then by the time I got to voting age, I never voted Republican. But even back then, I was always universal health care because, as Donald Trump even said, a quarter century ago, we should have universal health care so it shouldn't be on the employer. And he didn't mean that out of good intentions, but I agreed with him on that. It shouldn't be up to an employer. A small business owner having to pay for medical insurance. Their employees should, and that gives you more freedom to do what you want. You could just be, you can be a bartender and work somewhere and not rely on, health care. You don't have to worry about having diabetes and keeping your job that you hate because you're of your health care. You can quit and go somewhere else. It gives you freedom if we have universal health care, and that's always been my cause, and obviously more so now than ever, but I'm just happy that I was never a hypocrite with that.
My last question. Now, all the things you're talking about that you want, it seems to me, polls show, some polls show 58 to 60% of the country feel we need a third party. But the media generally doesn't cover third-party candidates. When they do cover third-party candidates, they, shit on them. They say they're spoilers, this and that. If you're for these things that you're probably not getting for the Democratic Party, why wouldn't you, and would you want other people, once you stop Trump, to organize for an actual third party? Because obviously it seems Jill Stein is closer to what you want, just throwing out a name. Her positions are closer to what you want than Harris.
Because I understand logistically how the country works. We have 3 branches of government. We have an executive branch, a judicial branch, and a legislative branch. In order for the president to pass their agenda, they need to have friends in the legislative branch. I do not see a Jill Stein getting the votes, the 60 votes you need to pass something in the Senate. I just don't. I'm a realist. And so...
I think we should get rid of the filibuster, Vince.
You have to get rid of the filibuster. Joe Manchin, come on, dude. Come on.
Biden wouldn't do it, and Harris says she's for it. I don't see her actually fighting to get rid of the filibuster.
Oh, I think she will.
The donors do not want to get rid of the filibuster.
I'll tell you why. Everybody, if you want to run for president, you have some level of narcissism. You want a legacy. She's going to want legislation passed with her name on it, and you're not getting it passed today with a filibuster because the Senate is just where bills go to die.
But the donors that run both parties, and I believe run Harris, Biden, Trump, all of them, they like the filibuster. It keeps the status quo. It keeps progress small. I think that's really why we still have a filibuster, because donors don't want a parliamentary system. They want these obstacles to big, bold change.
I would disagree with that. I mean, I don't disagree with you with the donors. I'm with you on that. I don't think that's why we still have the filibuster, though. I think we have the filibuster for the same reason that for so long we were afraid to do the nuclear option with stuff. Because, look, it backfired on us. We pulled the nuclear option to pass a couple small things at the end of Obama, and that opened up the door for them to just put through all 3 of Trump's nominations. So, I mean, that's where we're at. And so I think, like I said, narcissism, in small level, might be good if Kamala Harris gets elected. Because, like I said, she's going to want to have a legacy. She's going to want to have her name on legislation. And that would be good for her, is getting rid of the filibuster. That would be a good thing to have her name on.
If Trump wins tonight, your thoughts?
My thoughts if Trump wins? I hope that my worst nightmares aren't realized. But I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to think real hard, because cancer comes back, and I might not be insured very shortly after in a new Trump White House. And you know what? There's a lot of people he's coming for. You heard Miller? He's going to be his chief of staff. Let's be real. You're not going to have, Mattis being his chief of staff anymore. You're going to have Stephen Miller, who says America is for Americans and Americans only. What's an American? Do you want Stephen Miller defining who an American is? And I think that's where we're at. And I'm very scared. I'm very frightened.
One more question. This isn't a political question, but, well, it is. Everybody's saying democracy's on the line. How do we even have a democracy if we have an electoral college? It's very possible Trump could win again with less votes. How do you have a democracy if the person who wins the most votes does not win the election? How do you have a democracy if the minority often controls things? It's not a functioning democracy in my view.
No, it's the talking point that conservatives like to use now as when they say, well, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. That is true. But we're supposed to be a democratically elected representative republic, which is supposed to be what we are. Now, you're talking to the person who was hoping so hard in 2016 that Hillary Clinton was going to win the electoral vote and lose the popular vote, which would get Republicans on side of killing the electoral college. Because that's the only way it happens. If Trump, I don't want anything happening I just want us to win everything tonight. But the electoral college is terrible. It was made for terrible reasons. But the problem is you need a constitutional amendment to end the electoral college, and that, for good and bad reasons, a constitutional amendment is almost impossible to get done, and especially in our divided country. So while I agree with you, we can't call ourselves a true democracy with the electoral college. I don't see it ending anytime soon. Let's just concentrate on winning on the way it's done. And you know what? Let's concentrate on campaign. Here's the thing. A state like Texas is not out of reach anymore, but we don't spend any money there because of the electoral college. Let's start campaigning in places that we're not supposed to win. Let's use the electoral college to our benefit instead of it hurting us all the time.
What's your name again?
My name is John.
Thanks, John. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're doing better, too. Yeah. So hey, for better or worse, we're in a Kamala bar, doing my best here. Don't necessarily agree with everything being said, but trying to be respectful. Obviously, it's kind of tough, too, because even lefties, even not vote blue no matter who people, there's a lot of lefties that, you would think kind of are on our wavelength. When I say a lot of the audience and me, that are holding their nose and voting for Harris, just like they held their nose and voted for Biden. Personally, for me, I don't tell people how to vote. It's up to you. I'm not going to shame anyone if you voted for Harris. I'll try not to shame you if you voted for Trump. I'll try. I'm not going to shame you if you voted third party. I voted Stein. I happen not to live in a swing state, so, I could just vote who I want to vote for. In a swing state, I don't really know what I would have done, to be honest with you. But I voted for Stein. I don't live in a swing state. But something that I think is important, I think a lot of people have this kind of West Wing fantasy, West Wing, the TV show, about democracy, and we just need to stop Trump. If we just stop Trump, it's, we'll kill the virus. The virus has already spread. John Farina behind the camera can tell you. Get over here, Johnny boy. It's not just January 6th that you covered. You were covering the MAGA marches. You were covering militiamen around.
Even after...
Into the camera, John.
Even after... I want to talk to you. Even after January 6th, I was still covering...
Hold on, let me make sure you're in the frame.
I'm in the frame. I mean, I was still covering Nazi rallies and, Proud Boy rallies and shit like that. So fascism never left, but the fight against it did. So that's what we have to realize. So we're still dealing with it.
The genie's out of the bottle. And I will also say, some people might not agree with me in this bar, but fascism is here with Democrats, with Republicans and Democrats.
Right. It's hidden with Democrats.
Right. So, I mean, I believe what we're doing in Gaza is a genocide. I believe Standing Rock, which I covered in North Dakota for months, was fascism. It was literally the United States government working with the police working with an oil company to crush peaceful protests and to beat the living hell out of Native Americans. What do you call the merger of the corporate state? What do you call the merger of the state with the corporations? It's corporate fascism. Fascism isn't only sending them to the gas chambers. That's the extreme version, but there's other forms of fascism. One would be corporations and the state merging, and we already have that, whether you have Democrats or Republicans. So I just feel like a lot of people, because emotionally and just it's been ingrained in them, you just got to stop Trump and everything will be better. Not so. We're not going back to like the Mitt Romney Republican Party of just like being against a corporate Gordon Gekko hack. Trump created the birther movement. And even if Trump loses, first of all, he's not going to go away. But I think Vance has made the deal with the devil to basically be a younger version of Trump. You got DeSantis, who will try again. They might not be as over the top, but policy-wise and more culturally, they're still going to demonize immigrants. They're still going to demonize trans kids and make it like the biggest issue in America is trans people in sports. I don't really care what you think about that. I can tell you that's not even on my top 20 list, trans people in sports. And on the other side, if Trump wins, I think it hurts the left in many ways because it's gonna hide a lot of our issues because you're gonna have another Resistance 2.0, and all the focus is gonna be on stopping Trump's extremism. So there's less focus on Medicare for all. There's less focus and organizing on free college, on saving the planet, because it's all going to be protesting Trump. I'm not saying protesting Trump isn't important, but we need health care. So there's a lot of downsides to Trump winning. There's also downsides to Harris winning, because I think if Harris wins, you're going to have the back to brunch liberals rejoicing, but you're also going to have a Democratic Party moving further to the right.
Yeah, nobody's going to fight for whatever it is you want to fight for. They're just going to, it's like the same thing when Biden came into office. Everybody just kind of like went away and,
With Harris, I think it's going to be worse because Harris, if she wins, she was literally going around with Liz Cheney, a war criminal. So the Democratic Party, I think, is going to say, oh, look, we won by basically like getting a lot of Republicans to vote Democrat. So why don't we just do more shit that Republicans will like? So,
right. So why not just combine the two parties and there you have it.
It's a lose-lose. All right, 9 o'clock.
This guy right here wants to be interviewed if you want to.
Smash that like button, share this live stream so we can get it out to more people. It is 9 o'clock on the East Coast, so the polls close in Arizona shortly at 9 o'clock. The polls close, I believe, in Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So key swing states are about to close, and Pennsylvania votes are coming in as we speak. I'm going to interview one more person, and then we're going to go to Ron Placone. Reminder, we're going to be going to Tina-Desiree Berg out in Nevada soon, too. We're going to be going to Tina-Desiree Berg out in Nevada soon. Let me see if... hold on, I want to get the numbers. Harris, at the moment, is winning in Michigan, but it's very early. Right now, Trump is winning with 109 electoral college votes. Harris has 99 electoral college votes. No swing states have been called. Let me go to Pennsylvania to see where things stand. Right now in Pennsylvania, with 16% of the vote, so very, very early on, Kamala Harris is winning 64% to 35%. So that is 16% of the vote. So I wouldn't get excited if you're a Democrat. That could turn around because it's just 16% of the vote. But Kamala Harris is up by 5, 6, 7, over 300,000 votes in Pennsylvania right now. Who did you say wanted to talk? Who'd you say? You could get him.
Where do I hear that?
We're live right now. Status Coup.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Will you have like a broadcast of it?
It'll stay up. Cool. Awesome. So keep smashing that like button, share this live stream. Please, please, please. Super chats are appreciated. I don't know any other independent outlet that's on the ground in Pennsylvania, Nevada. We have Ron in studio, so please, please support us if you can with a super chat. If you're not yet a paying Status Coup member, that is the best way to support us. $5 a month. That's all I ask. StatusCoup.com/join. Become a member for as low as $5 a month. Hey there.
This is Brandon. He just wants to talk to you a little bit off camera. All right, guys. Jordan's going to talk about the next interview. Give us 1 minute. Colin, if there's any super chats you want me to read off at the moment, just send them to my email. And yes, guys, I get very nervous when I got to go on camera, if you couldn't tell. That's why I like to stay behind the camera. I don't like being on camera.
Ted Cruz is winning. Oh, that's just... All right, what's your name?
But it's still too early to call. See, MSNBC is pissing me off with this.
What's your name?
My name is Brandon.
Why is MSNBC pissing?
All right, so I've got this whole thing. Like, I've really stopped watching. I don't have television anymore. I've gotten off social media as well. But so I used to work for a rather popular liberal blog that I won't name because I probably shouldn't do that. And I was one of those guys that covered. My job was to watch TV. Was to watch cable news all day, 8 to 4.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
I would cover I would write like the headline. I would write headlines and articles like, "Boom! Senator Santorum goes down in flames," and then you'd read the article and it'd be like, "Senator Santorum said something stupid," and got.
So you were a clickbait dude.
I was a clickbait guy, but like I watched. This is what I did for 2 or 3 years, just watch this stuff. And I've gotten this thing where, like, cable news and the 24-hour news cycle sucks. It's total garbage.
I call it basically Sports Center on a loop.
Yeah. And in many ways, MSNBC is Fox, but with facts. Fox is living in a whole made-up universe where...
I worked at both. I worked at Fox and then MSNBC.
Fox is like this whole like made-up world where transgender immigrants are coming to eat your pets, and they're riling you up. But MSNBC is more like making mountains out of molehills to get you riled up. It's like what my dad, who is in his 80s, refers to as news porn. CNN is not much better, but at least tries to have actual real news coming on. But what I noticed was like a huge percentage of MSNBC and a huge percentage of Fox was opinion, not actual hard news. CNN actually has some hard news.
I think they're all fucking garbage, to tell you the truth. Because I've been covering Flint. I've been covering Flint for almost a decade. None of them cover that anymore. None of them cover anything of substance.
It's without question that they're all garbage. But the least garbage of CNN is CNN. But anyway, that's besides my point. So I'm watching this shit right now, and they're like, all of a sudden, there's this big animation goes, projection! And it's like, Georgia! And you're like, holy shit, did we find? And then it goes, too close to call at the bottom. And they're calling out the projection for like a county. And it's like this whole emotionally manipulative bullshit.
Basically keep people clinging.
Yeah. And like, I've been working the polls all day. I volunteered over at, I was in a Trumpy neighborhood, well, Trumpy, Republican neighborhood in Philly, my neighborhood, to be honest. And like, I'm glad to be here with my fellow Dems, but like, I really wish there was like a serious news source that was not like MSNBC or CNN or NPR or any of that shit.
You said your fellow Dems, so let me ask you, I get the vibe here that nobody's like necessarily in love with Kamala. They just want to get Trump the hell out of there. How do you feel?
I'm actually quite happy with Kamala. I don't have any problem with Kamala. I like Joe, but of course I was very happy with Joe Biden. My student loan is gone because of Joe Biden. I used to work at a domestic violence agency. Joe Biden is responsible for the Violence Against Women Act. I have a lot of affection for Joe Biden. I have no problem.
Are you one of the people that got what he did that the Supreme Court overturned, or a different form of student loans that? He tried to do.
I'm the second form. I'm the Department of Ed. I'm a Department of Ed forgiveness, and thank God for that, man, because that loan was $35,000 when I took it out, and I've been paying on it since 1997. And when it got forgiven, it was up to $85,000, and I've been paying on it since 1997. But I'm a Democrat. I'm happy with. I don't always agree with everything that my my party does or every single thing that my state, federal rep, whatever does. But I'm a Democrat, and they listen to me, and I'm a Democrat. And
let me ask you, because we just did a swing state tour. We did Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I met a lot of people, including longtime Democratic black voters, that are just fed up with the party, gentrification, lack of resources, prices going up. They feel like they only come into their community, during election times.
I don't know, man. You're talking to someone who lives in Philly, where there's a very active Democratic Party, and where there's a very large black population. So you're talking to the wrong guy about that. I have nothing, and also I'm a white guy, so what the fuck do I know about what?
No, my point was a lot of people feel like they've been basically getting lip service from Dems forever.
I don't know anything about that, and if you're trying to get me to badmouth the Democratic Party,
no, I'm just asking you because that's the feedback. That's the feedback we've got.
I don't need to. I'm not going to have that conversation with you.
No, I'm telling you the feedback I got from people in Michigan, Wisconsin.
Glad. Who did you talk to? Did you talk
to voter?
So the people are over here. People here tonight are telling you that they're not happy that they. Well, fuck you, asshole. Eat my fucking ass.
Okay. All right. I asked him a question. He didn't like it. Anyway, so
you take all of that. I don't want any of that.
Dude, we're live.
I'm sorry I talked to this gentleman.
Because I asked you a question? Okay. So I thought I was pretty respectful. Anywho, so the polls closed too early to call in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan. In Pennsylvania, let me see where things stand right now. Hold on. So right now, by the Electoral College, Trump is at 137. Kamala Harris is at 99. No swing states have been called. With Pennsylvania, Yeah, Trump won Ohio. Hold on. Pennsylvania right now. It's not easy with this map. Huh? 1 second. Pennsylvania right now, 61% Harris. Trump is at 38%. It's still very, very low. It's only, what does that say? 18%. So, the results can dramatically change, but right now it's very, very low in Pennsylvania. We'll go back to Ron for a little bit as we go upstairs. All right, hold on. Going back to Ron. Go back to Ron. All right, we're going to head upstairs because there's a watch party upstairs. And Ron will give you an update for a little bit, and then we'll come back to us. Reminder, we're going to be going to Tina in Nevada around 10 o'clock, 10:30 Eastern time. So she'll give you updates there. Nevada's polls close at 10 o'clock. So Nevada, a lot less electoral college votes. I think it's only 6. But if it's very close, let's say Harris loses one of these swing states in the Midwest, definitely gonna need other states, including Nevada. So, Colin, let me hold on. Huh?
Where are you seeing 137 and 92?
New York Times. Yeah. 99. Yeah. All right. Let me call Colin here. Yeah, you can switch to Ron. All right. Bye-bye. All right. We'll go upstairs.
That last interview, huh? Am I right? Jeez. And you know what? Smash the like button, everybody. Smash the like button. And please give a super chat. Become a member if you can. Status Coup does on the ground journalism where I was worried that guy was going to take a swing at him. I think maybe he had a couple drinks and maybe didn't process things the way you might if you're sober. I don't know. I mean, geez. Although honestly, overall, I thought the interviews have been very, very interesting. I thought that people had some really interesting things to say. I didn't agree with everything I heard. You're not supposed to. It's election night. You're in a bar. You're talking to the hoi polloi. That's a good way to spend an election night. That's a good thing to do. You're not going to agree with everything you hear. I'm going to hear some things I disagree with. You're going to hear some things you disagree with. That's part of it. And that's what we're doing here at Status Coup. We're talking to the hoi polloi, and we're talking to the hoi polloi in swing states, in Nevada, in Pennsylvania. This is a true snapshot of the United States. And I don't know about you, but I find that infinitely more interesting than a bunch of shows with people flapping their gums at a webcam where they're just having an echo chamber of whatever their point of view is. I understand the irony of everything I just said, because out of everyone on this stream, I am the only one who is flapping my gums at a webcam. But I'm not in a basement. I'm not in a basement because I live in California. I don't have a basement. There is no basement option. But give me a super chat. I want to talk to you. Let me go ahead and I don't want to say anything about that last interview. The one before I thought was very interesting. Although I will say I do think a parliamentary system would be infinitely better than what we have. Not saying it'd be perfect. There is no such thing. But a parliamentary system would be way better than what we have. And I think there's a number of reasons for that. There's just way more checks and balances in a parliamentary system. Okay, 44 minutes until the next polls close. Couple updates here. Ohio leaning blue. Ohio, as of the map I'm looking at, has not been called yet, but it's leaning, red, not blue. I'm kind of speaking too fast here. Ohio's leaning red, but it has not been called yet. But Trump looks to be up by a healthy handful here. It's 53 to 45. Pennsylvania leaning blue. Still a lot to call in Pennsylvania, but right now it's 58-40. New York will go blue, but they're starting to bring in results from New York. Let's see. Illinois leaning blue. Wisconsin, another swing state, leaning blue. Minnesota leaning blue. North Dakota, South Dakota called for Trump. I know you're shocked. Go ahead. Should we have a moment of silence? Wyoming called for Trump. I know you're still shocked. But I thought Liz Cheney. Right? Wyoming is Cheney country, isn't it? What about Liz Cheney? Nebraska leaning blue at the moment. Kansas leaning blue at the moment. Still some to come in. Colorado leaning blue at the moment. New Mexico leaning red at the moment. Texas called for Trump. I said it probably wasn't going to happen, but maybe crazier things. Oklahoma called for Trump. I know you're shocked. Take your moment. Arkansas called for Trump. Let's see. Florida called for Trump. Alabama called for Trump. Mississippi leaning red. We'll go red. Louisiana, same deal. Georgia still leaning red. It's about 52 to 46. Some of you were asking for some Jill Stein results. Let's go ahead and look at that. So Florida, Jill Stein got about 40,000 votes in Florida. Jill Stein got, this is an interesting one. Jill Stein got 58 votes in Alabama. RFK got 114. So RFK, even though he's part of the biggest political dynasty family in the world, barely got twice as many votes as Jill Stein, which, it's the only anti-capitalist, non-corporate party to have that type of ballot access in the country. New Mexico just switched. It's leaning blue now. New Mexico is neck and neck. New Mexico is anyone's game. Let's see. Let's do another. So Jill Stein beat out Chase Oliver in Florida. Jill Stein beat Chase Oliver in Florida. She got 0.4% of the vote. He got 0.3. Keep in mind, Libertarian corporate party. They got a lot of corporate money. The Libertarians do. The Green Party does not. Let's see here. Illinois leaning blue. Wisconsin now leaning red. So Wisconsin neck and neck. Wisconsin is neck and neck. Of course, only 2%'s in, but it was leaning blue. It is now leaning red. Michigan still leaning blue. PA still leaning blue. New York still leaning blue. Well, in New York, yeah. I don't know why I keep mentioning New York. Vermont called for Harris. Massachusetts not called for Harris, but it's looking pretty bright blue, and it's also Massachusetts. Let's go over to a little bit of Senate results, if you will. I don't know why I said it like that. Why did I say it in a Russian accent? They're the ones who are taking everything over, by the way. Senate results. Let's see. Republicans at 42 right now. Democrats at 32. Still a lot of races up in the air. But over in New Mexico, it looks like Martin Heinrich is ahead. He is the Democratic incumbent. Texas looks like Ted Cruz is ahead. I know some people are hoping that Ted Cruz might lose. Oh, is this on the screen now? Are we? Do we got the map on the screen? Which map is? I got a couple different things going here.
I have it on occasionally when applicable.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Are you on the air too, or are we just talking privately? Oh, you're on the air.
This is
okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything that I'm not covering that is in the Washington Post or the New York Times? Follow-up question. Is Jordan staying safe? Has anybody has nobody punched Jordan? Did he make it upstairs safely?
I didn't think of that. He's going to make a lot of drunk people very angry.
Does Jordan need to start wearing a helmet to these things? What is...
I'll be honest. I didn't think the question that would get someone was, what about some Democrats that aren't super happy about Harris? I didn't think that would be the one to break someone.
Man, that guy. I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, that guy went from 0 to 100 like that,
Real
which
quick.
it makes you think alcohol might have been involved. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
All right. But all right. Well, if there's anything that I'm not hitting that is on the other maps, because I know you got WAPO and you got
I'm
New York
using
Times
New
going.
York
I got
Times, yeah. Essentially, all your percentages were the same, but they just add 1% to all of them is
Oh,
essentially
okay. All
what the
right.
difference is right now. So it's, yeah, still, although New York Times technically called a couple that you said were still in the running.
Which ones
technically.
did they call?
I can pull it up here. Anything that's lit up with a color is called by New York Times, I should say.
Okay, so they called Ohio. They're not calling Pennsylvania. They're calling. I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything nothing surprising except for. Well, I know. I thought Ohio could have gone either way, but it looks like they're saying Ohio's red. It looks like they're calling Illinois. No surprise there. Illinois, of course, will be blue. But it looks like Ohio, they're calling for Trump.
Yeah.
Whereas the other map did not say that Ohio definitively was Trump. I still remember 04 when Ohio kept going back and forth. In 04, Ohio kept going back and forth, and no one knew. Well, I mean, eventually it was, yeah. But yeah, Ohio was really out there. But it looks like they're calling Ohio. They're calling South Carolina. Surprise. But yeah. So let's go. I'm gonna go to some House results. It looks like Republicans are at 93 at the moment. Democrats are at 57. You're seeing some blue territory in most of the obvious places, although there's a little bit of blue in Mississippi, a little bit of blue in Arkansas, a little bit of blue and red pretty much everywhere. That's how the states work, you know. But some little bit of like bigger blotches in some unlikely places, I suppose. People are saying someone check on Jordan. I'd imagine Jordan's all right. I mean, Johnny F is there. Johnny F will be the peacemaker if he's got to be. That's been my favorite part of the stream so far. When Jordan was like, "Look at the camera, John." John was just like, "Nah, nope, looking at you." Do we have any super chats, Colin? Do we have any super chats that I mean, I know we already got to some of them, but are there any fresh ones? If you want to throw them up.
I don't have access to pull them up, but we have two here. One from Hello1212 for $2. Does she have a shot in Ohio? Question mark.
It looks like they're calling Ohio.
Yeah, it doesn't. According to New York Times, no. With 59% of the vote in, Trump has 54%, so that is unlikely.
Yeah.
Emily Sigmund, $5 Canadian. I love it when people think you're attacking them when you're asking what they think.
Right. I feel you there. That's an excellent point. You're asking, what do you think? And yeah, well, things happen at it. Talking politics in a bar is always, even on an election night, always an interesting choice. And Status Coup is pretty much the only independent outlet doing it the way we're doing it. So please, y'all, smash the like button. Please, 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 if you can, become a member. Go to statuscoup.com/join. Your membership helps fund independent journalism, helps keep us on the ground. I mean, look, we got Jordan in Pennsylvania. We got Tina in Nevada. We got me in the studio in California. But it's like it takes all these mechanisms to make things work. Colin's on the 1s and 2s in Texas. Johnny F is on the 1s and 2s in Pennsylvania with Jordan. And I'm just on the 1s and 2s with Lucy, my cat, over here in California. Hopefully going to get some sandwiches soon. It's dinner time here in California. Chris, what's up, my friend? Good to see you. Ron Placone, thanks for bringing some sanity to these insane times. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for your super chat contribution. It helps keep this show on the air, and it helps Status Coup to keep going. And Yeah, guys, I will make a quick announcement here if you don't mind. December 15th, for anyone who's watching in Los Angeles, I got a really exciting live show on December 15th. My movie Left at Wall will be out soon. But my next production is going to be a stage play, and we're going to make a movie out of it too. So if you can't see the stage play, don't worry, there's going to be a movie, but it's going to be a stage play called Termination Fee. I will just say this, it is a scathing critique of the American healthcare system. And we're going to be premiering part 1 of Termination Fee. So part 1 of the play at Flappers Comedy Club, December 15th, 7 p.m. That's here in Los Angeles. If you're in LA, you can get tickets now, and you can get discounted tickets at ronplacone.com. So go to ronplacone.com and get your tickets for that LA show. I hope to see you there. So let's see. Let's go back and see if anything has changed. And then I think we also have a couple interviews to play. We'll get to that shortly. The next polls close in 33 minutes and 20 seconds. And we're going to go back to the presidential results map. Let's see. We could really dive into some ballot measures. That would be pretty. I mean, we'd have to try to accommodate everyone. So not much to update at the moment, y'all. Wyoming called for Trump. Colorado leaning blue. But only 25% in. New Mexico still leaning red. North Dakota, South Dakota called for Trump. Nebraska leaning blue at the moment. Kansas blue at the moment. Oklahoma, Trump. Texas, Trump. Minnesota leading red at the moment. That will likely not stand. There's still more to come in. Wisconsin leaning red at the moment. That could stand. You never know. Although there's still a lot to go in Wisconsin. Now, here, I'll say this one last thing. Then we're going to go back to Jordan, y'all. But Iowa, a bunch of people were saying something wild could happen in Iowa. Iowa is typically a red state. Iowa at the moment, Kamala is ahead 54-44. So there could be a big shift in Iowa. Iowa has not gone blue. I mean, I never remember Iowa being blue. I'm sure it likely happened at some point in history, but I don't know when. But people were saying that there's a chance something wild could happen in Iowa. There was that poll that came out a couple days ago where they said Iowa might go blue. Right now, Iowa's looking a little blue, but there's obviously still a long time to go. All right. We can head on back to Jordan, who is ready for some more interviews in Philadelphia.
How are you feeling about PA? It looks like she's gotten very good turnout. Got it. I think that's cool. All right. Huh? What's that?
We've had a few complaints from people. They don't like what you're doing.
You don't like what I'm doing?
I think people just want to watch the news, and I feel like I haven't been observing what you guys are doing. I'm just saying people feel uncomfortable. This is my party.
Okay, because the bar owner said I could be up here. I'm just interviewing people. And I said, what's the big deal? Because the drunk guy didn't want me to.
A few people have said things, and I just want to know kind of what the deal is here. I don't want you guys making people.
I don't know what you're talking about. We had 3 interviews. One guy got mad because he got drunk. I think we're not doing anything other than interviewing people.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
No, I understand.
I get complaints. I don't know. I don't know what you guys have been up to. Okay.
Literally interviewing people. I mean, we're not Trump people. We're just doing interviews. So I can't interview this woman. I don't understand. Okay, cool. So what's your name again?
I'm Jen Scott.
You're originally from Ozarks, but you moved here 1999?
Yeah. Yeah, I moved here to go to art school. I have a master's from the Pennsylvania Academy for Fine Arts, so I came for that.
So you've been here basically 20, 30 years. Yeah. Tell me about, because obviously 2016 went to Trump, 2020 Biden. Right now she's winning Pennsylvania, but it's obviously very close.
Well, The things that bothered me about Missouri, and one of the reasons why I'm unsure if I could ever go back there, is people that I've known my entire life, people that held me as a baby, have become comfortable with displaying Nazi or fascist things and suggest that I should be open-minded about that. I mean, I have a mixed-race child. My mother's next-door neighbor has become like this, and these are people I've known my entire life. And it's just not what I think America was supposed to be. Certainly not the Missouri I grew up in, not the Missouri that I knew.
So basically, they become more radicalized in the Trump years, from what you've seen.
Well, yeah, it's fascist. It's just open fascism where they're very comfortable saying racist, offensive things. People that I have never heard swear before are using the C word and saying just hateful abominations all around, and they're churchgoers. They go to these super churches, and the super churches are like, hey, it's all right if the other person is a Democrat. You can say whatever you want to. They're going to burn in hell. And it's openly discussed just like that. And I don't think that's Christian behavior. I don't think it's acceptable behavior as a person of faith. I'm appalled that someone would behave that way. But, they're not members of conferences. Like Baptists have a conference and they have a group and they talk about what's...
Do you feel like this kind of extremism or evolution was accelerated since Trump came into the picture?
Yes, absolutely. It's cults of personality. These super churches have like one or two families that control the entire thing. They make millions and millions and millions of dollars, and they kind of wash that through the Republican Party because it's just a way that they can separate themselves. And it's not kind. It doesn't value other people. It's not loving. And it's not the religious community I grew up in that was kind and helpful. And I'm not saying that that's all people like that. I mean, Convoy of Faith, which comes right out of my hometown of Springfield, Missouri, was in North Carolina within 24 hours providing relief efforts. They're very kind, wonderful people. But then there's 10 other big religious organizations in that area that are doing work that it smacks of the Nazi Party. This is terrifying.
And what did you think of Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden? Because a lot of people compared that to this has echoes of 1939 and this and that. Obviously, you had the comedian who called Puerto Rico like a garbage floating island. There was other hateful things said. What did you think of that?
It was disgusting. It's not like it's shocking because he says things like that all the time. He seems to be very comfortable calling anybody garbage or saying any nasty thing to any person. And then after that, he did the weird thing with the microphone and 100 other things. I can't believe evangelicals would stand behind someone who would behave that way. But they are. And it's just baffling that they would accept that and they would promote it.
Are you more, because I talked to different people, so, we've been in Pennsylvania, we also went to Michigan and Wisconsin, and a lot of folks, it's kind of like 2020, like, we don't love Biden, but we got to get rid of Trump. How do you feel about Kamala? Is it more you want to get rid of Trump, or you actually, feel she could be good?
Trump absolutely has to go. He just has to go. Kamala is, I warmed to her. Like when it was clear that Biden was not able to continue, then I was, and they put her in front. It was what it was. I don't know if I would have chosen her, but I don't know who else I would have chosen. So I'm not sure. I have really warmed to her. I like what she says about bringing back joy, about bringing unity, about putting Republicans in her cabinet, about trying to support everyone, especially middle class and lower class people that are struggling to survive, bringing down grocery prices, all of that. Things have changed so much with being from Missouri, I saw what happened when NAFTA was signed. My grandmother was a career seamstress. She sewed for Lee. If you wore jeans in the 90s made by Lee, she definitely touched your zipper. My grandmother was, that was her job. She put in the zipper.
So if I wore Jankos in the 90s, those big-ass pants that went over your shoes, that might have been your grandma?
Not made by Lee.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, not made by Lee. But H.T. Lee was, and my aunt sewed for Rawlings, made basketballs. My mother briefly worked for Zenith, made TVs. When NAFTA was signed, all of those places went to Mexico. It just, Rawlings is sewed in St. Louis now. They don't sew in southern Missouri. They sew in St. Louis. But all those factory jobs went away, and they're not coming back, but they haven't done anything, especially for middle-class people in Rust Belt towns. And those towns were...
When you say they haven't, you mean both parties?
Both parties. And I think that's how Trump got in with everybody. He was willing to go and talk to people when Hillary didn't.
I can tell you, I went around to the rallies in 2016. Trump had everyone at NAFTA. I remember at these rallies when he was crapping on NAFTA, even though I think his new NAFTA is just as bad as the original. They latched onto it because, what are you going to do if all your jobs are sent overseas?
Well, and Hillary's from Arkansas, and she didn't go to her own state and talk to people. Talk to people that, had lost their jobs because of NAFTA. She didn't go there. She didn't go to Missouri. She didn't go to any state.
She didn't go to Wisconsin?
Yeah, she didn't go to Wisconsin. That's ridiculous. And she is a small town person. She is from those kind of places. She has to understand what kind of a situation she put people in. And the next trade that came up that saved people's homes and businesses was the drug trade. People grow pot, they make meth. Not everybody, but people in rural communities, many people turn to the drug trade as a way to save their family farms, as a way to make a living. And that was foisted on them. They were good people. They wouldn't have made those choices if they had other choices to make. And now it's systemic. It's in all of those places, and they're not doing something for people, and those communities continue to struggle. And they were once very upwardly mobile middle-class communities, and now they're not. And that's what caused Trump to come to power. He was willing to talk to people. He saw where his in was. It certainly wasn't with New York billionaires or people in Atlantic City, because he bankrupted their businesses. But he was willing to talk to people that were struggling, and that was how he got in. I don't think he cares about people. I certainly don't think he cares about them. He didn't care about the businesses he destroyed in Atlantic City.
Now, with Kamala, in fairness, she's had much less time than any other candidate because she took over, in August? But do you think she's proposing anything bold enough that would speak to those people? Because what I see she's proposing, there's some good things, but a lot of it seems more small ball. Whatever you think of Bernie, people knew what he stood for, whereas she's talking about tax credits and et cetera. Do you feel like to win back those people, Democrats need to go bigger?
Absolutely. Well, she's from California. She hasn't seen those places, and she hasn't seen what happened to people's lives. And what happened to people's lives was sudden and very drastic. I saw many people that I knew that I went to school with. I saw their families lose their jobs. My parents were teachers. They were okay. But that wasn't true for all of my friends. That wasn't true for people that I grew up with. Their families lost their jobs. Some people's grandparents lost their pensions. People lost farms starting then and up to now at an accelerating rate, and now it's as fast as people are losing farms during the Great Depression. And they're allowing international corporations to buy those up and putting them in big food trusts, and we're not going to have control over our own food supply because of it. And that's a growing problem that's brewing in the background that will be a really, really difficult thing in the future.
Why do you think in all these states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's so close when basically you have, I think, a used car salesman. I mean, proto-fascist, but yet it's still close. Is it because when I went to Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, there's so many people that honestly voted for Biden in 2020 to get rid of Trump, but felt like the Democrats abandoned a lot of the things they said they were going to do. And obviously you have the Gaza issue. Why do you think it's so close?
People are really upset about the southern border. They're hammering against illegal immigration, and that is, I think that's a big issue in everybody's mind. They're so upset that they think illegal migrants are going to take their jobs. I haven't ever heard anyone say, I had a great job as a fruit picker until an illegal migrant showed up and took my job.
And it's funny, it's not funny actually, but it's such nonsense because the people taking your jobs are from other countries because of things like NAFTA. It's not migrants taking your job.
Well, and people think that that deporting all of the illegal immigrants will change that, and it won't. It'll collapse the agricultural industry. If we don't have, no American grows up to work in a chicken plant. Nobody wants to do that job. So a lot of illegal migrants are processing most of the food we put on our tables. And if we deport them all, we're going to just collapse many, many, many industries that they're not looking at, and they're not aware of systems thinking. They're not thinking, 2 steps ahead. They don't understand how things work. They just understand that they're having a hard time buying groceries. They're going to have a lot harder time buying groceries when there's no food on the shelves because they deported people.
I think Trump has been expert, starting with birtherism, that he's been expert at distracting people with this immigrants and this and that. And it's kind of the old school playbook, get them to blame the other.
Well, and he's the child of an immigrant, the grandchild of an immigrant, twice married to immigrants, and is yelling and yelling about immigrants and framing Kamala as the immigrant and saying that she's causing all of these problems. And then I've gotten on a lot of Facebook discussions with people who say, oh, well, we're giving all this money, just giving all this money, hand over fist to illegal migrants. And I was like, well, if you could get a bunch of money with no Social Security number and not being able to speak English, you should go into a Social Security office, pretend you speak no English and don't take your driver's license, and try to get a translator to ask for money. Because when you sign up for Social Security, when you sign up for TANF, when you sign up for Medicaid or Medicare or any public program, they ask you for your name, your address, and your Social Security number. I've been a teacher for 25 years, so mostly in special ed. And for a while I traveled around the country and I helped train teachers. And for the last 7 years I've just been a special ed teacher within the classroom. I've worked with a lot of families like that. I know what their situations are. I never knew for sure who was documented or who was undocumented because I didn't ask. It's not my business. But I saw those communities. I saw how hard they worked. They will go into a place where it's mostly abandoned, where no one will open a store, and they'll make a grocery store. And then a restaurant will come, and then 3 more restaurants will come. And then more people will come, and soon that community is thriving. You can see whole sections of North Philly that were once almost unlivable, that are full of people that just came and they built these businesses, they pay taxes, they're nice people. They were incredibly good to me in ways that other students in other places were not. They brought me food on my birthday. They were grateful to be in school. They tried hard. I worked with SAS programs during No Child Left Behind. They made schools reorganize, and I was part of that effort. And in Northeast Philadelphia, I worked with Arab communities. There's a whole section where there are a lot of refugees, and they all live near each other. And the Middle Eastern families were really nice to me. They were hospitable. They would greet me at the door with orange juice. They would be grateful that I was coming to work with their child to make sure their children were on level. And they were, and they were documented. The majority of them were here legally. Again, I don't know. That's not a question on my page. I was just there to read with their kid or help them do some math. They were so grateful to be here. And they bought up storefronts that were being abandoned in that whole corridor. And now if you go there, you can get the most amazing food.
So it sounds like they were adding to the country.
They were doing jobs that Americans wouldn't, and they were living in places that no one wanted to live anymore. And it was really interesting to watch those communities change.
And let me ask you, if Trump wins, you mentioned the Arab American community, do you think that Biden, and obviously Harris is sticking with Biden on Gaza, do you think that would be one of the main reasons she lost? Because I saw in Michigan, they've lost a lot of support among young voters and obviously Arab American voters.
It's a sticky situation, and they're very upset, and it's understandably so. And I have Jewish in-laws, and they're incredibly kind people. And I have close friends who have lost family members that are Jewish, that have lost family members in that area. And I've taught with Palestinian teachers. Again, in the school that I worked at in North Philly, 3 teachers that I work with were Palestinian, and they were wonderful people. And I don't know. There's so much hurt on every side, and I understand. They've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. Some of them have lost the majority of their family, where there's only 1 or 2 members of their family left.
There's nothing even to go back to in Gaza.
There's nothing to go back to. I have no idea. But I have no idea how to solve that crisis. But, I think her not offering more did hurt her.
My last question to you, obviously this seems to be more of like a Democratic supporter, but, polls have shown 58% of Americans think there should be a third party. People are interested in more options. Do you feel like whatever the result is today, we seem to keep getting these choices that people call like lesser of two evils? Do you think there needs to be more organizing for, a third party? Maybe Jill Stein or whomever is not your thing, but do you think there should be more? You think there should be more organizing for independent parties so that we don't have this duopoly?
I don't know. How to organize political parties is not my wheelhouse. If you need me to go and help your kid read, I can do that. If you need me to,
would you like to see there be more choices? I should ask.
I would like there to be more choices. I would like to see less money spent on political ads. I would like a lot less of that in every way, because I see that all of that money and all of that work can be fueled into other parts of the economy, and we could really heal ourselves from the inside. But how to make that change? I don't know. I really think that they need to put it back to, they need to break up the super PACs. It needs to be back to just people, that businesses and corporations should not be able to control so much of this.
Yeah, they say that the election overall might have been $5 to $10 billion spent between both parties.
Yeah, imagine that used to buy back our farms from other countries.
Right now, 33% of Pennsylvania in. Harris is winning by 5 points, but still early, 33%.
Good. I don't know how she'll be as a president. I just don't want to see Trump again.
What's your name again?
Jen Scott.
Thanks so much for talking to me. I appreciate it. Yeah. So that's another. I mean, obviously, listen. I mean, I think this party we're at is a Democratic, local Democratic club party. So that's just how it ended up. We originally thought there would be more action by the convention center where things were happening in 2020. If you remember, there was MAGA on one side, Biden people on another side. I was kind of in the middle between both of them. but they actually moved the ballot counting away from the convention center because there were bomb threats at the convention center. There were people with, they found people with guns at the convention center. So, not in the convention center, down the block for the convention center. They had found somebody with, who drove up from Virginia with guns. So they wanted to move it as far away from the convention center as possible. So they ended up moving it where the main ballot counting is. They moved it up to about half hour north of Philly. So we drove there before this. It is like Fortress America. It is very, very difficult to get in. There's police everywhere. There's no supporters of either candidate near there. It's just police and press. So we said, all right, we'll just come to the brewery that's having a watch party. Happens to be a fairly Democratic party, a little behind-the-scenes intrigue. Apparently, I thought I was pretty respectful, but apparently someone I interviewed had a couple too many alcoholic beverages, doesn't like any criticism or even small, tepid questions about the Democratic Party. Kind of went nuclear on me for daring to ask a question, and then he went to complain to the manager who tried to kick me out. So before I interviewed that woman, whoever's running this party tried to kick me out. Hold on.
He walked by and gave the finger.
Did he? Fuck him. So what's interesting is, before I did this interview, whoever's running this party seemed like a nice guy, said, we're getting a lot of complaints about you. A lot of complaints means the one drunk guy. Nobody else was complaining because I did 2 interviews before that guy and they were fine. There was no fist thrown. Perfectly pleasant. But apparently, this guy had one too many. It happens. So we're gonna. It is close to 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, the polls close in Nevada. Tina-Desiree Berg will be going live for us from Nevada soon. Nevada's another critical swing state, so we wanted to have me here in Pennsylvania, Tina in California, not California, Nevada. I don't know. I think it's too early to call anything. It seems that all the swing states are incredibly close and too early to call. I'm getting texts from people in my life asking me. I have no idea. I really don't know. I'm just at a bar in Philly with some drunk people causing mischief. Tell me in the chat, did I deserve to be verbally assaulted and have the finger at me? I thought I was pleasant. I really did. Anyway, let me check something before we go back to Ron. All right. Colin, let me know if I have any super chats or anything I should read before I go back to Ron. All right. We could go back to Ron while we kind of surf around here. Oh, super chats. And smash the like button. Please, please sign up as a paying member if you can. This reporting on the ground is incredibly expensive. It is certainly not the Bernie Woodstock of 2016 here. We're in the vote blue no matter who country, for better or worse. Thank you, Thomas, signed up as a Status Coup member. Thank you, Lucas, signed up as a Status Coup member. Thank you, Nancy. You signed the form but haven't finished payment yet, Nancy. You show up red, which means you started to sign up but haven't paid. So please finish that up. Thank you, Robert, signed up as a Status Coup member. Jennifer, Connie, Glenda, Scott, and Devin. So a couple new members while we've been live. Super chats. Kevin, $5. Numbers on Yahoo Map looking at a deadlock. What Trump will get won't make 270. All right. Half-Life, $20. Best and fairest coverage of the election. Sharing and streaming. Love the lady being interviewed. Fantastic interview. I thought she was great. Jimmy, $2.99. And I said to John, if that fucking drunk guy assaults me, a drunk guy who, by the way, said, you're not going to get me to say anything negative about the Democratic Party in Philadelphia, you better get it on camera. If he assaults me, I want it on camera. Not for the police, for the views. I want it for the views. Anyway, so we'll see what happens, but still too early to call. Pennsylvania, Harris is up by 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 5 points, but it's very early still. Only, no, that's, hold on. Oh, that's just the county. Let me check here. So Pennsylvania, yeah, it's much closer now. 39% of the vote in. Harris is up by 1 point in Pennsylvania, 50% to 49%. Let me look at Michigan here. I'm looking at the New York Times website, by the way, if you were wondering. Michigan, 13% of the vote. Harris is up 53 to 45. So still very early. Only 13% of the vote, but she's Wisconsin. God, it's really hard doing this on my phone. Hold on. Wisconsin is tied, 49-49, with 34% of the vote. I think it's going to be incredibly close. And whatever side you're on, if you're a Democrat right now or want Harris to win and you're feeling kind of anxious because things look like it's going Trump ways, I would just wait. Remember, in 2020, Trump took a commanding lead at first. He took a very, very big lead at first, and Biden came back. So you're going to have to wait a lot longer. And we also know Milwaukee had an incident. It wasn't fraud, but they had an incident with some of the ballots. So they have to recount hundreds of thousands. I think it was 30 or 40,000 ballots they have to recount in Milwaukee. So that's going to take till like 2, 3 in the morning. So buckle up. You're not going to have a result for a while. I don't really care what the betting markets say. And I don't care. Somebody said me, the New York Times just moved their needle towards Trump. The New York Times in 2016 had it at 99% Hillary Clinton's going to win. Let me repeat. The New York Times in 2016 had it 99% Hillary Clinton was going to win. So don't listen to those schmucks. All right, Colin, I think we could go back to Ron for a little bit. Yeah, let's go back to Ron.
What's up, everybody? All right, so there you go. Jordan just gave you all an update on the swing states, and yeah, that all still stands. Things are too close to call. Smash the like button, smash it. I had something I wanted to share with y'all. Here, let me go ahead and pull it up here. So this is something from the New York Post. I'm just kind of reading off my phone, but here's something that could be a needle pusher in Pennsylvania: Amish turnout. So it turns out that turnout of the Amish, a lot of Amish people live in central Pennsylvania. I used to travel around there a lot because I'm from Pittsburgh originally, and I spent a couple years as a road comic being based out of Pittsburgh. And it was pretty wild whenever you would see their buggies in the dark. One time it really freaked me out. I didn't know what it was because they have a bunch of reflectors on their buggies like you do. And I was driving and it was late at night and I see this thing that it looks like a floating spaceship coming towards me. And I slowed down. I got really freaked out and I was just like, what is that? I was like, I'm in rural Pennsylvania. It's late at night. Is this a UFO? And then it got a little bit closer, and there was a guy with a horse. He waved at me, and I was like, "Oh, that's a buggy with the reflectors on it." But anyway, they are turning out to vote. They're voting Republican, and the reason they're voting Republican isn't necessarily because they love Trump. The reason they're voting Republican is because they're saying that Republicans are for less government, and they're upset over the crackdown on raw milk that's happened. Now, I don't mean this in a condescending way at all. I'm just being totally real. I wonder if they are or aren't aware about the the flu breakout, the swine flu breakout that's going on that has affected some of our dairy supply, and is looking like it could be pretty. I mean, we're in a lot of trouble if that thing can go human to human. It's been found in some dairy. It's in some cattle. It's been found in some pigs. And I think there's been about 16 or so human cases in a couple states. So that's the reason for the crackdown. And I guess the Amish is upset about that. So now they're voting Republican. I thought that was kind of interesting. I think we are going to go now to an interview with Tina-Desiree Berg. Are we going to go to the interview now, Colin, or shortly after, or what's the game plan there?
Let me check with Jordan. It depends how quickly Jordan wants to come back here. So give me just a minute.
Okay. All right. So we might be going to an interview soon. Tina's event starts at 8 p.m. Pacific time. So 11 p.m., which, by the way, shout out to my East Coasters. It is getting to the midnight hour, if you will. Not literally, it's not midnight yet, but it's 10 p.m. where you're at. Make yourself do something nice for yourself. Seriously, not on the West Coast. Don't do anything nice for. No, I'm just kidding. Wherever you're at, do something nice for yourself. Have a drink, maybe of the adult persuasion, if that's your thing. Have a little treat. I actually had a lovely frozen coconut bar myself, and I'm gonna have a nice sandwich here in a bit from one of my favorite Italian delis in the neighborhood. And Lucy is a little bit late for her brush and treat, so whenever I'm off here, I'm gonna give Lucy her brush and treat. If you're curious what that is, I brush her and then I give her a treat for the privilege of brushing her. Colin, what's up? Colin, you there? You muted?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
That's just my headset. We'll throw it to Tina. Actually interviewed the Muslim caucus there in Nevada, and so we'll actually play this interview, and then shortly after that, Jordan will be back in interviewing people in Pennsylvania there as well.
There you have it, folks. Jordan's still not kicked out of the bar. He's still in that bar. And we got an interview that Tina-Desiree Berg did on the ground in Nevada. Again, before I sign out here, just a friendly reminder, Status Coup is the only independent outlet doing this kind of thing. We're on the ground in 3 different places, technically. I mean, if you count me here in California. But Johnny F. and Jordan are on the ground in Pennsylvania. Tina is in Nevada. Please support what we're doing. Go to statuscoup.com/join. For just $5 a month, you can support on-the-ground independent journalism. Keep in mind, Status Coup is the only outlet in the world to cover the UAW strike in its entirety every single day. We were there. We covered over 100 Palestinian protests since October 7th. We covered Flint tirelessly, and that's why Jordan now has a book out on Flint. There's a documentary out now on Flint. Covered the water crisis in West Virginia. Covered the chemical spill in East Palestine at a level that nobody else did. So please, y'all, if you are able, support what's going on here at Status Coup, filling in the void that is left by a true failure in corporate journalism in the United States. We don't have the media structure to support what's really going on, so we got to do it ourselves. This is a true DIY punk rock outfit here. That's why I like it here. So please, if you are able, statuscoup.com/join. Your contribution goes a long way in keeping independent journalism alive. All right, let's hear an interview from Tina-Desiree Berg.
Hi, I'm Tina-Desiree Berg, and we are continuing our swing state coverage on Election Day. I am in Las Vegas, Nevada. I have with me here today Mustafa and Farah, who are with the Muslim Caucus for the Democratic Party here in Nevada. I wanted to first ask you about what year you got chartered. So the Muslim Caucus, my understanding, is a new caucus. So tell us a little bit about what year it started, how it started, all that kind of stuff.
Hi, I have no idea how it got chartered because I was just put into that position, but I remember in 2022, State Party Chair Judith Whitmer, along with the second Vice Chair, Dr. Zafar Iqbal, was working towards that, and it was chartered in 2022, and it was a tough road for us to get chartered, but we are here. We're not going anywhere else.
Would you add anything to that?
No, I wouldn't add.
All right, so my question is how big then is the population of Muslim constituency here, not just in Vegas, but in the state?
I think just in Vegas is 20,000. There are a lot of transients who are moving from California, and it's every year we are growing. So everything is a little bit different. We have Republicans, we have Democrats, we have the Green Party voters, so we really don't know where we actually stand in most of the places.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. So one of the things that John Ralston, who is a local reporter, has Ralston Reports, his predictions are, I'd say, fairly accurate as far as what's going on with voting. One of the things he's been talking about on his blog is that early voting has been going to the GOP. As of yesterday, I think it was 43,000 votes higher. The assumption there, though, of course, is that all of those GOP votes are going towards Trump and not anybody else, and vice versa, because we don't have a magic 8 ball. We don't know what those vote tallies actually are. So these could be third-party votes being cast, for somebody else. But the intuition here is a little bit backwards because a lot of times people believe that the Democratic Party is always very good at mail-in balloting, early voting and whatnot. Has that flipped? I think there's a good chance that Kamala could make up those votes today. Maybe not. I don't know. What are your feelings on that? I'll start with you, Mustafa.
Well, I think that
it's okay. Are you making?
I'm sorry.
I make people nervous. Don't be nervous. All right. Think about what you want to say.
I think what's happening right now, especially with Muslim voters, is because with the Gaza and the foreign policy mess that's going on, and Kamala not making a statement she talks about hostages, she talks about the humanitarian crisis, but nothing. She's not come out really solid in the forefront to tell us this is what's happening. So I think a lot of Muslim voters I've spoken to are going to be voting for Trump.
Wow.
And they're voting for a Green Party, or some of them are not going to vote at all. For me right now, I voted for Kamala because I'm from the State Party, and I'm not really happy about it, but her mother's from India, I'm from India, so that's the only thing that I'm excited about. But apart from that, with the foreign policy issue, I think it's just been a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, many Muslims did vote for Green Party, for Jill Stein. And it's been very difficult for us at the caucus to get the Muslims to vote for Kamala and for the Democratic Party because of the foreign policy. It's become like a moral issue, so to speak. But we're still very enthusiastic. There are still a lot of Muslims that are voting Democrat. A lot of them are voting Republican as well, so it's very divided.
Yeah.
But we are enthusiastic.
Yeah, I think it can go any which way. I don't think we can necessarily rely on what's on the outside of that ballot, and there's no way for us to know what's going to happen until they actually start opening those up and counting the votes. I think this could be a multi-day process myself. Let's talk a little bit more about the foreign policy situation. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again right now. If Kamala loses this election, I think it will be because of Gaza. I was in Michigan covering the DNC there, and very robust protests. Each night you had at least 10,000 people marching, and a lot of these individuals in the protests were party delegates, were elected officials. So this was definitely not a lockstep viewpoint. But the unfortunate reality is, instead of kind of throwing some sort of charitable bone to her constituent there, she would ignore what they wanted. I think not allowing a Palestinian legislator to speak at the convention was a huge mistake, in my opinion. And so I would add to that, and I would like your thoughts on this. I think Nevada is really an important state for her to win because Michigan is going to be very tough for her now. You have the largest diaspora of Palestinian voters there in Michigan. And so that limits the swing state pool. So what are your thoughts on all that?
In Michigan, what people don't understand, it's just not the Muslims who are not voting for her, it's also the Christian Palestinians. And they're like the Jewish who are not Zionists, they're not going to be voting for her too. It's what's happening is even saying it's a genocide, you get harassed. And you're called anti-Semitic, because I've had that conversation with one of my local officials, and he said that I was anti-Semitic. And I said, when there's a foreign policy mess going on, people from the elected officials need to actually come to the forefront and speak to everybody. It's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy, but you have your family, a Palestinian. If you speak to a Palestinian, the 150, 200 members of the family have been killed. And you expect us to go vote for Kamala? And I'm not, even with Trump, nothing is going to really happen. It's just going to be a disaster. But I think what the state party, what Kamala didn't do was that she didn't really sit down and speak to them. Because it's always been like, oh, the Muslims are going to come and harass you, protest. Yeah, these are tough questions. You're elected by everybody. You have to answer that. It's just not going to be a whitewash where everything is going to be like, oh no, she's coming. She's just going to take pictures and photographs, and what the heck are we getting done? Nothing.
Right, and I think it's very difficult to get Muslims to vote when the party won't even sit down with Muslim leaders across the nation. It doesn't matter which state it is. I mean, but you're right. This is one of the states that's very important to the Democratic Party. So, I mean, I think that they really should have sat down at least and opened a conversation about foreign policy. It's a very, very sensitive topic. We have congregates of ours in different messages who've lost their whole family. So it's a sensitive topic, and then you have 2 days ago she said that she will end the war in Gaza.
Finally.
Right. two days before the election, and it's a difficult thing. So,
But this shouldn't be controversial, and I do think that people need to realize, like you're pointing out, that a big portion of Palestinian folks are actually Christian. They're not Muslim. And I would also add to this, there is a large swath of lefty Jews that do not support what's going on in Gaza, have been asking for a ceasefire. They also get shut down, especially if they're in the Democratic Party apparatus. So the question really becomes, I can say in my personal opinion, I know Trump won't be better on this issue than Kamala is, but that doesn't change the fact that there is an actual ongoing genocide right now. And the United States as a whole, the party line from both parties is that it's fine. And that's very disturbing. The difference for the Democrats, though, is that most of these voters are absolutely registered as Democrats. So for them, it is a loss. It is something that could spin the election in the wrong direction. And, Trump is sort of like using that, I think, to his advantage. Of course he is, right? So tough to say. Now, I wanted to go back and talk a little bit about where the Progressive Party is here right now in Las Vegas and Clark County in general. I was here covering the Bernie Sanders campaign back in 2019, and there was a very robust get out the vote operation going on, like tons and tons of volunteers, high energy. You could see that the state party was very much engaged in that. And now I come back and I see wow, there's no canvassers, there's no energy, there's very little state party apparatus. The get the vote out folks that I see are only union members. And I did talk to the union rep, and they told me that they are actually allowing their union members to go out and canvass, and they're getting paid their normal salaries doing so. So what happened between 2019 and now that this is what's going on? Why would the Nevada Democratic Party walk away from such an important swing state, or am I wrong in thinking that's what's happening?
No, I think what had happened in 2020 or 2022, it was the socialists who took over the state party. It was under the leadership of Judith Whitmer. The whole progressive caucus, the whole progressives were excited about it. And after the elections, unfortunately, Judith lost, and the establishment came into power. And what had happened was they were like, okay, we don't need the progressives. We can do it by ourselves. I think that's what happened. And I think, and unfortunately, the progressive movement, there's infighting and a lot of chaos going on. So I think it's just not there anymore. So people are not excited about anything. And even the candidates we have, it's tough for them to win because it's the establishment money versus no money.
Right.
So, and end of the day, in every election cycle, it's all about the dollar amount, how much you raise, and that's what it is. Even if it's a good candidate, look what happened to Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
So that's what it is, unfortunately.
I mean, I think that easily the progressive movement can easily come back because people are tired of establishment politics.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting old. The people are not satisfied.
Right.
You see the dissatisfaction everywhere.
Right.
So.
No, and I do think that's true. One of the things I've noticed in interviewing a lot of voters, and I have absolutely talked to GOP voters as well, they have the same sort of sentimental issues, or sentiments, I should say, about issues where there is income inequality on the table, where there is sort of civil libertarian ideals involved. There is a crossover, and I think Bernie Sanders knew that. I don't think this was something he did intentionally, like trying to make an appeal to right-wing voters. I just think a lot of them are fed up with the entire system as well. And they're like, hey, man, maybe Medicare for all isn't a bad idea, even though everybody keeps saying it's socialist, right? So I think there was a little bit of that going on. And then now, in response to what the Harris campaign is seeing, they're going out and they're basically saying, I'm going to put a Republican in my cabinet, even though I think all the Republicans are crazy. She's said a million times, the Republicans are all batshit crazy. They're garbage, right? But I'm going to put one of those crazy batshit garbage people in my cabinet. I don't know. To me, that just sounds kind of like, what? I mean, what do you think about that as a strategy?
I think, end of the day, all Americans, we all have the same problems. Economy right now, inflation, foreign policy, probably it's a backseat for a few of them, and Medicare, healthcare, all that stuff, unemployment, everything is, we all have the same problems. We are fed up with either party, and we don't have any other ways to go around it. So, you know, we can all be united in all our problems together in one, and I think that's what is needed right now.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what it's going to take. And what you said earlier, I mean, I think it fits establishment politics.
Right.
You know, and the peoples will need to stick together and get done what needs to get done. Yeah.
It's just the state parties, I mean, the DNC, RNC, they're the ones who I think are dividing the party. Mm-hmm. As Americans, we have our core values, what we stick to, and you know, and everybody's taking everybody for granted. That's what it is. If you're not the establishment child, you're going to be shoved across, and you're never going to come out ever. Even the candidate is really good. That's what is happening, unfortunately.
Well, that's sort of it, isn't it? Both parties are using this, have you seen the other guy's strategy? But also I want to make an appeal to you, if you've seen the other guy, that the sane ones in your party can come and join me. But I don't know necessarily that by saying they're talking about the issues that Americans really care about, right? So income inequality would be a big one. You hear neither party addressing that. You know, you have the neoliberals trying to make the claim that wages are historically at an all-time high. I'm like, they're not. I mean, if you want to cherry pick the COVID entry point, is the economy better under Biden than yes, of course it is. But what really needs to happen, if you want to have an actual conversation about that, you have to go back and look at historical wages from, like, you know, the late 1970s or so, and talk about how there's been regression there, because people feel it. They can't afford rent even though they have a full-time job, right? And that's a problem. So, and I don't think either party, when they say we're going to cross over and be bipartisan, the areas they agree on there are like immigration. Let's go send more border guards to rough immigrants up. That's, I mean, really? Is that where we're at in the country? Let me ask you this. I got off on a little tangent there. And what do you think, other than Gaza, what's going on in Palestine? Well, it's not just Gaza anymore, is it? You know, they're spreading into, obviously, Lebanon, the last southern Lebanon. You know, for folks that don't know the geography, the Golan Heights, that's occupied Syria. So these are all, you know, various countries that the Israelis have been occupying since 1967. Do you think, other than that, the biggest issues are economic, or are they other things?
I think I've spoken to a few of my friends. Inflation is really on top of their heads because right now Thanksgiving is coming. Sorry,
the grocery store will kill you.
Yes, you know, like, you know, when I used to go shopping at Sam's Club, you used to pay $50. It's just my husband and I. Now it's like $200. We're like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. Economy, inflation is really high. You know, whatever, and the foreign policy issues. I think that's, for Muslims, as a foreign policy, because their families are getting slaughtered, and we cannot even call it it's genocide.
Yeah, no, it is genocide.
So you know, so that's the sticking point, I think. And then the healthcare is a mess in this country. Yeah. Obamacare did pass, but my husband and I, we pay because we are small business owners, we pay $800 a month for the crappiest of crappiest insurance, but nobody talks about it.
Right.
Yeah, you've passed Obamacare. I understand it's helped a lot of people. What about small business owners like us? Do we have any fix to that?
No.
No. Do we have any say in any of that matter? No, we don't. We just have to go one by one, just listen to whatever they want to do, and then just run us over. That's about it.
Yeah, you have policies that do get swept under the rug a lot, right? These other bigger policies take over, like health insurance, right? Gun policies and education is the most important things. I mean, we don't have an educated society.
Right.
What do we have, right?
Well, that's by design, probably.
No, absolutely. I totally agree with you.
I'm just going to say that's by design, probably, and I don't disagree with that. So you mentioned the gun policy.
Right.
This is a very interesting topic, I think, because there are plenty of leftists I've talked to that are fine with guns, own guns. But traditionally, you have this idea that Democrats hate guns, Republicans love guns, and ne'er the two shall meet. I don't think that's true at all. Where does that reside inside the Muslim community here?
Well, I think that all Americans have the right to own guns, right? But nobody needs a fully automatic AK-47 or AR-15.
Right.
Like, you don't need that to hunt, if that's the case, or even to defend yourself, right? I mean, if you was to have even a semi-automatic pistol, you should be able to defend yourself fine, or a single-shot rifle, you should be able to hunt even better. That's the point of hunting, isn't it? So, I mean, it's not about taking away anybody's guns, right? No, because that's part of the Constitution. We're Americans. But it's about being responsible, right? And being able to own up to, all the shootings that have had, the mass shootings that's happened, and being as the government, being accountable to the people for all the, the atrocities that's happened. Here in Vegas, we had a humongous, situation with the mass shooting, right? So, it's about the accountability more than anything.
Right, and you would think most Republicans would be like, okay, yes, I understand that. Sensible gun laws make sense. We don't want mass shootings. But there are that fringe minority that are like, oh, hell no, no laws. We should be able to make ghost guns. But I mean, I think that is a small percentage of the population. But the problem is you have a very robust lobbyist group called the NRA that represents gun manufacturers. Let's be honest, that is not about gun laws or gun ownership that, control so much more legislation. Let me ask you this. The Muslim caucus, 2022, so relatively new. So let's assume that Kamala pulls it out tonight. She's the next president. How do you go about to start pressuring her to make change in the Middle East?
That's a good question. As such, in Muslim community, we are just not one ethnicity. We have Caucasians, we have blacks, we have Southeast Asians, we have Asians, so we are a diverse group. In that diverse groups, we have the rich business owners who are Republicans, and then in between there are Green Party voters and there are Democrats. At this point, I think is we, after the election, need to sit down and speak and see what the heck can we do. I think the best option for anybody is 2026. We have a lot of activists who are part of this Abandon Biden campaign and all that stuff. If these activists start running for elections, that's when the real change will happen. If not, then it's just going to be same BS over and over again, unfortunately.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree with Farah. I think that the people within the community should start running for office. And, I have the conversation with people in my own community from other parties, Biden Harris and whatnot. And, protests are necessary, but also being able to sit at the table is also necessary.
Yeah.
So I think that that's the best way to pressure Kamala, if she gets elected, into, opening up the conversations. Yeah.
I mean, indeed, and what is going on right now in Israel is not tenable. We can't continue down this road. Obviously, little children are not Hamas, even though they say this stuff. It's just a way to sell, the war to everybody in the country. But anybody with a brain can see, And, Gaza cannot continue to be what is literally an open-air prison. The fact that we are at this point isn't shocking to anyone that's paid attention to what's been going on there. So at some point, we as a country have to come to terms that this is just not tenable foreign policy. Any parting words?
I hope she's able to listen to all Americans if she's elected. I'm excited about her, but I hope she's able to fix this and stop the genocide, stop the killing of. It doesn't have to be Arabs, it doesn't have to be Muslims.
Right.
It's just humanity. That's what it's all about. And if she can do that,
That'd be great.
that would be great. But unfortunately, with Trump on the other side, if he wins, yesterday he had a rally in Michigan. He said all of a sudden he loves Muslims. I was like, I thought when the war started, you wanted to build Trump towers in Gaza seafront, and now
that's right.
Then Trump was the one who said Islam hates us, the Quran hates everybody. You just have to read, and now he loves Muslims. So I don't know. It's just with him, it's just difficult.
No, you never know where you're going to go with this guy. I mean, I also have to remind people that he actually started an illegal settlement in the Golan Heights. This is occupied Syria, called Trump Heights or something, if I remember. And he is responsible for moving the embassy into the occupied West Bank. So the idea that he's going to be any better in this issue is just absurd to me. That doesn't mean that Biden's okay on this issue. I don't know. For some reason, when you say that, people get wild on both sides. What are your parting thoughts?
So I'm personally not too excited about the elections on the federal level.
Yeah.
Especially, just standing in solidarity with my brothers and sisters in Gaza. But I am very excited about local politics. And I think that we should definitely come together. All the leaders in Las Vegas should come together and figure out solutions and how we can move on, do our own movement.
Yeah, coalition, local politics.
Right.
That is actually the best way to change the needle in any community. All politics are local at the end of the day. Thank you guys so much for speaking with us today on Election Day. We appreciate you taking the time out of your day, and we'll just have to see what happens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
What's up, everybody? Man, that guy was singing my tune at the end there. I love the man. Federal doesn't excite me much, but local politics, that's where it's at. Yeah, that is music to my ears, everybody. That is music to my ears. All right, some updates. Some things are going back and forth here. All right, so let's do a few big ones. So first of all, the New York Times has said there is a 78% chance for Donald Trump right now. Keep in mind, the New York Times also said in 2016 that Hillary Clinton had a 99% chance. And let's not forget how stellar they were about Iraq. So take that with a grain of salt or two, but that is what they're saying right now. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is up by 3 and 54% is in. So Pennsylvania could be going red. Still too early to say, though. Virginia, neck and neck. Kamala Harris up by about a point. Michigan, neck and neck. Kamala Harris is up by about a point. Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris. New Mexico, Donald Trump is up by about a point. It is neck and neck. Arizona, it is pretty much a 0.2 difference. It is neck and neck. 51% is in. It is leaning a bit to the red, but again, it is 0.2%. So still a bit early to call there. Minnesota, Donald Trump is up by a commanding lead. That's likely not going to stand. That's only with 3% in. Iowa, that blue margin has evaporated in Iowa. It is now looking pretty heavy in Trump's favor. Iowa will likely go red. I know some people were saying there could be something wild out of Iowa. It was looking like there might be something head turning for a bit, but I don't think that's going to stand. Wisconsin, 0.3% difference in Trump's favor. Trump is up by a little bit in Wisconsin. That's with 48% in, but that still is kind of anybody's contest there. North Carolina, little bit of a margin for Trump, about a 3% difference in Trump's favor with about 83% reported. So I have a feeling sooner than later they're going to call North Carolina, and that's probably going to go to Trump. Georgia is about 3% in Trump's favor with 86% in. So I have a feeling the entire South is going to go to Donald Trump. Below the Mason-Dixon line, we're going to see Trump. Tennessee, obviously red. North Carolina, lean in red. South Carolina called for Trump. Georgia, lean in red. And the rest of those states called for Trump. Colin, what is up, my friend? Colin, did you just ghost the stream?
This headset, man. Jordan is ready to go.
All right.
Let me just give him a call, make sure he's still good.
All right, everybody. We're going to go back to Jordan Chariton, who has not gotten kicked out of the bar. Shout out to, it looks like where I'm looking, we got 206 people watching. Smash the like button. Tell your friends. Come on. This is infinitely better than cable news. You can hang out with us. We got a cool thing going here. Have an adult beverage. Have a toast. Like these streams. Share these streams. Leave a super chat. We'll get to everybody. And, you know, kind of scroll in the chat here as we make sure that Jordan is safe in Philadelphia, that Jordan has not gotten thrown out of the bar in Philadelphia and is, in fact, talking to more people. And we're going to be going to Tina live soon. Tina is in Nevada, which, as you know, is another intense battleground state. And guys, as we're trying to get Jordan on the horn, I will remind everybody, for anyone in Los Angeles, I got a show December 15th that I'm real excited about. It's going to be a night of stand-up comedy. And at the end, or rather throughout the night, we're going to be doing part 1 of a play I'm producing called Termination Fee that is a scathing commentary on the American healthcare system. So if anyone's in Los Angeles, please grab tickets now, ronplacone.com.
Hey, it's Jordan. We're still in Philadelphia here. I'm with Mike. Born and bred in Philadelphia. I should tell you, take it for what you want. The New York Times currently has their needle at 82% towards Trump. However, they also had their needle at 99% for Hillary in 2016. So I don't know if I necessarily trust the New York Times. Right now, it's still too close to call in all of the swing states. I believe they're about to call Georgia for Trump, but the other swing states they haven't called yet. And we were just talking, you basically think everything going on right now is theater, and we're not going to actually know the actual result till
maybe Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday night, Thursday at the latest. Look, all of this that we're dealing with right now is just designed to make us keep watching TV. Yes, Trump is up, Kamala's up, but we're not going to know who wins. And that's really the whole point. Who has 270 electoral votes? We're not going to know that for a day, 2 days, who knows. But in the end, it's important that we all go through this process. It's just that the theatrics of it just gets annoying. And I'm 52 years old, so I've been through this since I was 18. I can't do math right now, but like for a long time.
Why do you think it's so close with someone who, tried to overturn the election results, has said despicable things, been accused of assault by 20 women? I could go down the list with Trump. Why do you think it's even this close to begin with?
Well, that kind of goes to my point. I don't think it is close. I think that it's going to be more than what we think. Either he wins by a lot or she wins by a lot. I just think that the whole it's close is part of this theater.
Let me ask you, if he wins by a lot, why do you think he would have won by a lot? Considering, I don't think the economy was spectacular under him.
I spoke a little bit, yeah. I don't think maybe he wins by a lot, but maybe he wins. But I just think that the whole, oh my God, she's up, oh my God, he's up. That's part of making us keep watching the TV.
Me and my cameraman were talking, it's like a sporting event.
Yeah, exactly. It's like betting. There's betting pools. There's all sorts of wagers. We're not going to know anything. Imagine if the Kentucky Derby was a 3-day affair. The horses start on Monday, but we're not going to know who wins until Thursday. That's what this is right now. It's a horse race over a bunch of days because there's millions upon millions of votes to be tallied. Now, yes, some counties, some municipalities are going to do it really quick. Others, like Pennsylvania, are going to do it not so quick. So we just all need to just sit back, have a drink, relax, and just wait for the results.
So you said you were born and bred here in Philly. All the experts say Pennsylvania is ground zero. Whoever wins Pennsylvania, they say, will win the election. I have heard from people between Philly and Pittsburgh, it's like Alabama.
We call it Pennsylvania here.
Pennsylvania. So why does Pennsylvania seem to be such a bellwether, and why Hillary lost 2016, Biden lost 2020? I don't know who's going to win tonight, but why such a swing state here?
Well, one, the number of electoral votes that we have to offer to whoever gets them, that's huge. I will admit that I don't know that exact number right
19.
now. Thank you very much. But 19 votes is a lot. Two,
I think the Electoral College is horrible, by the way. We should have a popular vote. Everyone's saying democracy is on the line. How do you have a democracy if the person who wins the most votes doesn't always win?
funny segue. Popular vote would be great, but there are issues with that because there are states that have more populations than other states. So, it's important to really be fair.
Well, no. It's not called the proportional states of America. It's called the United States.
True, but when it comes to the popular vote, it is proportional to the population within each state. So we need to analyze that. I support that, but I don't want to just throw out something that at least gives some semblance of some level of fairness.
I think there's three major problems. Number one, I think this election will have, when it's all said and done, approximately $10 billion spent.
Easy.
That's disgusting on both sides, and both parties are getting flooded with money. Number two, I don't think it's good if basically an election for president is concentrated in 7 states.
True.
I mean, I think candidates should I think it gives voters more leverage if they have to go everywhere.
Well, when you say it's concentrated in 7 states, because those 7 states are the most populous states in the United States, the most electoral votes. But I think in 2024, or even just in the 21st century,
no, I'm talking about the swing states. They're not the most populated states. They just happen to be the swing states.
You are right.
So basically, these candidates, they just focus on 6 or 7 states rather than the whole country.
It's the most population, the most electoral votes. Yeah, they are focused on a few states, but in 2024, in the 21st century, I think the electoral system doesn't really work as much as it used to because everyone can see anyone, anything, anytime. So if you really want to learn about your candidate, well, go online, go on TV. I tried to see my candidate, and it was so crowded that I could not see her. That was yesterday. So
at the big Oprah.
I get it. They're everyone wants to feel like they're a direct part of our system, but there's over 300 million of us, and there's only 2 candidates, and there's 50 states.
Well, technically, there's more than 2 candidates, but the media doesn't cover the.
True, but unfortunately, we are essentially a 2-party system.
Let me ask you: is Kamala your candidate because you're inspired by Kamala, or you just want to stop Trump? Because some people just want to get Trump out and I'll take a ham sandwich.
All right. One, thank you for saying her name correctly, because as a black person who have family members with not American names, it's important that, say my fucking name right. I'm sorry about the language, but say my name right. Okay? 2, I support... Great question, because I'm really trying to think about it in real time. So I'll be honest. As far as supporting Kamala, I do support her to a degree. We don't see everything eye to eye, but I don't want to agree with my candidate completely because I am myself. Other people, my friends who are over there, feel differently about me. So maybe they feel differently about the candidate. So I just want to make sure that the candidate, in this case Kamala, for the most part, follows my general ideology, but...
You want to get rid of Trump?
I do want to get rid of Trump. I mean, that's basically, yeah.
See, to me, I think a lot of people on the Democratic side are under a false notion that if you get rid of Trump, you get rid of Trumpism. Because I think the genie's out of the bottle. My cameraman is the one that got that footage on January 6th of the cop's head rammed in the door.
I mean, it might not
Thank
be.
you for that.
Yeah, it might not. Damn near broke his ribs. I mean, you got Vance.
I think I watched your footage, so thank you for that.
You got Vance. You got DeSantis. You got all these people. And on the other end, if Kamala wins, I fear that the Democratic Party is going to get the wrong message, which is let's cater to Liz Cheney and these Republican types, which I don't want to. Democratic Party has already moved right enough, in my opinion. Your thoughts?
Wow. Thank you for being in my head. So yeah, like I am very worried that we've been caught up with this, the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. Like, fuck the Cheneys. Okay? Like,
when I saw Whoopi Goldberg, I don't know if you saw Liz Cheney was on The View, and Whoopi was like, I would love it if she named you Attorney General. I wanted to vomit.
If I would have saw that, I would have vomited. Look, I get it. We're all aligned against a common enemy, but I remember who you are. I remember your dad, okay? Your dad was part of the reason why we're here. So, like, hey, thank you for coming to Jesus or flying spaghetti monster if that's how you roll, but fuck you, okay? So, like, as far as, like, what this election will kind of end up no matter where it is, so if Trump wins, it's just going to be a shit show. Project 2025, it's not a cliche because he just wants to stay out of jail. That's it. That's the only reason why he's running for president is to stay out of jail. So if he were to win, bye-bye $500 million to New York, bye-bye $100 million to E. Jean Carroll, and bye-bye Jack Smith. Everything. Because no one's going to do that to a sitting president. So once he's like, okay, fine, I'm not going to jail, well, he's then going to outsource everything else to someone else. In this case, the Heritage Foundation. Because he outsources.
Might actually be worse than the Heritage Foundation. There's rumors that he's going to make Stephen Miller his chief of staff.
Mr. Jewish Nazi? Sure. Okay, I get it. But my point is, it's going to be pretty bad because he does not care to be our president. So look, in 2016, he became our president. I hated it. A lot of us hated it. But he won. Not the majority of us hated it. Because he won. But guess what? I'm a goddamn American citizen, so I'm going to support my president. Until you go batshit crazy. And then you lost me. So now he lost, thankfully, and now he's coming up again. You're batshit crazy, so I don't support you. So if he were to win, it will be batshit crazy. So going to your other part of your question, if the Democrats win, it won't be batshit crazy. It will be just, it will kind of suck.
Status quo.
Not even status quo. New status quo. Because, yeah, it's like brunch liberals and not racist conservatives who also like brunch. They talk to each other. They don't talk to me. Like, look, I'm high net worth individual. Like, I make a lot of money, okay? I do a shit ton of work for the government, for private industry, but they don't really work for me. They don't, because, like, I'm also a black person in America. It's very important. That's the most important thing to me is that I'm a black man in America. So one, Trump wants to see me killed. Maybe not directly, but indirectly. He doesn't care that I were to die, so I don't support him.
Not that you speak for all black men, but I'm curious. What do you think about this? Because I saw in Michigan when we were there. I even saw it today. I mean, there are more black men pivoting to Trump. Your thought?
No black men who supported Trump. I'm an atheist, but I'll pray for them. Look, I'm not going to dive into that because I'm not a psychologist. I'm a computer nerd. But
I'm not a psychologist either, but I will tell you, not just black voters, all voters. I was very surprised when I went to Michigan. We went to a National Action Network rally, Al Sharpton's group. I could have sworn all the women there were going to be huge Kamala people. And I interviewed two nice ladies, both African American, and they were considering Trump. Not because they were necessarily turned off by Harris, but they were turned off by, they were just fed up with the Democratic Party. The gentrification in Detroit, tax scams, all this. And I think you're seeing that, not almost like a protest vote, some people going to Trump.
It is a protest vote, but wrong time, wrong hill to die on. Look, yeah, the Democratic Party sucks, but they're not fascists, okay? They did not write an op-ed calling for the killing of innocent black men.
Central Park.
That I am one of, a black man. So, like, I can't...
I'll note, younger black men I interviewed didn't know about that.
Nothing about that, I know, because it was in the 90s, before they were born. And that's the thing. A lot of us are forgetting history because history is being re-spoken, retold, rejiggered, retweaked by assholes who don't want us to know the past. Like 4 years ago, this guy almost let us all die. He's a billionaire, sort of, and he doesn't care about us. So, you know,
I want to zero in on that for a second, though. A lot of people forget this. Whatever you think of COVID, because everyone has a different feeling, the audio showed that Trump knew it was worse than he told the public. There was audio of him in a conversation with journalist Bob Woodward where he said, yeah, this is not the cold. This could kill you. This could kill you. And he went public saying it's nothing. I'm not saying COVID wouldn't have spread, but if you had a competent leader who was paying attention right from the beginning to the science, you never know. It could have been a little bit better. Anyway.
Look, even if it was like the common cold, that was just like affecting like 2/3 of the population, take it seriously. Here's the thing. So when I went to vote today, and I told the story to my friends, it was hilarious. I actually interacted with 2 Trump supporters. They were old. They were basically just like, hey, sit here and just hand out flyers. But I wanted to challenge them. And I was like, hey, I haven't voted yet, but I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Elevator pitch me. Make me vote for your candidate. Convince me. They were not able to do it. The funniest and worst part, unfortunately, is when one guy failed and I went to the other guy. He was like, well, do you remember 9/11? I was like, yes, I remember 23 years ago. What's your point? Well, Trump killed Osama bin Laden. He said that to me today, earlier today, 9 o'clock this morning. Osama bin Laden was killed by Trump. And the whole...
Did you hear that on Joe Rogan or something?
I didn't even go that far. The whole block stopped because people were still trying to go to vote. They all stopped and turned around and said, what? And I said, sir, former President Barack Hussein Obama killed Osama bin Laden, not Trump. And he was like, wait, really? And that's what we're working against. So, like, overall, just to kind of, like, really pull it into, like, one succinct position that I am, this election is smart people, cultists. People who I don't like, but I sort of kind of respect because for the most part they say the right thing and it's based on facts and current positions and, you know, what my little brain can process versus fucking idiots who think that Trump killed Osama bin Laden. And the media is not helping them understand that. So, like, with my overpaid big boy brain trying to process that, I have to do what I have to do in order to try to do what I need to do to make this shithole country slightly less of a shithole country.
Now, let me ask you, because what I find interesting, I mean, I've interviewed people tonight that are vote blue no matter who and hardcore Dems.
They're great.
And then I've interviewed people like you who acknowledge the truth. They're all corrupt and the Democrats suck too. Do we need, after all this, whether Trump wins or loses, I mean, polls show 58% of Americans want a third party. More people are open to a third party, yet the media will not cover other candidates. When they do cover other candidates, they generally shit on them or call them Russian assets or whatever.
It's like disingenuous.
Right. Or not credible candidates. Right. Other countries have third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties. Isn't part of the problem that we continually have this lesser of two evils when... So shouldn't we then have people here taking off their red hats and blue hats and trying to figure out a way to have, it doesn't matter if it's Jill Stein or whatever it is, other options in a democracy?
Well, first off, not Jill Stein. because I don't think she's serious. I just think that she's a power grabber. Like, AOC said it perfectly. If you show up only every 4 years, you're not serious. I've never seen Jill Stein except on the presidential ticket. So where were...
In fairness, they have to run for president or they lose their ballot.
I get it, but I've never seen the Green Party or whatever party she associates herself with knock on my door. Send me a mailer. Email me. Text me. Call me. All the shit that I will definitely ignore, but at least try. So, like, that's one. Two...
Most of their candidates that were elected have been on the local level. I get your point.
Never talk to them. Two, yes. That's the only poll that I personally feel is accurate. America is ready for someone other than asshole, slightly less asshole. Okay, because...
I say it's a choice between, do you want to get shot in the forehead and die right away, or be slowly poisoned?
Dark. Very dark, but I get your analogy. Yeah, like I've traveled to other countries, and I've seen other government systems, and they're not perfect. We're not perfect. There is nothing perfect. But what we're doing right now is just, after 52-year-old, after 48, after 14 years, 24 years of voting, this is just not really working for me. It kind of sucks. You know, but until we get something different, until we as like a consensus change it, is what we have. So like, I'm just going to do my best to stay on the right side of history and the right side of what's right.
My last question for you. I mean, I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be known tonight. I think Trump's going to come out tonight. To be clear, I think Trump's going to come out and declare victory. But assuming he wins, where do you go from here? Because my fear, if he wins, in addition to a lot of terrible things he wants to do, I think the issues that I really care about, like universal health care, free education, saving the planet, which is burning, are all going to kind of be buried, because it's just going to be like Resistance 2.0, and the entire focus will be on everything Trump's doing, so there won't be a lot of organizing for like more leftist issues. Where do you think things go if he wins?
But once again, if Trump wins, he's handing off the presidency to a third party. So like all those...
What do you mean by that?
Well, like I said, the Heritage Foundation, Project 2025. So there's going to be someone else other than Trump running this country, because he does not want to... He wants to be president, but he doesn't want to do the duties of the president. He just wants to pay off his lawyers and stay out of jail and hang out at Mar-a-Lago and hang out with dictators and fascists, whatever. I think that... Great, I lost my train of thought. Ask your question one more time.
What's the reaction if Trump wins? What do you do?
Okay, yeah. So I just think that there's going to be no oxygen for any resistance. As far as like resistance for like those platitudes, those ideologies, like abortion rights and saving the planet and climate change, because he's against it. And now he's going to have a whole army of political appointees who are going to fight against it. So now the only thing we will have left is vote him out of office. Well, he can't run again in 2028, but...
Well, you think he can. He has joked about...
But until they actually destroy the Constitution in 2028, that would be his last year of presidency. And then we just need to make sure that the right person's in place, and also the right people are surrounding that person to put that person in place. So, like, yeah, it's worst case scenario, and, like, it's still going on. We're not going to find out for another day and a half to 2 days. So who knows? You might be right. I might be right. We all might be wrong. But, like, I just try not to think about that, but I do think about that because I'm a big boy, and, like, I understand that shit.
My last question. Have you ever watched Westworld?
I watched the first season.
You look like the guy from Westworld. Anyone ever said?
It's that Jeremy Rush, and I'm not that guy. Okay. No.
You're like his doppelganger.
Mike motherfucking Panic, okay? Yeah, DJ extraordinaire from Philadelphia. Okay. 611 Records, man.
Thanks for talking to me. I appreciate it. Absolutely.
Yo, take care.
Love it. Wait, Mike. Wait.
You're
motherfucking Panic.
Mike motherfucking Panic. All right. That's more like it, Philly. See, we come in peace. All right. Let's see where we're at. We're going to be going to Tina soon in Las Vegas. She'll be live. Let's see. Hold on. New York Times presidential forecasts. Again, this is the New York Times. They were dead wrong about Hillary, so take it for what you want. They say Michigan lean Trump +3. Woo! Wisconsin lean Trump over 1 point. Pennsylvania toss up, but +2 Trump. So right now the New York Times is leaning to Trump in all 3 of the Great Lakes states. Take it for what you want. I will note, I don't know if it changed. Let me see. Well, if he wins, you're going to be very busy. We might have to crowdfund for your camper. Your camper. John wants to buy a mobile camper to drive around the country, so you could just drive around from January 6th to January 6th. I'm not coming, by the way. No. Hold on. Looks like Bernie Moreno has won the United States Senate election in Ohio, defeating Sherrod Brown, longtime Democratic senator, who, by the way, sold out the poisoned people of East Palestine, Ohio. So good riddance, Sherrod Brown. The Republican beat Sherrod Brown. And why I think this is important, this is on a lower level, but the fact that a Republican defeated several-time incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown, who had won re-election in Ohio several times. I don't want to call it a red wave, but it does show increased turnout among Republicans in Ohio if Sherrod Brown lost. So generally, if you start seeing upsets or Republican overperformance in certain Midwest states, even though Ohio is not a swing state anymore and it goes red, there's usually a ripple effect from there. Obviously, there would be increased turnout if Sherrod Brown if Moreno beat Sherrod Brown, which he did. So I believe Tester in Montana is also expected to lose. He might have already lost and I just didn't see it. So that could indicate, I'm not saying a red wave, but bigger numbers for Republicans and then bigger numbers for Trump. So we'll see. Let me call Colin here, see what's going on. What's the situation? I thought Tina was ready at 11. Okay, because it's... Oh, you're thinking 11 Central? Because it's 11 Eastern now. She should be ready to go live now. Yeah, I'm talking to Colin. It's okay. You there? This is the behind the scenes. Hello? Hello? I don't fucking know. All right. Let me read what I'm seeing here. Hello. Okay. All right, I'm going to keep talking for a while, and then I'll switch to Ron, so I'll let you know when we're ready to switch to Ron. If there's any more super chats or anything, send it to me. All right. So I guess whatever event Tina's doing in Las Vegas, she'll be going into it shortly. So I am going to continue to bullshit you for a little longer, and then we'll go back to Ron, our anchor man in studio, and then go to Tina. I don't want to miss anything here. All right. I'm just looking for something in particular. All right, so Kamala Harris's campaign manager a couple minutes ago sent a memo to staff. Quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, meaning Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, meaning Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And we feel good about what we're seeing. They say in Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, where we are right now, and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County. Bucks County is a little bit outside of Philadelphia. They say it's the biggest swing county in Pennsylvania. We don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places and do know they're cheering because Harris won California, not exactly breaking news. We expect to see higher turnout in Philadelphia than in 2020. Outside of Philadelphia, we have limited data on turnout and support right now, but what we do have is tracking with our expectations. We are waiting more results like everyone else. In Michigan, we are waiting a significant amount of votes to come in. The city of Detroit won't be reported out until roughly midnight, but we have seen strong turnout throughout early vote and election day there. Other results in Michigan are harder to parse since results are coming in more piecemeal than elsewhere. In Wisconsin, we know there is a significant amount of votes remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in those counties where we have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. So, I could also point out the New York Times currently has Trump, their needle of who's going to win at Trump 82%. However, the New York Times in 2016 gave Clinton an 80% chance of winning early on in election night. They gave Trump an 80% chance of winning early on in election night 2020. So they were wrong in 2016 and they were wrong in 2020. Fuck the New York Times. So that's that. And if you're coming to this late, by the way, we have been harassed and nearly kicked out of this bar, even though I've been the nicest independent journalist in America tonight. I have not gone hardcore on these vote blue no matter who Kamala people. I was very pleasant. I was very nice. And one guy had a couple too many beers and went ballistic because I dared to ask him, why is it so close? Maybe the Democratic Party, isn't doing what they're supposed to be doing. If it's so close, guy went fucking nuts. And then he was going around tattling to the manager, trying to get us thrown out. He got in my shot and gave me the finger. Fuck him. Anyway, let's see what's going on. Now, John, the question remains. You're a veteran of Stop the Steal. What happened?
When you say it like that, you mean like I'm part of the movement.
No, you're not part of the movement. You're a veteran of covering it. Now, if right now it looks like Trump's going to win based on what everyone's saying, so this then excites the Trump people. So right now, if the New York Times says Trump winning at 82%, and a lot of the reporting I'm seeing is everything's moving towards Trump, if Harris comes back and wins narrowly, I don't think the Trump people are going to accept it simply. Come on over. Tell me your expectations.
They were already planning the
Look into the camera, John.
the next stop to see. I want to look into the camera. I better look at you and talk to you.
What do you think is going to happen? Because they're going to say it was going to Trump, and then the deep state came in and rigged it. What are your expectations? Because right now, everything I'm seeing is things are moving towards Trump. How do you think his people will respond if Kamala comes back?
They'll be out in the street protesting tomorrow. That's how it will start. They'll start organizing. It's already set in motion. It's just got to come out in the open.
So maybe instead of January 5th, they'll surprise us with New Year's Eve, storming something.
I think there's going to be not one event, but multiple events that lead up to wherever this shit is going to go.
By the way, I should tell you, we were in the car driving here. Alex Jones is off his rocker, man. Alex Jones, President Trump just tweeted that they're cheating, and the law enforcement is coming, and they're rigging it. And he basically said they're eating dogs, they're eating cats. It's all stolen. So I think you're seeing the same things you saw in 2020, only turbocharged. I don't know. I mean, Trump might very well win fair and square. But I will tell you, remember in 2020, I do, it looked like Trump was going to win early on in the night. And then Biden came back because of the mail-in ballots. Right now, it does look like Trump's going to win. But there's a lot of votes left to count. Milwaukee in particular, if we're talking Wisconsin, Milwaukee is going to be going probably till 3, 4 in the morning because they had some snafu. It wasn't election fraud. They had some snafu. Now they have to recount tens of thousands of votes. So they're going to go till late in the morning. I think Detroit, from what we know, isn't going to have full results till midnight. So I don't think we're going to know the results. I actually agree with that guy, Mike. What did he say? Mike fucking something he called himself? I don't think we're going to have results till maybe tomorrow afternoon. It could go even longer than that, which is going to turn MAGA nuts. But also blue MAGA might go nuts too. So the hardcore limousine liberals might go nuts too and think something is awry. Am I missing something? You're smiling.
I'm just looking at seeing what everybody's saying about it.
Okay. Reminder, smash that like button, share this live stream. Please, if you're not yet a Status Coup member, please consider signing up. StatusCoup.com/join. No, don't consider. Sign up. StatusCoup.com/join. Thank you very much. Half-Life Wife, $100 super chat. Thank you so much. He left a quote. Half-Life Wife left a quote. To build may have to be the slow and laborious task of years. To destroy can be the thoughtless act of a single day. Winston Churchill. I'm not a big Churchill fan, happen to be a big racist, but I appreciate the $100. Carrie tipped $50 on Rockfin, said we voted for Jill Stein. I did too. Oh, we have a cat here. We have a black cat. So the faces on MSNBC are looking a little somber. Never a good sign for the Democrats, but we'll see. And by the way, this is a pretty hardcore Democrat bar tonight. There are definitely Kamala people here. We didn't plan it that way. I thought there was going to be people outside the Philadelphia Convention Center like in 2020. I didn't have time. Listen, I'm busy. I didn't have time to do the research. I didn't know that they changed where they count the ballots to a half hour north of Philadelphia. The reason they did that is because Trump in 2020 stoked this ridiculous nonsense, false election fraud bullshit. So there were bomb threats at the Philadelphia Convention Center in 2020. A crazy person drove up. From Virginia, and they found a fucking chest of guns in their car. He was going to shoot up the convention center. So they didn't want to have counting the ballots again at the Philadelphia Convention Center. So they moved it a half hour north to North Philadelphia. We went there before this bar. It's like Fortress America. You can't get in. Like a row of police. The only people in are press. No supporters of either candidate were there. So I figured, why am I going to just stand there with my, there's nobody to interview really. Anyway, and there's been a lot of bomb threats today. There were several bomb threats in Georgia. There was a bomb threat in Chester County, Pennsylvania. It was about a half hour from where we are now. Not a good thing. These bomb threats are not coming from like the back to brunch liberals. They're coming from Trumpers, sorry to tell you. So, we'll see. Let me tell you where things stand before we go back to Ron. So, Trump has 214 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 179. Trump has, according to the New York Times, none of the swing states have been declared yet, but Trump is up 3 in Georgia with 93% of the vote in. So Georgia's vote is almost completely in, and Trump is up by 3. Might have not helped in Georgia with the Democratic vote that they're building a massive militarized police compound in the forest, and they shot an unarmed protester and killed that protester, Tortuguita, and they're literally charging peaceful protesters with domestic terrorism. You know what I'm talking about? Cop City. We've been on the ground covering it twice. Might have not helped with turnout among young people and Democrats, the fact that the Democrats in Atlanta are basically creating a militarized police zone in the forest.
And that's what I wanted to talk to Mike about, because he said that the Democrats are not fascists, but they allow the police brutality and all this shit going on under their watch. But yeah, they're fascists, but they're hiding it.
So to him, the Democrats aren't the fascists because they're not like the white supremacist version. They're just the corporate fascists. Right. You're right. Should have pushed back on that. My bad. All right. So Trump is up 3 in Georgia. Trump's going to win Georgia, it looks like. Trump is up 3 in North Carolina with 88% of the vote in. So Trump looks like he'll win North Carolina. Harris is winning Virginia, which was expected. Right now, with 73% of the vote in Pennsylvania, Trump is up 4. I'm looking at the New York Times with 73% of the precincts in. Trump is up 4 in Michigan. In Pennsylvania. Wisconsin with 63% of the vote in. Trump is up 3. Arizona, 53% of the vote. Trump is up a very, very small margin. Michigan with 32% of the vote. Trump is up 5. So right now, according to the New York Times, Trump is up in the Great Lakes states, but it's early in terms of precincts reporting, so it could change very quickly. All right. Let me call. Yeah, I think we could go back to Ron and he could give some updates, or go to Tina's. What else do you have from Tina? Okay. So you want me to toss to Ron or Tina? All right. So, all right, I'm about to toss him. All righty. So I'm about to toss to our anchor man, Ron Placone, who'll give you more updates that I can't see. And after that, Ron will probably go to Tina in Vegas. Here we go.
What's up, everybody? All right. Those were some wonderful interviews. I got to say, everybody Jordan talked to seemed like, to be totally just straight up, people that I would like to have a beer with, except for one person. But smash that like button. But Mike fucking Panic, I want to check out his stuff. He is someone I would definitely like to have a beer with, that guy. Very interesting interview. This is really, really cool. Really, really a cool way to spend election night. And we're going to go to Tina in a little bit. A couple things that I wanted to add. So this is, I'm looking at the CNN map, a different map than what Jordan's looking at. Now, CNN actually has Harris up in Michigan. And keep in mind, that's without Detroit reporting, without most of Detroit reported. Wisconsin, it's pretty neck and neck. Trump's up by about 2. But again, that's without a lot of Milwaukee reported. And then Pennsylvania, looks like Trump is pushing ahead by about 4. They're starting to report some of the West Coast now, which is a little bit early. Whenever they call the West Coast early, that usually means they're thinking the Republican might pull out a victory. But it's not crazy early, so that might not be anything in particular. So that's a kind of little more, getting a little more in the weeds update. Oh, Lucy is on the bed, by the way. Some of you guys, there was a black cat in the bar. That is not Lucy. Lucy is still comfortable on the pile of laundry. Since our last check-in, Lucy did get her brush and treat, which she enjoyed. I brush her, and then she gets a treat for it. She gets a treat for allowing me the privilege of brushing her. And I'm kind of in agreement with Mike, the DJ, and Jordan. I don't think we're going to have a definitive answer tonight. I think some people are kind of jumping to conclusions now, but I think it is definitely too close to call one way or another. But man, it's another doozy. It's another hold on to your pants, as it often is. So we're going to go over to, do we have any super chats before we turn to Tina, or did Jordan cover them all so far?
Jordan's got them all so far, yeah.
All right, y'all. Thanks so much for being here. Don't forget to smash the like button. And Los Angeles, December 15th, I have a show where I'm premiering part 1 of my play. And right now we're going to go to some more. We're going to go to another video from Tina, right? We're not going to our live yet, or?
Correct, yeah. Going to
all right, we got another video from Tina-Desiree Berg, and then she's going to be live in Nevada shortly.
Hi, I'm Tina-Desiree Berg with Status Coup News, and we are continuing our swing state coverage on Election Day. I am live, sort of, here in Las Vegas, Nevada, where I'm speaking with Judith Whitmer, who is the progressive activist queen in Las Vegas, responsible for so many great things with the Progressive Party, the Democratic Party here in Las Vegas. And also joining me is Ruben Da Silva, who is an elected assembly person who works in the state assembly here in Nevada, is also a teacher at this school that's also Rancho High School. It's also designated as a polling station today. So off the top, I wanted to talk to you about where the progressive wing of the party is right now in the state of Nevada. When we were here in 2019 covering the Bernie Sanders campaign, there was a ton of energy. Volunteers were running everywhere, a lot of excitement and whatnot. I feel like a lot of that energy isn't with us here today. What's happened in the last 4 years inside with the Democratic Party internally where that's the case?
Well, I think that the progressive movement still exists in Nevada. It's just more splintered. So there are different organizations or affiliated organizations doing the same work, but doing it separately rather than before we were doing it all as sort of one united movement. But there's still people in Nevada that feel very strongly about progressive issues, progressive policies. They're just doing the work in different ways. So we're still pushing for our policies we believe in, like Medicare for all. Climate change policies are very important to us, especially here in Nevada. It's a big hot topic issue here. So those things are still forefront. It's just that a lot of people are doing the work in different ways. And we're hoping that we will get that energy back in one place again. That's one of our goals going forward, is to bring that energy into one place or into one united front This time around, we've all been working to obviously elect the Democratic candidate, but we are going to be doing things to push those policies forward, even under a Kamala Harris administration.
Yeah, and I would definitely agree here with Judith. I think that the progressive movement is strong, it's vibrant, it's here, but it's just a little bit splintered. And right now, I think the focus really is to get Kamala Harris elected. And then later on, we can have the conversations that we want to have about climate change and Medicare for all and so on and so forth.
That's just it, isn't it? So right now, we're faced with a situation where you have a very right-wing extreme GOP candidate, and even though the current establishment wing of the Democratic Party isn't behind Medicare for all, they should be. This has been years and years of advocacy for that. It's a popular, very popular policy, not only with Democrats, but also with many Republicans. So these are things that they should be getting behind, but donor class doesn't want it, right? So this is the age-old argument, isn't it? But at least you can still have those conversations with a Kamala Harris president versus a Donald Trump. So I understand that would make sense. Let me ask you this. Early voting right now in the state of Nevada is heavily favoring GOP ballots. Now, we don't know what's inside those GOP ballots. All we can say is that there are 43,000 more or so GOP ballots that have come in versus Democratic ballots. But again, some of those ballots might not have a Donald Trump or Kamala Harris ticked, right? So who knows? But still, that seems a little bit counterintuitive because generally it's sort of a Democratic Party thing where you go and you vote early or you use mail-in ballots. What are your feelings on that? Is it telling or is it just some fluky thing? Where are your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't think we can read too much into that because this is the first election where Donald Trump has given permission to his voters or to his supporters, to the Republican Party to actually early vote.
Right.
So this is the first time that Republicans have been told, oh yeah, you can early vote, it's okay.
It's all of a sudden it's no longer fraud.
Right, which it wasn't before. It wasn't okay. They were told they could only vote in person on election day. So I think you're seeing some of that. And I think we will see that a lot of those ballots are for Kamala Harris because Nevada is a swing state, but it's not that we don't have a large number of MAGA extremists here in Nevada, but not to the extent that we do see that in other swing states.
Right.
So, Nevada is a swing state, but we have a lot of diverse perspectives and viewpoints, a very diverse electorate. So I think that we will see, especially with the gender gap, I think we'll see a lot of female voters, a lot of moderate Republican voters breaking for Kamala here in Nevada.
Right.
Yeah, and I do got to concur again with the Judith, but I also add this. I think we as Democrats need to be a little bit concerned about the fact that the Republicans have bridged that gap. And we had a significant voter registration lead on them, and now they've come within, I think, 8,000 or 7,000 statewide. And we've dropped below 30% of the actual makeup of voters in the state.
Yeah, that's close.
So it's close, so it's something that we should be concerned of. And after this election, we have to have a strong effort of going back out there and registering folks to vote and registering them as Democrats.
It feels like it's closer than it should be, considering how crazy the Trump campaign has been the last few months. I'm just going to say that part out loud.
Yeah.
So let me ask you then, is there something else driving that? Is there maybe some local initiatives that are getting these folks to the polls early, whereas on the Democratic side, they're like, it's fine, I'll vote on voting day? Could there be other dynamics there that have absolutely nothing to do with the president?
Well, part of it here in Nevada is that a lot of people do pay attention to local politics. So we do get a lot of voter turnout for down ballot candidates too. So, the Senate race is on the line. There's a lot of voters that may split the ticket or may vote a straight ticket. So you're going to see a lot of that as well here in Nevada. We do split tickets here in Nevada. So
okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
We do. And we've been known to do it many times in the past. So, there's a lot of different dynamics at play. So you can't really. I will agree with Ruben that we've got to do a better job with voter registration. We really kind of fell down on the job, especially in light of the fact that the Democratic Party here gets millions and millions of dollars from the DS and the D-TRIP. So we should be doing a better job on voter registration. But our focus has always been about the presidential ticket. It's always been about getting the canvassers out from the top of the ticket.
Yeah.
But again, politics in Nevada is very local based too.
That makes sense.
So we get a lot of people that are voting for those local candidates as well.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and I'll say too, I think the 16 to 2020 presidential primaries helped out big time. I was very involved in both races.
Right.
In registering folks to vote. I was a strong Bernie Sanders supporter in 16 and in 2020, and it mattered to have those sort of options. People were excited, at the base of the party.
Oh, they were very excited. I remember the Bernie Sanders victory campaign party was wild.
Yeah, and we didn't have that.
The rebar,
rebar, yeah. So we didn't have that this time around. We didn't have options in the primary.
Right. Okay.
So I think that's also part of the sort of reason why I think that the Republicans did have a primary. So there were a lot of folks who've been plugged into politics who otherwise really wouldn't very early on, and they were able to build that sort of momentum going into the general election now. So I think the fact that we had competitive primaries in 16 and 2020 did really help with our voter registration efforts.
All right, so I do want to talk about something local politics. I've been seeing all of these billboards around town driving in from California on Proposition 3. I initially thought those billboards were put up by the Trump campaign, but now I'm learning that that's not the case. And basically what this billboard says is, do you want to be like California? Now, I'm a little biased. I'm a Californian. I'll give you that. So I was like, well, yeah. But the correct answer to that is apparently no, but I don't understand why. So this is, for folks wanting to know a little bit of information, please tell them what it's about, but I believe it's ranked choice voting, which sounds like a great idea to me.
It's question 3 is giving voters the choice. It's an open primary system, moves it to open primaries, so that actually voters have choice, and then you can rank your candidates. It's a very easy, very simple process.
Okay.
And I'm absolutely in support of it.
Yeah.
I think that we have to, in Nevada, we have to be cognizant of the fact that our nonpartisan registration numbers are way up. They're sky high in Nevada. And if we want those voters to be engaged, we need to provide a system for them to be engaged. And it's to our benefit. It's to the Democratic Party's benefit for voters to be engaged, because those are informed voters. Right. Informed voters that are educated about the candidates, educated about the process, are more likely, in my opinion, to vote for Democratic candidates.
Listen, you're not wrong on that. Data will agree with you. Independent voters generally aren't right-wingers. They're left-wingers that are not happy with whatever issues the Democratic Party has with corporate money and a host of other things. But that doesn't mean that they veer right. So that leads me to my next question, because I absolutely sincerely don't understand this. Please explain this to me if you can. Why would the Democratic Party be against that and not for it?
Yeah, I'll take that one. I know it's a bit of a controversial kind of subject, in our party.
Let's do it.
I supported the opening up the ranked choice voting in 2022. My union CCA, has openly supported it. I mean, Marie's the face of it. It seems to be, But I think there's a sense of wanting to control the actual primary itself. I mean, the Republican Party is also against it here in the state.
Oh, all right.
So, so it really is a sort of a loss of control for both parties. They have a lot more sort of a control, I think.
They want to keep power, even if they think it's
there's a close primary, because it becomes a close ball game.
But then you still are turning over your vote to powerful elitists. That you're turning your vote over to the party who's deciding who the primary candidates are, and that's my problem with it. Is that the people? That's the only place where we still have a choice.
Right.
It's in our primaries. And so by doing this on the up, we're giving more choice. We're opening the primaries to more voters.
It's more democratic. You're involving more voters.
It's a more democratic process. In my opinion, it's a more democratic process.
Yeah.
So now the ads, though, you're seeing all these ads and billboards. Yeah. Those are being sponsored by the Democratic Party. So, but it is, as we've been said, I mean, it's about control, it's about power, and both parties do want to control their primaries and control who their candidates are.
Right.
And again, as a progressive, I want to see the ability for more progressive candidates, more candidates, more younger candidates, more candidates of color to run for office. I want the people to choose those candidates, not the party elitists to choose those candidates. So that's my argument.
Yeah, I do have a caveat. I'm all for the open primary. It's just that I think the ranked choice calculations become a little bit complicated. Even I'm having a difficult time explaining this to voters. So we'll see. I think it's it's going to be a close one. It's going to be like a 50-50 sort of sort of racist.
So
if it passes this time around, it'll be law, though.
Can I tell you the punchline on all of this is, and many people that watch us will know this, in California, because we have a semi-open primary, we often end up with 2 Democrats in the general and no Republican. So, hi, Democratic Party, this might not be against your power, I'm just going to put that out there. And ranked choice often helps candidates that everybody likes, but they're like afraid to vote for because maybe they think they might not win against this other big scary person. You know, people do calculations, a certain calculus when they cast votes. It's not always a simple thing of I like that person best, right? So ranked choice kind of frees people up to go through that calculus of, okay, number 1, number 2, number 3. And then if your number 1 gets booted out, it's fine. You go, your number 1 now becomes number 2. So you're more likely to end up with somebody that everybody's like, yeah, I don't mind this. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So anyway.
Yeah, we did.
I agree with you.
We have to franchise those million or so nonpartisan voters. They don't really have a voice in our primary system at all.
And that is the biggest block of voters you know. So that's a shame. They're literally cutting out a big chunk of people that would probably support their candidates. All right. Interesting. So the other thing I wanted to ask you about is the so-called Dobbs effect. I think we're seeing in a lot of the polling that just not weighted properly, so to speak. I think people are underestimating how angry women are about losing Roe v. Wade. There's a lot of anger with some groups against the Democratic Party because they didn't enshrine it when they had a chance to. I'm going to table that for now because I don't think that's part of the current calculus. I think the current calculus is we have to do something to stop, more SCOTUS judges being put on that might make things worse. I mean, what are the next? Gay marriage. There's a whole host of things, and it might be too late on this. But having said that, women are angry.
We should be angry.
We should be. I'm angry. I mean, I'm 54. I'm not having babies anytime. But it bothers me that what should be considered just basic health care is being denied, and women are dying. This is not up for debate. So I think that's been a little bit underestimated. Do you think that's true across the board? Because the other thought I'm having is I think it's quite possible that there might be Republican women that break rank and file over this. Am I crazy to believe that?
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. And I think I get tired of watching these posters and all these pundits on TV talk about, they have to add in polling numbers for this, the Trump vote or the stealth Trump vote. I'm like,
what about the stealth woman voter?
Does that even exist anymore? Because most people that are voting for Trump announce it. I don't think there's a lot of people that are just quietly or stealthily voting for Trump.
Yeah, no.
I think it's more likely that there are women voters who might be Republicans or independents that might be voting differently than other family members or differently than their party that have said, I'm voting for Harris. Maybe they don't do it, announce it, or say it out loud. But I think a lot of people are saying it out loud because women are angry. I mean, let's face it, we're losing our freedoms, our reproductive freedoms, the right to choose for our own bodies.
Yeah.
Why do men think that that's okay? Men in power, I should say. We have a lot of men that
Ruben, you're a man in power. Is it okay?
No, I am really hoping that this the measure passes and we enshrine the constitutional protection now for reproductive rights.
Absolutely.
I think it's going to pass. I also got to agree with Judith that I think it's a top priority for us. It's a major issue. It's really animated a large segment of our voters to come out and vote for the very first time because it's on the ballot and because of Trump's stances on abortion.
Yeah.
So there is an abortion amendment for the Nevada. Okay.
Question 6.
Yeah.
Question 6.
Yeah.
You guys have questions. We have propositions.
Yeah, we call them questions.
Question
6. And the other interesting thing about Nevada is that you have to pass it twice.
Yeah.
In two.
Oh, you do? I didn't know that.
In two elections, consecutive elections, you have to pass the ballot measure for it to become law. So this is our second time around with question 3.
Okay, so it passed the first time, it has to pass this time, and then it's enshrined.
Yeah, if it passes this time, then the 2026 election will be one based on ranked choice voting for the race that they've outlined.
Correct.
Okay, got it. That's fascinating. Ruben, I wanted to ask you about something only because Kamala had a tweet about this. And that is making recreational marijuana perfectly legal. She says she supports that. I think that would have been 10 years ago, maybe not so much now. But that has been part of your platform as a state assembly person. Talk us a little bit through that.
Yeah, so that was news to me when you told me that. I mean, and it's welcoming news.
Yes.
So I was a sponsor of H.R. 8, which officially sent a message to the federal government saying that Nevada is a pro-cannabis state. We embrace cannabis as part of our society, our culture, and our economy here. And she was one of the people who that resolution went to, which is the president, the vice president, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. So this is welcome news. Yeah. I strongly believe that we've had that debate, we've moved past it, and it's actually a great surprise to me that the country hasn't embraced recreational use of marijuana.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a problem with federal law versus a lot of the state law, and they're going to have to rectify it on some level eventually. So I thought that was interesting. I also want to talk a little bit about the Get Out the Vote operation here in Nevada. So right now I'm seeing that it's mainly the culinary union that is working that angle. I know that the union rep had told me that they are allowing people to take their regular pay, but they're going out and canvassing instead and probably doing Get Out the Vote efforts today. Where was all that volunteer apparatus that the progressives had set up? They're just not involved with that sort of electoral politics at this point, or?
Well, it depends on which group you're talking about. But also I want to say that the culinary workers, the culinary union has always been a big supporter of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And they've always been part of that canvassing and Get Out the Vote effort.
Okay.
For as long as I can remember, as long as records go back, they've been very active in that. So that's actually not new.
So that's not new.
That's not
the
new.
spotlight's just on them because
what
they're
you're
the ones.
seeing though is that most of the canvassing going on by volunteers, there is a lot of that, but a lot of that's through down ballot races. Like Riven, had his own canvassers going out, and volunteers going out for his re-election campaign and for his initial campaign. So all of our, down ballot, our legislative offices, all of those offices, regents, school board, judicial, they all have their own canvassers and stuff that work with them, and those are all volunteer led. And they're very active, very energized campaigns. But when you go to the top of the ticket, that's very controlled by the coordinated campaign.
I see.
And by the DSCC and the DTREP are very actively involved in that campaign, the top of the ticket campaign. So they have their own canvassers, their own workers, and they tend to be the ones that can afford to purchase canvassers.
Right, because we're not paid canvassers.
I shouldn't say purchase, but hire canvassers.
Right.
That was not the right word to use. But
I understood, but now I see what you're saying. Yeah. So, it didn't used to be a thing, though, to have paid canvassers, right? That used to be mainly a volunteer operation. I guess things have entirely shifted at this point, but...
Yeah, we do have a lot of volunteer apparatus, too, and those tend to be progressive. If you look at, Make the Road Nevada has a very powerful Get Out the Vote effort in Reno and in the Las Vegas area. And they supported Bernie. They endorsed Bernie. My union, CCA, endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2020, and has also been very, very involved in the Get Out the Vote effort this year. We also, endorsed Kamala Harris for one of the unions that got out early on, and have had her back. So, the thing about Democrats, and this is the stuff that really gets to me sometimes. And as somebody who's been in the movement, been very involved since even before I could vote myself. I'm an immigrant. I got my citizenship, at the age of 24. Is the fact that we have to extract every single voter. We have to have these massive field efforts, and the Republican Party I don't think has a tenth of the organization we do, but they're competing with us, in the statewide races. And
that's a good explanation of it.
Yeah,
all right, so interesting.
But progressives are still very involved, but you're not seeing one movement, it's several movements, like you just mentioned, Make the Road Nevada.
Yeah.
A lot of organizations like that are on the ground doing the work. So it's not that they aren't doing the work. It's just like with the 2020 race in the caucus with Bernie. It was very energized, and you had a lot of different organizations that were involved that came together for that race. So
is the audio okay, Nick? Okay. Well, between them making all this noise in the cars, I want to make sure.
Unless you want to move further down onto the precinct, but I don't know how near we can go. I mean, it's okay. I can hear it over the cars.
You can hear everything there? Okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure. This is really good stuff.
Yeah, we got you.
So they are still active, but the reason it doesn't look like it to you is because it's not one movement for one candidate like you saw with Bernie Sanders.
Okay.
We're working for lots of different candidates.
No, that makes sense.
That we feel support our progressive policies.
So, big question is what's going to happen tonight? I feel like I think that Kamala will ultimately pull it out. I was a little bit concerned a few days ago, but from what I'm seeing on the ground now, I'm like, I think she might. But I think it's going to be close.
Yeah.
It's going to be a razor.
It's going to be nail-biting finish.
So then the question becomes, how many days? I know, how many days do we wait for that? And then what happens with the Trump people? If it's like a 0.5% between, is he going to lose his mind, call it fraud, and we go through? Like, what do you think is going to happen?
I think that will happen around the country. I'm very optimistic, and I mean, it's been up and down. It's like a roller coaster. The polls don't help because, you start reading too much of that, you start going down the rabbit hole yourself, So you have to gauge what's going on around you, what you're hearing, what you're talking to people, what you're feeling on the ground. And I feel very optimistic. There's a lot of support for Kamala Harris. And I think that Nevada will pull it out ultimately, but I think it's going to be really tight. But my God, we're fighting fascism in this country.
We are literally fighting actual
regardless
fascism.
of whether you agree with every single policy, I mean, what's the choice?
Well,
I mean, yes, the choice was bad in 2020. I agree that we were fighting, losing our democracy then, and we're fighting it again now, but that doesn't mean we can quit.
I think a second Trump term would be far worse.
Far worse.
Yeah. And I think he's saying all the quiet parts out loud. He was saying that he thinks people should just shoot at the press the other night.
Yeah.
I'm like, at some point I have to go to the Nevada GOP party, and I'm like, am I going to get shot tonight? I mean, this is not normal.
No. It shouldn't be normal, but I feel like it's become normal for our country, and that's why we need to turn the page and move forward. And I think Kamala Harris is the only candidate that can do that. It's not going to be the Republican candidate. Donald Trump is not interested in moving forward. It's self-interest, self-preservation, and the people behind him, I don't even think that the architects of 2025, they don't care about the country. It's all about self-interest and what they think the country should look like, what they think the country. And then that's a very small percentage of the population. The majority of Americans don't support those policies or support those radical extremist MAGA policies. So we have to vote. We have to make sure that, that slim minority of people don't control the rest of the country.
And I think it's very impressive. I mean, if you think about the sort of coalition that Kamala Harris has built, everybody from Bernie and AOC to Dick Cheney supporter. I mean,
which might be a little problematic, actually.
But my point is that
at
this moment, I think it's clearly understood that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, to our very system of government, where you have to coalesce in a very strong and aggressive way to defeat him. He has been a demagogue. He's got people buying into this MAGA extremism that is not
even worse.
It's not American at all. And it scares people. It scares us.
It scares us. It's scary, and it should scare everyone. But it should scare everyone to go out and vote.
Yeah.
Right. But here's the thing: is that one of the last things he just said was that he should never have left office in 2020.
Yeah, no.
I mean that alone should show people that what his true intentions are.
Yeah.
And that's why he admires dictators so much. That's why he's making these phone calls to Putin in the middle of the night. It's like
it's telling people he's doing it. I know.
I think about what could happen with Trump. And I also think about when you go back to the Dobbs decision and stuff. It's like those are rights that my mother fought for. And I thought were set in stone. My daughters have never known anything else, and now all of a sudden, they're faced with a possible nationwide abortion ban. That should not be. That's women's health care.
Yeah, it is health care. It should be viewed as anything other than that. And there are women literally dying in hospitals because they can't get with the health care they need. What are your thoughts, Ruben, on that?
On the Dobbs decision or the coalition?
No, what's going to happen tonight?
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be a nail-biting finish. It's going to be close. I mean, we've done the work. Now it's just up to the people of Nevada to cast those ballots and choose their pathway forward, their future.
So then, of course, the next big question, and I want to end on this, and I think this is the most important question. So, assuming Kamala pulls it out, she's the president. What is the next step for progressives that want to do something to change the course of? I think the big issues are obviously Gaza and foreign policy. I think if Harris loses the election tonight, it will be because of this. That's just my personal opinion on it. But it's not just Gaza. That's a big one. This is clearly a genocide. I don't know how you would frame it any other way. But I mean, also things like Medicare for all still, and we have rabid income inequality. We have so many. So what would that look like for you folks?
And climate change. I mean,
And
that's
climate-
a huge
yes, climate
concern.
change.
That's a huge
Yes.
concern for young people in this country is climate change. And it should be.
And it should be.
And we don't talk about that enough.
I agree.
And all of those policies are, I think, are front and center in the minds of a lot of people. I mean, it's always going to be about kitchen table issues. You're always going to be worried about the economy and taking care of your families. That's got to be front and center. And it's got to be front and center for all of our elected officials to think about too. What can we do to help the American people take care of their families, take care of themselves, you know, get an education? Maybe that's not a college degree, but maybe it's an apprenticeship, maybe it's an internship, maybe it's all these different things. We have
Or
to
even
start
going back to
thinking-
like trade.
Trades are so important. I mean, people make those.
There are
make
trades
great
that where you can make
livings.
more money
Yeah,
than
in a
what you
college
can with my master's
And
degree.
and that's why unions are so incredible.
My cameraman saying not journalism.
Unions are so incredibly important to our society and to how we get ahead and how we start to do better as a whole. Because you know, one of the things that Kamala does say that really strikes me is when she talks about we have to lift everyone. It's not just about lifting a few people, but it's about lifting all working class people, all, you know, not just building the middle class, but thinking about the working class. You know, and unions are great for that. I mean, providing all those apprenticeships and internships, providing a trade where you can make a real living.
Yeah,
You know, and it's, you know, and so many students are still saddled with debt, with tremendous debt. And we have to start thinking outside the box about how we can help everyday Americans instead of it always being worried about the next election or worried about are the donors going to approve. Or, you know, people need to start waking up to the fact that billionaires are controlling our lives.
I mean, I don't know how they don't see that at this point.
The 1% of the population is keeping us from having really great lives, from having real solutions to these problems. So it's billionaires that are controlling this election.
You're right.
now.
So this is, let me be the devil's advocate here, because this is what I hear from a lot of voters I talk to. They are yes. And then the response to you is like, yeah, but show me where the Democratic Party has ever done anything to fix those in the last 15, 20 years. I keep voting for them and they keep not delivering on these things. Why should I continue to support them?
And that is,
I think the straightforward answer to that is at least in the Democratic Party we're having those conversations. It's like you're not having those conversations with the Republican Party. It is going in a totally different and veering off a different pathway. So this. I mean, if you are concerned about progressive issues, if you want to see Medicare for all become a national sort of a program, you want to see the climate issues addressed, you want to see the war in Gaza resolved. I mean, it's really in the realm of the Democratic Party. That's why I'm very optimistic for the Harris administration.
The Republicans are. Why would we want one of those crazy pants on our?
But I don't think that she's going to pick some crazy MAGA extremist.
Okay, so you're saying maybe some
we
of
just
these...
finished saying that we
that's
wanted
fair.
that we wanted Republican women to vote for. We wanted Republicans to vote for us, moderate Republicans to vote for us. So then do we say, okay, thank you for your vote, but now go away?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we've been traditionally.
No,
that's what we do with a lot of constituents, a lot of groups, and we
Right.
hear that same complaint. Oh, they only want to pay attention to us when it's election time. So if we're going to start to make any headway and break through the gridlock in Congress, we have to find a way to work together on some of these issues.
All right, so the pushback that you're going to get, I already hear my
I know.
audience.
I
They're
know
going to
this
say,
is a pushback. I realize that.
They're going to say, yes, but why are we always conceding to the right and not the left? So, I mean, and I understand that. I do understand where they're coming from. I feel that sometimes. So it seems like there's almost a ratchet effect that each new, more extreme GOP candidate that comes out there. And, I mean, immigration, I think, is a prime example.
It is.
There's very little shade between the Biden administration's viewpoint on immigration policy and Trump's. I'm sorry, but there isn't.
Unless you're watching those Republican ads.
Yeah.
Right. But look, follow me on this. 15 years ago, even, you would not have seen that kind of policy coming from the GOP, let alone the Democratic Party.
No, I agree.
I mean, that's how far this whole thing has shifted. So how do we stop that, I guess, is the question
But
I have.
we have to get Trump out of the conversation.
I don't disagree with you.
And what's the way to get Trump out of the conversation is to start to work across the aisle somehow on some of these issues that are so important to American people.
Okay,
There's
that's
got
fair.
to be a way, because if we don't do that, then the MAGA extremists, the evangelical demographic, The far-right demographic is going to continue to impact our elections. But I would also say to people, if we get so hyper-focused on the national elections and what's going on in places that we can't necessarily control it, we forget about the changes we can make here in our own communities. And we see it time and time again, like progressives got together to get Reuben elected to office.
Right.
He's a progressive. He's in now an elected official capacity.
And has more power than he would outside of it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I got you.
So those are things that we can do to push change in our own communities and our own states. We have to focus on those things and come together as progressives, like the Uncommitted movement in Michigan. Look what they accomplished when they came together for a single objective.
Yeah.
They were tremendously successful.
Yeah.
And those movements need to keep going. They need to keep pushing. They need to stay together. They need to keep pushing where they can find the pressure points to push.
Right.
Because there are pressure points. There are places where you can push and get results. And a lot of times that is locally and at the state level. And the more that we can do that and the more that we can send progressive candidates to our state legislatures, we can affect change. Because people forget that all these craziness starts at the state legislatures. It
1,000%.
absolutely originates there.
We could go back
and then
to
those
2010
crazy
gerrymandering.
I mean, look at what's
the
going.
effect that
That's what's affecting. That's why women are dying across the country, is because these fanatical state legislatures.
Right, and I feel like the Democratic Party thinks that they are never going to actually come to, even if the signs are there, like, oh, we can codify Roe v. Wade next time around because it's not going to be a problem. Well, yeah, here we are.
It'll still
It's
be
a problem.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, I kind of get that. That was an excellent answer. Ruben, what are your thoughts on that?
So I have 2 points. One about the actual party's future. I think that Kamala Harris is in a very unique place. Like we talked about her coalition from AOC to Dick Cheney. I think she can grow it on both sides. I mean, she can. I think the focus needs to be on the progressives because this is our home.
Right.
We're never going to go to the other side.
No.
So we have to really I think strengthen the party by bringing them in and making them part of our base. Moving forward. But at the same token, trying to find some common ground with Republicans who we can agree with. Not on every single issue, of course. There's going to be some things we do have a line in the sand. But I think that this is the way forward, where we can actually start building a new sort of party that's going to finally put an end to this MAGA extremism and put an end to the demagoguery that we see coming out of the Republican Party. And then the second thing is that immigration is an important issue to me. I'm an immigrant. I lived in this country without any papers. For till I was 13 years old. I had a situation where my mom and myself were going to be deported, and the rest of my family was going to be stuck here. And the thing is, we have to move on it. I think you look at the actual, it's a super majority. It's like 70-something% of Americans believe in comprehensive immigration reform with a pathway to citizenship. And I think that's the
not tossing everybody out.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the Biden bill on immigration, I thought was a GOP wet dream. I'm being honest with you. I was appalled by it. And then the only reason the GOP didn't vote yes on it because then, no, we have to let Trump do the same bill and have him.
Well, look at that's been his major issue. That's really all he's run on is anti-immigration rhetoric. And the hatefulness and the fear and the divisiveness it's called. Ruben and I were just discussing, major crime rates are down everywhere.
They are down.
But they have to pretend they're up so they can claim that immigrants are committing crime.
I'm so glad you brought this up. In case folks don't know this, the FBI, Department of Justice, just released last week the crime data. Every single category was down. Theft was down, murder was down, all of the serious crime was down except for one single category. Do you have any idea which one that was?
Mass shootings.
You're close.
That's my guess. I don't know what else.
What would be motivating that?
Mental health.
Hate crime.
Hate crimes. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hate crimes. That makes sense. Yeah. And that's what we're stoking. That's what the Republican Party is stoking is hate crimes.
Yeah, I agree.
Tremendous uptick in hate crimes.
I mean, this is coming from that progressive stalwart, the FBI.
Yeah.
I mean, so people can't actually say that. You know what I mean? This is really what the country looks like right now.
Right.
It's disturbing.
It is disturbing, and it's really disturbing that we've placed so much of that, that hateful rhetoric against immigration. I mean, immigrants are coming here to pursue the American dream just like everybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, my son-in-law was undocumented for years. Even though he was married to my daughter for 10 years, he still couldn't get his paper. It was ridiculous, the paperwork. that he went through, and finally, was able to finally get his green card, and then finally got his U.S. citizenship, which was all he wanted. I mean, he wanted to be a U.S. citizen, and to see how hard he worked, and he worked that all the time. I mean, Nevada would absolutely fall apart. Our economy would be toast if we didn't have immigration. And it would be
the economy would be absolute toast. That's
so
the other part
nobody wants to talk about that.
I mean, the GOP used to support immigration reform for this reason. It wasn't because they particularly loved brown or black folks. It was because they saw how important those folks were to economic issues. So, but that's changed too.
And I'm surprised that corporations and businesses aren't pushing back on that too. Because what are they going to do for workers? Here in Nevada, our unemployment rate is extremely low. We've got so many job openings going unfilled. Like restaurants don't have enough workers. Hotels don't have enough workers. I mean,
let's talk about that for a second, because the media line right now is Nevada is suffering from like really bad job, the opposite of what you're saying, that unemployment's high, that people can't find work. So you're saying the opposite is true. Is the real conversation having to do with underemployment, meaning these jobs don't necessarily pay enough for people to pay rent and food, or what's the story there in your opinion?
Well, I think Nevada has been trying to raise the wage here, like we've been doing in incremental steps to assist small businesses and stuff, so that it's not such a burden.
Okay.
And small businesses struggle, obviously. I mean, everybody would love to pay a higher minimum wage, and it should be higher.
Yeah.
I mean, we're already behind where it should be.
Right.
Instead of 15, we should be talking about 25.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And I think Nevada has already passed legislation to address that, so we're getting it. But unfortunately, it hasn't kept pace with housing costs, with grocery costs, all the healthcare costs are up there, way up there. So the only way to really address that inequality is to start implementing policies like a national health care plan. Subsidized child care, things like that are so expensive, and the wages can't are not keeping pace with those costs. If you can't afford the rent, then you end up working 2 or 3 jobs, and nobody should have to do that.
And I'm not just cautiously optimistic about Nevada's economic future. I'm very optimistic. I mean, we have a growing economy, a thriving economy. The only issue has been the affordability issue. I mean, that is, but I do believe it's temporary. And I think that there's a variety of reasons why our costs are going up. But the economy is growing here, and we have plenty of jobs that are paying well. We have a strong union presence in this time. We have to fight sometimes. I remember we teachers were over here on that corner protesting just 1 year ago for our paychecks, but we were able to get a significant 20% pay increase.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah, you see the strip is fully unionized now. The culinary union has been very successful in that endeavor.
Unions have been incredibly important,
very important
to the economy, but just to the overall state of Nevada. Unions are incredibly important.
So I'm optimistic. I think that there are jobs available, and even the fact that we have such a large immigrant population here. We have people coming in, from within the country,
all the time,
and we're still having a difficult time filling.
Well, that's what's driving up housing costs. Probably is the influx. Well, that's good to hear. So I guess we'll see what happens tonight. I think progressives have work ahead of them no matter which way it goes. Obviously, one road's easier than the other. I'll leave it at that. So I guess we'll just see what happens. Thanks for talking with us.
The important thing is that we're not going to stop there.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah. This movement keeps going on.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Can you believe that California went to Harris? Aren't you shocked?
No, that's just shocking.
Some of the most shocking news.
California went to Harris.
No way.
Now, if you had said it was Trump, I would go, oh.
Is it Levy or Levi?
Levi.
Okay, good thing, because I have another friend. He goes,
Have I got 60 seconds?
Levi. No, Levy, but Levi.
Yeah.
Levi, okay.
Have I got 60 seconds?
Yes.
I think we're live.
Ron, you there?
I think so. Yeah, we're live here.
You tell me. I can't see. We're live. Hey, everybody. Tina-Desiree Berg here, reporting for Status Coup News. We are live in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are waiting for more election returns to come in, obviously. The polls closed here just a little while ago. I am currently at the Human Rights Campaign party. Everybody say hi. We're going to be doing some interviews here tonight. Obviously, we're not only going to discuss the election tonight, but we want to talk to the HRC people about trans rights issues. Obviously, this has been big on the election cycle this past year. And because I cover a lot of right-wing extremism, we've seen a lot of, trans hate out there. So I think, it needs to have more attention drawn to it. So, Ron, first of all, let's announce some results from the West Coast.
Yeah, so this will probably come as a shock to everybody, but the West Coast has been called for Kamala Harris. Washington went blue, Oregon went blue, and California went blue. Arizona is very, very neck and neck with 52% reported. Donald Trump is up by 0.5, but there's still some to be counted there. Nevada, where you're at, Tina, only 2% is in. Donald Trump's up by a good bit, but, that's with 2% in. So, that doesn't really do much of anything. Minnesota is going over to Harris, as it was likely to do. Wisconsin, pretty neck and neck, although Donald Trump's up by a couple points now. But again, some of the city centers aren't counted. Donald Trump is up by a few in Michigan. Same situation, though. A lot of the city centers aren't counted. And it looks like Trump might win Pennsylvania here. 84% is in, and Trump is up by about 4%. So out of the main kind of Great Lakes swing states, I think 2 are kind of up for grabs. Pennsylvania is definitely leaning Trump, although that could change depending on how much of the city centers aren't in. I mean, if there's still a lot of Pittsburgh and Philly that's not in, that might still be up for grabs as well. I wanted to focus or mention real quick here a couple things that aren't related to the presidential that I thought was worth pointing out. Actually, a little bit of good news. Washington, D.C. said yes to ranked choice voting. So it looks like in the primary and general elections, Washington, D.C. elections are going to have ranked choice voting. I think that's significant when the nation's capital is saying, hey, we need a better voting system. And out in Colorado, voters have passed Amendment 79, which enshrines abortion rights in the state constitution and repeals a ban on public funding for abortion. So it repeals that. So those are a few kind of cool things throughout the country that happened that, again, are ballot measures and propositions and things like that. So, Tina, over to you.
Thanks, Ron. So interesting point about ranked choice voting. There is actually a ballot measure here in Nevada for that. So it's called question 3. Am I correct?
Yes, it is question 3.
So let me introduce you to my cohort here. This is Levi. You ran for office here in the assembly, but you're also an activist. You're progressive that works here within the Democratic Party, whatnot. Tell us a little bit about your background.
Yes, so I ran for Congressional District 4 for United States House of Representatives. I have been active in politics since I left the Navy. My background is I'm a military veteran, so I served 8 years on board various aircraft carriers, and then I got out of service, went to defense contracting. Now I'm an executive that is pursuing political office.
Excellent. So you've got it all going, it sounds like. I do want to ask you a couple of things that it's good to have a local in here on. So as the results are coming in, I know there was a problem in Pahrump, which I believe is just a little bit north of us.
A little bit north, yeah.
Okay, so my understanding is Pahrump only had 3 voting machines, and there was this insane long wait. And then they started using paper ballots because people just couldn't stand in line. There were like 300 people in line. That's crazy. Why were there so few voting machines? Has there been like any ongoing problems with the Secretary of State here in Nevada? What are your thoughts on that?
Not to my knowledge, but I do think that I do think that it is important that we expand the voting access in Pahrump and rural areas of Nevada. That was actually one of the biggest parts of my campaign, was to pay attention to the rural voters and get more resources there so that they can vote in a timely fashion, because it affects moments like this where we're closely anticipating the race.
Listen, this race is going to be won on the margins. Every vote counts. So I agree with you there. So do you think there's any concern about votes not getting counted, or do you think people just left the lines because they got tired of waiting? Is that something that the Harris campaign you think is concerned about?
Well, I certainly hope they didn't leave the lines. I know the messaging has been strong around staying in line. There's been a massive campaign around that to inform voters, hey, if you're in line and the polls close, stay in line. You will get your turn to vote. So I don't believe there's going to be a concern about any vote being counted, especially in a high visibility election like this.
Yeah. Okay, so let me ask you this. I've been paying attention to the early voting tab every day, and starting late last night was when I last checked in. The GOP was ahead by 43,000 ballots in early voting. This has been surprising for me because I tend to believe that Democratic voters vote early, do mail-in balloting, whatever. And for a long time, it was a talking point with the Trump campaign that mail-in ballots were fraudulent. Obviously, the flip switch there. I don't necessarily think that the people are going to vote, fewer people are voting for Harris, but this has been interesting to watch unfold. What do you think is the reason for that?
Well, as we know, I think President Trump will do anything. He'll do absolutely anything and make any claim and even reverse his position on things. So I think that base is doing the exact same thing. I think there is no standard hold on that messaging. I think that we're going to turn out strong on Election Day, and I think those mail-in ballots are going to follow up for Democrats to win.
So the state law in Nevada, you can drop off, my understanding is, a mail-in ballot till it gets counted for 2 days? What's the law there?
Oh, I'm actually not familiar.
Uh-oh. All right, so I think, do you know? Does anyone know? Is it 4 days? Okay, so I love that I'm in a room with knowledgeable activists here in Las Vegas, so it's 4 days. So we are probably going to be waiting to hear the results from the state of Nevada, I think, for many days after now. It's going to be a razor-thin margin. I know Ralston Reports had it, Harris up like less than 0.5%, a very slim margin. He's been pretty accurate in the past, minus the chair throwing incident. I'm throwing some of you back to, obviously, 2016. I've been doing this too long. So let's talk a little bit about the rural counties, because they get discussed a lot in the media, but it tends to be the case that they are either misunderstood, in my opinion, by a lot of folks. And also, I think a lot of candidates tend to ignore them if they think that they can just write them off and it's not going to make a difference. In my experience, a lot of rural voters have the same concerns that progressives do about income inequality and a whole host of things. What are your thoughts on that? You were running in an area that was a large rural area, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Congressional District 4 goes to just about the middle of the state, to include places like Tonopah and Pahrump. And you know, in going out and exploring the needs of the rural voters, it is the same as, you know, progressives in that sense. They're worried about access to health care. Right. They're worried about ways to have upward socioeconomic mobility. They're worried about all the same things that we are here in Clark County. I just think that we have to take a wider approach of addressing everyone's needs within our party. I think that we do a pretty good job at messaging, but I do think that getting out into those areas are very important. I mean, when I was running for Congressional District 4, I took my Jeep all the way out to Tonopah, all the way out to Creech, and talked to voters out there as well, and Lincoln County.
And were they receptive?
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of the times people were surprised to be talking to a congressional candidate when I was there.
Because they've never actually seen one. Shocking, right? So I think door knocking in those areas can be very effective. And if they're open to your message, it could be a good way to win. I think AOC probably would not have won that election if she hadn't gone through that very strategy. I do want to talk a little bit about what's going on in the country right now with hate crime. The FBI just released last week data, and this might be shocking for some folks if you only watch local media. All serious crime was down, including theft. That was down. Murder was down. There was only one category that was up, and that was hate crime. And that is sadly on brand for where we are right now in 2024 going into 2025. I would imagine that a lot of that hate crime isn't just anti-Semitic stuff. I think a lot of it is geared towards trans kids. It's geared towards LGBTQ folks in general, which is upsetting, right? What are your thoughts on that?
So we are at a time for choosing right now. We can choose to be a nation that is divisive and hate-filled, and we can turn against our neighbors, or we can choose to come together, unify, and have a message that brings together the American people. As a veteran serving in the military, I always tell the story. There's an Indian guy cooking Indian food. There's someone from the Midwest, where standing there listening to country music, and then there's me standing there, as well, an LGBTQ veteran. So I think that there's room for everyone in this country, and we should have inclusive messaging. We should tone down the rhetoric, especially on the right, and we should move toward a country of hope and joy, and not a country of isolating people and facilitating hate crimes.
Indeed. I want to talk a little bit about school board elections, because I feel like right-wing extremists have made that kind of a battleground area right now for where they're pushing into. I know also internally in the various Republican central committees and whatnot, they want to, take into those spaces. But I feel like each new turn of the ratchet, these guys get more extreme in what they believe, what they say. The rhetoric gets ratcheted up, as you're saying, and there's nothing really sort of dialing it back very much. I feel like sometimes media people that aren't used to seeing are covering it in a way that doesn't necessarily amplify the bad messaging, right? You can cover right-wing extremism without giving these guys a platform and amplifying the hate, right? There's a way to cover that stuff. And I think a lot of the times it's just so clickbaity in a way, so that it gets covered from that point of view. And I don't think that's been necessarily helpful, especially if you're in one of these marginalized communities. So across the country right now, we've now overturned Roe v. Wade. I think they're looking at gay marriage, SCOTUS. I think it's very real that a lot of more anti-trans bills come through the state legislators across the state. So do you know, what is HRC doing on the ground in these areas to try to fight this stuff?
Oh, HRC is directly on the ground, motivating people, getting people out to, in this election, vote, and in so many ways, being the activists that we need door to door. Just being a part of HRC and knowing, for instance, here in Nevada, our steering committee, our board of governors, they're very active in the community itself and in spreading that message. When I was running for Congress, it was actually one of the first places that I stopped was to HRC, because I am an LGBTQ veteran. I'm married to an immigrant. So, it was a place of comfort for me. So it brought in people like me. It brings in tons of other people, and it turns those people into activists, into people who are agents for positive change. So I think that it is a very valuable organization and the preeminent organization for ensuring LGBTQ rights.
Indeed. So you guys were out, let's bring it back to the election today. You've been out canvassing, I know maybe doing some get out the vote work today towards the polls. What was the mood out there? Do you have any thoughts on, are people feeling a little bit scared about the election being too close? Positive because they think they might? What's the mood?
So MSNBC said a great term. They said nauseously optimistic. So I think that's where people are sitting right now. Yeah. I think it is very clear the direction that our country needs to go. Yeah. It's in turning the page on Donald Trump and the dangerous rhetoric that he promotes. And I think that the voters are excited for joy, they're excited for a brighter future, and they're excited for a lot of the policies that Vice President Harris and Governor Walz stand for.
That's great news. It's going to be razor thin, we know that. So what other things are on the ballot that would affect HRC? I know that there's, ranked choice voting, I think is good. I am kind of surprised, honestly, I should ask you about this. As I was coming into town, there were all these billboards saying to vote no on 3, and they had the tagline, "Do you want to be like California?" And I'm like, that's really weird. What's 3 about? Then when I found out what it was about and who paid for the billboards, I was like, are you kidding me? So to give you guys some background, this is a ranked choice voting measure. And what's the second part of it?
So it's the ranked choice voting and open primary.
Oh, an open primary. So God forbid we have open primaries, which we do in California. What I don't understand, the California Democratic Party, they fought it initially too, as did the GOP, because they don't want to lose power. But wildly, what ends up happening a lot of the time is you end up with 2 Democratic candidates and no Republican in the general election. And so you would think they would be okay with that.
One would think. I do think that it makes it a little bit difficult for the party to focus on a solid narrative behind one candidate. So I think that's what's difficult. I do think that progressives will gain a lot of ground under ranked choice voting.
Yes.
I think so for sure.
I think it gives underdogs a better chance too. If you don't have a lot of money to put behind your campaign, the DCCC isn't giving you money, whatnot, you're a progressive. This is a way for you to possibly get ahead, because people don't. There's 2 things that could happen. There's often people that think, well, I can't vote for this person even though I like them better, because I'm afraid if I vote for this person, the Republican might win. That's like a calculus that some people go through in their brains, right? But if you eliminate that and you have ranked choice voting and primaries, you end up with many more progressives on the ballot. You end up with Green Party candidates that actually might, serve HRC needs better. It becomes more competitive also for the Democrats that do run, because they have to now compete with people to their left. If that guy said, so.
Oh, yeah. And calmer. It kind of cools the temperature as well, because when you badmouth candidates, it kind of turns off voters. Yeah. So I think it will allow for primary candidates to look for or try to appease the second rank for voting, which probably promotes more civil races, I would say.
Right. That makes sense. All right. So what is your prediction on this tonight here? Are we going to end up with just a nail biter, no outcome, wait for a few days? Do you think Harris will eventually prevail? What's your thoughts?
I do think that she will eventually prevail. I think that people are tired of the rhetoric and divisiveness of Donald Trump. It's been almost nearly a decade of dealing with Donald Trump's rhetoric, and I think that we are ready to turn the page and move toward a brighter future where we can organize and activate the progressives to be able to mobilize in that space. I don't think that progressives have as much wiggle room under a Republican presidency, especially that of Donald Trump. So I think with the Democratic Party, a large inclusive party, we're able to maneuver a lot better and get a lot more efforts done for the people.
So let me ask you this. A lot of our viewers would say, okay, we've supported the Democratic Party for a very long time. They never seem to do the things that they say they're going to do. Roe v. Wade comes up quite a bit, right? Why didn't Obama codify Roe v. Wade when he said he was going to? We wouldn't be here now if he had. A host of other things, right? Mm-hmm. You hear them say that. And so they've kind of just been like, I'm kind of done with this, I'm out. So what would your response be to people that they hear you say that and they're like, yeah, we've done that, it didn't change anything. Do you really think we can push them left? Do you know what I'm saying? What do you say to those folks?
It comes down to access, right? And it comes down to our ability to organize. And to not be criminalized for organizing. The Republican Party is a very different party than it was 20 years ago. Yeah. It's not a country club party anymore. It's more of a party that has taken on divisiveness, hate.
I'm going to just call it a fascist party.
Yeah. yes. So we
can say the F word here.
Good. Because it's a party that believes in criminalizing people based on what they think. The Democratic Party has room for free thought and for moving to the left, and I think that we can do that. There are a lot of differences that Democrats have within the party. As you can see, we have differences in how to handle foreign policy, differences on how to handle the economy. But I think sometimes, I think in the near future, a lot of progressive agendas will prevail. Like congressmen like Ro Khanna will prevail with their agendas. That was my number one message, was on housing, and I think that now it's interesting to see. Folks like Congressman Stephen Horsford focusing primarily on housing and taking down corporate landlords. That's a very progressive message.
Right. So Hausford, for people that aren't familiar, is the current person that you ran against. He's also a Democrat. Talk to me about the housing situation. I know Nevada has similar issues that California does, in the sense that you have corporate hedge funds, whatnot, buying up single-family houses and trying to rent them out, buying up apartment buildings and keeping the rooms vacant if they can't get enough rent. This causes a lot of problems. We are trying to address it in California right now by overturning a bill called Costa-Hawkins, which took the ability of local municipalities to do rent control away. What are some solutions that you guys are looking at here in Nevada?
So I know the Nevada State Assembly passed a bill, but it was vetoed by the governor on taking a look at the corrupt practices of corporate landlords and restricting the amount of property they could buy, single-family homes they could buy. I don't think that goes far enough. I think it should be a federal measure, and I think that we should be forcing corporate landlords to divest in single-family homes, because you would immediately alleviate the housing market crisis. But here I can speak to Congressional District 4. 1 in 3 homes are owned by private equity firms in this area. During my congressional race, a private equity firm bought 296 homes in one day. So it's a massive crisis.
We need a moment to digest that. You're saying 296 in that district were bought by, so it's like a hedge fund?
Yes. Yes. So when you talk about apartment units as well, 55% of apartment units are owned by private equity firms. So what I say is, we can fight and collective bargain for better wages for workers, as unions do here in Nevada. But your best deal ever is only a $200 rent raise away from back at the negotiating table if we don't solve that issue. It's a massive crisis, and I think that we should have more attention on that. For young folks, for veterans buying homes, my husband and I just bought a house in the Northwest region for $478,000. That's a very expensive home. So when you think about Nellis Air Force Base and military personnel that are moving into that area in order to be able to afford a home for a family of 4, you're talking about spending nearly $500,000 that they don't. Yeah, you're talking about spending nearly $500,000 of money that they don't have. So
the governor. Sorry, I lost my ear, Ron. I'm coming back to you so you can hear me. So the governor vetoed this bill. Why did he veto it? What's the scoop on your governor?
Well,
give it to us straight.
Well, I would say it's the disadvantages of partisan politics as usual. When you're not taking a look at the substance of the legislation that's being passed and you're looking at your party specifically, it harms the people. We can't allow partisanship to rot the needs and the solutions that we need to bring to the people of Nevada.
Well, what's interesting to me about that is the Republican voters feel the same sort of economic pain that everybody else does, yet they seem to not want to kind of connect it together with corporations, hedge funds, and wealthy elites. A lot of these folks still view Trump as an outsider, when at the end of the day, he's clearly part of the plutonymy. So it's kind of wild that happens. I want to talk about unions. You mentioned unions. The culinary union here has now been able to unionize the entire Las Vegas Strip. 100%, every hotel is now unionized. They achieved that goal during this last year, which means all of these folks are getting higher wages. Yet there's this persistent conversation idea that in Nevada, it's still suffering from the COVID losses, whatnot. And in a way it is, but it seems to me that the bigger problem is that the housing has become so expensive. Like 3 years ago, you could buy a house in Henderson for $200K easily, right? Am I right on that? Yeah. And now the minimum you're looking at is what, $600K? Yeah, $600K. That is quite an increase in just a few years, and it sounds like this is the reason why. You need to come talk to me next.
Yeah, it absolutely is, but that stems from. I think it stems from not putting a cap on corporate greed. I think that's something that As a society, we should tackle. I think our federal government has an imminent problem on their hands because no matter how much you collective bargain, if your housing prices are continuously going up,
it gets evaporated.
It does. It gets evaporated immediately. So a big driving factor in me running was that my mother was a renter in a private equity firm-owned home. That received no updates, but her rent continuously went up. She's worked in service of the public her entire life, and her wages are not matching that cost of living increase. So it was something that's very near and dear to me with the housing issue, in seeing the delays in repairs and the way that these corporate landlords are treating tenants. It's unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable. But I will say that we need a serious eye on that in Washington. That was my entire reason for running for Congress. But it is rooted in so many different elements. So when you talk about housing, you have to talk about the campaign finance institution as well, how much money corporate landlords put into elections and candidates in vulnerable areas. You have to talk about how it affects teachers' wages and the education of our children. If our teachers can't focus on teaching students and they have to continuously worry about their cost of living, it has an effect on the teachers and the quality of teachers that we get here in the state of Nevada. So it's housing is not just a housing issue, it's an education issue. It's a massive economic issue, and when it comes down to it, it's really the upward social mobility of those who are most disenfranchised by housing policy, which are black and brown people.
Oh, 100%. You know, you talk about that cycle. There's a cycle of power and wealth that goes along with that you see at the top of the wealthy elites in this country. They have more money to put into congressional races, to put into buying propositions, to put on ballots, to put in to financing, getting signatures on some measure that they want passed. They have endless amounts of money to do this with at this point, and they use that money to get more power, right? Every time they put a proposition on the ballot, every time they try to put weight behind a candidate that they could do quid pro quo with, right? So then when that person comes into office, when that ballot measure gets passed, that brings them even more money. So now we're back going around in that cycle again. And we've been going in this cycle now for, 3 or 4 decades. And it's just beyond untenable at this point, yet I don't see any pressure being relieved on that. So why do you think, I think that is central to, if Nevada does go to Trump, I think that is a central issue. And I need to understand why those voters don't see him as part of the problem. Like, I think everything you're saying to me right now is absolutely spot on. And if you understood that, why would you vote for a guy that is like part of the problem?
Well, I think a lot of Republican voters don't understand that. I think we have a significantly older demographic when you talk about the Republican Party, a generation of voters who remember President Reagan.
I mean, let's talk about that a second. So you had, I'm old enough to remember this, you had the Reagan Democrats, right? There was a big chunk of Democrats that went and voted for Reagan. I think, in retrospect, he was probably one of the worst presidents we've had. Everything that we're seeing now come to pass in this area is because of measures that he passed, things he did. But I guess, it's not just registered Democrats or registered Republicans. You have a lot of independent voters at this point. I think the largest base of independent voters, not only in Nevada, but across the country, are no party preference or independence, depending on what state you're in. What do you do to appeal to those voters? I mean, I think a lot of those voters are definitely left-leaning. They're just fed up with not feeling like they're being heard by the party, I guess to say. I mean, when you were knocking on doors, did you have any of those folks talk to you in those terms? And
absolutely. We have to take a more personable approach. We have to talk about the issues that matter to everyday people. We have to kind of deviate away from the culture war wedge type issues and get more to the things that affect people's daily lives, like housing, education, wages, having paid family leave. We have to try to accomplish, or I would say steer the messaging in a direction of Governor Tim Walz, who is a strong messenger for progressives in this election and campaign.
Between you and me, I think he's more progressive than Kamala is in many ways.
Absolutely. I mean, I would say so too. I think that it was a big win choosing Governor Walz as a vice presidential candidate, because his what he was able to accomplish in Minnesota with a 1-seat majority is absolutely amazing. It is the America that we as Democrats would like to see. The problem is, I think we are having an issue with the messaging to get there on the national stage.
Okay. So I'm going to give you a little pushback on that. Is it just messaging, though?
Well, I would say we have a lot to do, right? We have to reform. I believe we have to reform campaign finance. Yeah. I think that we should absolutely take a look into the issues that are most pertinent to Americans, and not just focus on how do I say this? Who cares if it's brat summer, right?
Yeah. I agree with you. Who cares if it's brat summer? I do not. What I want to know is what is going to be done. Like, if I'm a Democrat, I want to know what's going to be done about lobbyists in the DNC that are serving in powers of position. You know, I was at one of the DNC meetings covering it, and they were talking about doing a climate change debate. This is part of the Democratic Party platform. I think most Democratic Party voters are like, yes, of course we have to do something about climate change. There should not have been anything controversial about this, yet there was nothing but controversy. And I'll never forget, the first person that came out onto the floor to speak against this was a fossil fuel lobbyist who also happens to be a DNC superdelegate. What do you do about that? I feel like that's been a persistent problem for the last 10 years, and I think they know it's a problem, and yet we just kind of, skate along.
Well, we have to start taking unconventional approaches to how we govern. Particularly when we take congressional seats. One of the things I'll credit AOC with is beating the pavement, understanding the voter base, knowing the intimate issues that face day-to-day New Yorkers in her district. That is something that I believe is absolutely vital. When I was running my congressional race, I actually slept out on the street for a night. Yeah, I slept out on the street for a night, and I didn't do the fancy tour that a congressional candidate would. I went through the soup kitchen lines just like everyone else, and it allowed me to talk to people when their guard's down. It allowed me to talk to people who are uncurated, who have real concerns and issues. For instance, I found a veteran out there, a Marine Corps veteran, who could not get sufficient care from the VA and had no means of connecting to Veterans Affairs. And I was able to help that veteran get resources.
That's crazy. That's a whole other conversation. We treat our veterans so poorly in this country. We have such a homeless problem. Why? Oh, I'm on the line. I'm calling Ron because I think we have to do an update. Stick with me for a minute. Okay. We have to do an election count update here. I want to talk about Veterans Affairs. Okay. Hey, Ron, back. Want to check in with you in the studio. Do we have any new results to announce?
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay, Ron. I hear you on the phone, but I think maybe you're shuffling paper or doing something. All right, let's. Oh, there you are.
That's kind of an update, and let me get the numbers on that. It's right now, as far as what we have in, it's 49-40, but Republicans are projected to take the Senate. Over on the presidential side, not much new here. Still not a lot of urban centers in, particularly in Philadelphia, over in Pennsylvania, although Trump is up 50-48 right now. Okay. Michigan, it's about a 6-point difference in Trump's favor, and Wisconsin, it's about a 3-point difference in Trump's favor. So those swing states are still up for grabs, depending on, which urban areas aren't in completely yet. There is the big recount that's having to go on in Milwaukee, and also we're still waiting for some from Detroit. So lots still up in the air there. The Senate is the kind of the main update. It looks like that is likely going to go to be a Republican majority.
Okay, that is very bad news. So if the GOP takes the Senate, which it sounds like is what's happening right now, yeah, that's not good. So what we're hearing right now is the GOP is probably going to have the Senate this time around. So that makes, I do want to talk about Veterans Affairs, but I guess my next question is, if we look at a night where we now have, you know, both sides of Congress in control of Republicans and, you know, Trump wins this thing, what are the next steps? I'll be honest with you, I don't think this country can take another 4 years of a Trump presidency. I think we have been, our institutions have been stress tested on so many levels. I think he's telling us exactly what he's going to do, some very fascist stuff, very authoritarian stuff. You know, that worries me.
It's absolutely worrying. You know, I would say you have a unique perspective here from a veteran. Yeah. As a veteran, we swear to give our life in defense of democracy. And my grandfather once told me that we would have another moment where we would have to step up and rise to the occasion. We'll have to have our John Lewis, our Medgar Evers moments. And I think that this is the time where we're going to have to work the hardest to organize, to hopefully, well, I don't think President Trump will win. I think we'll prevail. But if he does, to take him down in the midterms, as far as rendering him ungovernable, so he can't govern. So hopefully that's the case. But it's going to take a lot of hard work. It's going to take a lot of organizing. It's going to take a lot of grit and determination. And I'm just as ready for that as I am ready for a Kamala Harris presidency.
All right, I didn't hear any Civil War remarks in there. I mean, we might be headed toward that. We were talking to some Californians earlier today who had no problem saying, we don't mind being on our own. And I do think other people feel that way, although that would be terrible for a lot of the, you know, purple states out here like Nevada to be left on your own. You know, a lot of our public institutions, you've been in the military, so you understand this. A lot of our public institutions need public trust in order to function properly. SCOTUS is one of them. I think public trust has been deeply eroded in SCOTUS for very good reasons. You know, it's not just Roe v. Wade. It's just a host of decisions that are coming from them. And it's not just SCOTUS. We have a lot of downstream judges. I think the Fifth Circuit has completely lost its mind. Some of the rulings they're making, you're like, you know, you have local judges, a lot of them appointed by Trump as well, but a lot of them came earlier. One of the problems and concerns I had in Trump's first year actually was that so many Democrats that were in Congress were just sort of rubber stamping Trump's appointees to judge places. And I'm like, these guys are going to ultimately do some serious damage. Many of them are unqualified to even serve in the positions that they're at. And I think we're seeing some of that coming through now. So I guess my worry is how much stress testing of this sort can the United States really take? I mean, are we stronger than that? Well, am I sounding scary?
Well, I'll say the institutions in the United States, like you said, rely heavily on public trust. I think that President Trump was surrounded by a few adults in his last term. And I think that in this term it's even more dangerous because he will surround himself with loyalists. So I think that if we don't have any adults in the room, it is absolutely a possibility that he can break our institutions. You mentioned the Senate earlier. It's important that we take hold of the Senate because they control the calendar on judicial appointments. And I think that Trump will further erode the judiciary to the point where we may see rights rolled back, the likes of which we've never seen before.
That's what I'm thinking too. I did not have GOP taking the Senate on my bingo card tonight. I got to be frank with you. That one's a surprise for me. I didn't see that coming. So that's why I'm having this reaction, I suppose. That was not what I thought was going to happen. But at the same time, back in 2016, I felt like Trump was going to win. I was the few people saying Trump's going to win this thing. And I remember people going, you're out of your mind. And I'm like, am I though? I mean, I am sometimes, but not for that reason. I don't know. I don't know where we're going to go from here. Do you have any other thoughts that you want to share with us?
Well, I will say that we have to remain optimistic, right? A big part of moving forward and changing things is hope. And even in the most desperate times, we have to remain hopeful and be able to see a better America. I think that if we all band together, we organize effectively, and we fight hard, I think that we can preserve our institutions. We can get Donald Trump out of there. But I think the messaging has to pivot toward, at least in the Democratic Party, toward issues that are more substantive to the American people.
Yeah. Levi, you are a ray of sunshine.
I try to be, even in the rain right now.
He's such a ray of sunshine. Thank you so much for talking to us. Do either of you guys want to come over here and do a little? You know you do. Come on. All right. Figure out who's going to come talk to me next. In the meantime, I do want to give some updates to folks. If you're just tuning in, we are live in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are doing swing state coverage of the election night. We had Jordan Chariton in Philadelphia earlier today doing some interviews with voters and whatnot. We have now transferred to the West Coast. Polls are closing. Votes are getting tallied. It's going to be a nail-biter, folks. I don't think we're going to know who's president tonight. We will have returns, though, on other things that are important. Ron was talking earlier about ranked choice voting measures that have passed. I think that's great. This will help our democracy. You're going to have better candidates that are listening to more people that will be able to win their elections that way. It will weaken a two-party system. So maybe there's, comes out of this some new party play. I did want to mention earlier today there was a Department of Justice press release because somebody had decided to release 2 phony videos saying that they were coming from the FBI. One of them was saying that there was election fraud going on that was related to prisons. And the other one said, hang on, let me read this to you, terrorist threats at polling sites. Neither of these videos were truthful or accurate. They were not released by the FBI, but it was somebody out there creating these false videos and, flying them around the internet. And we know how that works. Lies travel fast. People believe them. And the next thing you know, you have people rioting in front of the tabulation center because they think there's election fraud. So was not happy to see that. We talked earlier about the Pahrump situation. So this is a little bit of a rural situation, a rural area north of where we are in Las Vegas. They did not have enough voting machines there. There were 3 functioning, 300 people were standing in line. People were starting to do paper ballistic cast because there was not enough machines or time available. So I don't know that we're going to have returns from that particular area anytime soon, obviously, if they're all paper. And then we did go by the vote tabulation site here in Las Vegas earlier this morning. They have now put fencing up around the entire site, so it won't be accessible. They had, the governor issued a press release basically saying there are 60 National Guardsmen that have put on active duty in case something happens. I don't know. I think if something happens, it's not going to be tonight. It's more likely that something unfolds weeks from now in some sort of build-up. If the election is so razor thin and so close to call, I don't see Trump as saying I lost, even if he did lose. I think we're going to. I'm being honest. I think we're going to see a repeat of what we did last election cycle. Those individuals who, those individuals who believe that the election was stolen last time, still believe it was stolen. So if it happens again, they're not going to change their narrative on that. Do any of you want to come interview with me? We have a whole HRC party here. Somebody wants to. Hello. Are you just coming in from canvassing or get the vote outing or whatever we call that these days? All the
What is your name?
Hi, I'm Carl. I'm the Nevada State Director of the Human Rights Campaign.
Oh, excellent. You are the perfect person to talk to then. All right, so Carl is the director of HRC here in Nevada. Were you out today walking the polls and getting...
Yes. Making sure that every vote is protected and counted, making sure that every single person all across Nevada are equality voters, making sure that they are voting protected at the polls. If they were in line at 7 o'clock, they stay in line, that their vote counted. And in Nevada, it's a battleground state, so we're looking forward to seeing the results.
So what was some of that you saw today? I was just talking about there were reports of Pahrump where they had only 3 voting machines and there were 300 people in line. Did you go to the polling sites here in Greater Las Vegas? Were there long lines? Any issues that you saw?
Yes, but it was a safe, secure election. You know, all across Southern Nevada, we were able to see election officials making sure that the polls were safe and secure for voters. If they had a mail-in ballot, they were able to skip the line and drop it off, very safe and secure. But you're correct, is that there were oftentimes a lot of long lines, so we were able to get all of those voters to go to shorter lines just around the block in their neighborhood.
That's genius. What was the mood out there like?
It's very anxious. People are anxious. But look, we are also empowered and feeling good about the fact that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to deliver for the American people and deliver for LGBTQ equality.
So let me talk a little bit about that in Nevada. There were some issues, I know, last election cycle with some school board members that were running on some very anti-trans agendas. You had even 2 Proud Boys, I think, that got involved in that. Are you having a flashback?
Yeah. Flashback indeed. Yes, flashback indeed.
Wait, hang on.
Oh, go ahead.
Here, hold that.
Okay, sounds good.
Tell us a little bit about that, where you think that's leaving us as voters.
I think it is leaving. I think that people are turning the page and making sure that we are having equality all across the board, whether that's in our state house or making sure that at our local school boards. We're making sure that we are protecting LGBTQ students and families all across the board, and specifically at our school board.
So do you think there's going to be more problems coming up in that area? I feel like every time I turn around, there's some new fresh battleground for these guys when it comes to trans rights. I know probably not so much here in Nevada, some of the southern states, yeah. In California, not so much, but I still feel like this is like the new civil rights thing that we're seeing. You know, I was talking with Levi earlier, and the DOJ just released their crime data, and all of the categories were down except for hate crime. And I would imagine that a lot of that is attacks on trans kids or LGBTQ folks.
Right. Yeah, I definitely think that we are seeing LGBTQ equality still being attacked at different governing boards all across the country, but we need to make sure that we as parents, as families, and as students are fighting up and really standing back against this hatred. Hatred does not win at the ballot box. We're seeing that equality is winning. Equality wins elections, extremism is not, and we're really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in these local elections for Nevada because of the fact that we have so many great candidates running for office pushing back against the anti-trans hateful rhetoric that we're seeing.
Let me tell you this, do you have any concern, or let me ask you this, it's been a long day. Can you tell me, is there concern in the community about SCOTUS going after gay marriage and the way that they've gone after Roe v. Wade? It seems to me that they sort of laid a legal ground frame for that.
Yes, definitely. I think that it's important to know that if, President Trump, he has specifically said in Project 2025, he would outline making sure that he would elect or he would put on conservative justices on the Supreme Court. And I think it's important that we as an LGBTQ community are empowered and informed to understand the decisions that we had on the ballot. I think that we'll see that we will reject that at the ballot box with the results turning in.
Yeah, I hope so. So in California, there's currently a proposition to overturn Prop 8. And for folks that don't know Prop 8, it was basically it was a constitutional amendment that said that marriage was between a man and a woman. Believe it or not, California had this on the ballot 10 years ago. In fact, it was when Obama was running for president, and it passed for some reason. So we now are looking at all these years later, finally getting rid of that. It was never put into law because it was deemed unconstitutional by the Ninth Circuit, but even in, quote unquote, progressive states, you've seen things like this happen. And now with the way SCOTUS, I don't even think you need to add another judge for it to be possible. I mean, I never thought I'd see the day that Roe v. Wade was no longer, here we are, right?
I can't speak for California, but in Nevada, we are protecting LGBTQ equality. Even under a Republican governor last legislative session, we supported LGBTQ equality. We passed 4 bills under a Republican governor. So there are 3 of them are protecting LGBTQ trans folks who are incarcerated who might identify as LGBTQ or queer. And then the last one was, and I would love for you to interview our state senator who is here, who just walked in, protecting marriage licenses and making sure we're updating that in local counties, making right, exactly, making sure that if you identify as LGBTQ and you'd like to update that on your certificate, your marriage certificate, that is updated. So here at the Human Rights Campaign, we really are working to advance our equality, and we're actually protecting that and making sure that on local state across Nevada, that we are protecting our voices and our families.
Doing that on the state level actually might be the future, because if you protect on the state level, then it doesn't matter what SCOTUS does, right? If you have a state constitutional amendment that says gay marriage is enshrined in our Constitution, it won't matter. I think that's why they're going back now and doing this. This thing won't stay in my hair.
No, you're good. You're good. Look, it's been a long day, and look, it's been a long day. But the thing about it is, you're right. Is when it comes to the states' rights, we also need to make sure that we are still pushing and fighting. For example, the Equality Act on the national level, reproductive justice at the national level, because we don't want to make sure that my marriage in Nevada suddenly evaporates in another state. Right? It's no longer.
That's a whole nother thing.
So, but yeah, we would love to continue our fight on the national level and state level, and we look forward to making sure we win tonight.
Excellent. Thank you so much for talking to us. And bring over whoever we will talk to whoever. So Ron, back to you right now. I wanted to ask you if there are any more updates. I feel like as we get later on in the night, the updates are going to come faster than they did previously, because we're going to get tabulations coming in. So Ron, are there any updates right now?
That's kind of my, oh wait, I'm not live yet. Oh, okay, now I'm live. All right, I'm on now. Okay. All righty. So, what's up, everybody? Good to see you. So we'll do a little bit of bad news first, and then a little bit of good news, and then a little bit of national news. I think nationally we don't have a ton of updates, but here's some interesting stuff. So over in California, the bad news is going to start in California, unfortunately. California voters approved Proposition 36. I was a no vote on that one, but it got approved. That's going to enact stiffer penalties for some drug and theft crimes. Here's a little bit of good news. Issue 1 has passed in New York. The measure protects the right to an abortion and adds sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, pregnancy outcomes, and reproductive health care and autonomy to the state's constitution's list of protected classes. ABC News has projected that Proposition 139, protecting abortion rights, will pass in Arizona, overturning the state's 15-week ban. Similar measures have also passed in Colorado and Maryland, where abortion was already legal. And out in Missouri, voters have voted to raise the statewide minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2026 and guaranteed paid sick days to workers. That's the second time in recent history that Missouri has voted to extend the minimum wage. So it seems like a lot of issues are really winning with voters, which kind of makes you wonder if there was a more sort of kind of militant, definitive stance on Roe v. Wade from the Harris campaign, if it might have helped a little bit.
A little bit. It's interesting that you brought up the California bill. So it sounds like they're bringing back three strikes and you're out.
I was not in favor of Prop 36. I'm sad to see it pass. But yeah, I mean, it looks like. People like to make it out like California is some sunny progressive utopia, and I mean, really, we only got that sunny part covered. We're not. I mean, usually when it comes to the penal system, California is not so welcoming. So I don't know. There's still a lot of propositions on the ballot that I am hopeful for. It's a bummer that the earliest reports coming in are for this one, but. Yeah.
All right, Ron, thank you so much for that update. Some good news, some not so good news, but we're going to have to keep our eye on it. It's going to be a nail biter all night tonight. If you're just joining us, we are live here in Las Vegas. We are covering the swing states this election cycle. I am here at the Human Rights Campaign Party. We've been here for about an hour now tonight. Now, tell us what your name is. I got that you were just running for office, but I didn't get much more than that. So please introduce yourself. I'm sorry I don't know your name, but I want to hear all about you.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Dallas Harris, and I'm actually the current state senator in District 11 here in the Nevada State Senate, and I'm running for re-election tonight.
Oh, excellent. So you're already a state senator. That's great. So maybe this will be a Harris night? See what I did there?
I did, and I love it. I love everything about it.
All right, so what are some of the issues that you've been running on? We got mood lighting going on just now.
That's okay. I love it. Let's make sure the mood is set just right.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, good.
Sorry. No. It's been a long day, folks. So what are some of the issues you've been running on?
Yeah, the issues that matter to Nevadans most, protecting all of our fundamental rights, the cost of just living, whether that's with respect to housing or prescription drugs or your groceries, right? The everyday issues that matter to people.
So housing's become very expensive in Nevada. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. Levi was telling me that like 1 in 4 houses is now owned by some corporate hedge fund, which is a very high amount of housing. I know a couple years ago you could probably buy a house in Henderson for about $200K, and now it's like $600K. So that is quite an increase.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's great for those folks who can get in at the right time and, build a little bit of wealth, but we need to make sure that is available for every Nevadan, right? That opportunity to own their first home, get a little bit of that American dream, and right now that's not attainable. I think corporations coming in, buying up a large amount of property, not being those individual mom and pop landlords is really having an effect on those housing prices.
Well, that's right. It's not even just about being able to buy the house, is it? It's because once they buy these that not only are they off the market for somebody that might really want to buy it and move in there, they're going to charge a very high rent that people can't afford. So that's sort of eating away at the increase in wages that the unions have been able to bring, I suppose. It's become a very unionized state. I know that the Culinary Union has this year unionized the entire strip. I think that's a huge achievement. But again, if all these other things are more expensive, what do you do about that? What is the makeup of the district you're in? Is it mainly progressives, Democrats, Republicans? Is it a big mix?
Yeah, sure. I have one of the most diverse districts in Nevada. We have the highest population of AA, NHPI folks in our district. Lots of great small businesses, young families who are buying their first or second home. And, the demographics are a bit split when it comes to party registration. And so it's not fully Democratic. It's not fully Republican. So I got to make sure that I'm representing everybody when I hit the legislature.
You must be doing a good job. I mean, they're voting for you. So, here's the thing. They were talking about on the early voting blog here in Nevada, as the tallies were coming in, making the point that a lot of these ballots were GOP ballots. I think it was like 43,000 ahead in early voting yesterday. Obviously, today that number is changing because we're now counting things. But I think there's an assumption there that everybody that sends in a Republican ballot was voting for Trump, and everybody that sent in a Democratic one was voting for Harris. And I'm not sure. This is kind of a weird unicorn election right now. I think it's quite possible that some Republican women, for the Dobbs effect reasons or others, there's like, yeah, I'm not voting for that guy even though I'm a Republican. I think that there are a lot of Democrats that are very angry about what's going on in Gaza that might have voted for a third-party candidate. I think there's a very real amount of protest voting going out there. So it's really hard to say from those numbers, I guess, is what I'm getting at. So the independents, though, seem to be the largest chunk. So what are the things that they're looking for? I would tend to believe that they're not necessarily very conservative, but maybe just not happy with what they're seeing from the Democratic Party or something.
Yeah, let me just go back to...
That was a lot.
Yeah, no, listen, it's the general sense for nonpartisans, right? They're worried about just getting through the day. I have a 3-year-old and a 12-year-old, and my day is full of meal planning and getting my child to daycare and paying that weekly child care bill, right? Making sure we're able to have enough groceries to put food on the table, getting them to their doctor's appointments, right? Every day is a grind. Nonpartisans want a leader who's gonna worry about them, make their lives a bit better, and that's something that I think the Democrats in Nevada focus on day to day.
So do you think that Kamala Harris is going to prevail tonight across the board in the whole election, not just the state of Nevada?
I sure hope so. We have a lot of votes left to count. Let's not, jump ahead. And in America, it's really important we count every vote. If we're going to be the beacon of democracy in the world, we need to make sure everybody's vote is counted. So let's see where the votes land.
There's been a lot of voter suppression coming from the right this cycle. I mean, not just in Georgia, but in other states. There's this organization called True the Vote, True the Vote is a right-wing extremist kind of group. It's funded by some dark money. But what they do is they pull all of the ballot rolls, and they get these sort of vigilante folks to go in and file illegal challenges for the right to vote. So they'll find some guy, and his name is John Smith. Well, there's 200 John Smiths in Atlanta probably, let alone, and so they say this is all the same guy. All of these other, John Smiths are illegal votes because it's the same guy, which is nonsense, right? And if you go and you look at the actual listing, you'll see that they have a different address, different middle name. It's easily verified, but in the meantime, they get thrown off. They literally get thrown off the ballot. They go to vote, and they're like, what do you mean I can't vote? So this organization, True the Vote's been doing that. They did it in last election cycle. They had this horrifying, do you remember the 1,000 or 4,000 mules, whatever that ridiculous?
2,000 mules.
2,000, like how many mules was it?
It's a nice round number.
Yeah, so, and they kept showing the same guy over and over again and saying he was ballot stuffing, but all he was doing was dropping off his whole family's ballots. But that's how these things get going, right? I have deep concern of that because I think you're right. We should be counting every ballot. If you need to extend the drop-off date 4 days after the election, go ahead and do it. What's the problem here? Why do so many people not want people to vote?
Well, I think historically one political party has done better when less people vote, right?
You're not wrong.
I mean, it can be as simple as that. Frankly, as a leader in this state, regardless of how people vote, I'm going to ensure that it is easy as possible to exercise that right. The truth is, here in America, we have an undervoting problem. We need to make sure more Americans are out there engaged in the democracy, not an overvoting problem. And so every additional barrier we put in place to people voting really is a hindrance to our democracy.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Let me ask you this. I feel like people that don't vote are the biggest voting bloc, and I don't know that candidates try to earn those votes at all. Why do you think that is? Because I think the last person that really went after that voting bloc actually was Bernie Sanders, and he did well doing so.
Well, you know what? I think each of the political parties understand it's really important for them to register the voters who are going to agree with them, right? And so, both parties are out there searching for new voters and trying to convert folks. That may not be true necessarily at the top of the ticket on both sides, right? But turnout's important. Getting new voters is important. It's the way to keep our democracy alive. In order to win elections, you need to make sure that you're talking to folks.
Indeed. So I don't want to keep you from the party too much longer. Do you have any parting thoughts for us?
If you hadn't voted and you can still vote by some chance, go out and vote. I know most polls are closed for folks, so that may not be applicable. If you didn't vote this time, vote next time. Voting is not the entire game. Continue to stay engaged. November 6th, November 7th, November 8th, just as important as Election Day. Let's keep going.
Thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck tonight. Hopefully it's a Harris win.
Thanks so much.
Right on. All right, so interestingly enough, I think something that gets little discussion but would be important is voting in primary elections. A lot of voters choose not to vote in those. They have the smallest turnout of all of them, and we lose so many great candidates that way. So, Ron, I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the California returns as they're coming in. I know you just mentioned the 3 strikes and you're out law coming back. So for folks that aren't clear on what that is, we used to have this law that we actually removed by proposition a couple years ago. And it was basically your third strike, it was a felony, even if it was like a misdemeanor drug charge. So this particular bill that they put back on, it sounds like it passed, sort of brings that back in a way. Ron, what are your thoughts on that?
Ron, I don't hear your audio. I don't hear you, Ron, still. One sec, I'll real quick send a message. Hopefully he will see.
No, you're not muted. I can hear you.
You're hearing him through your phone, Tina.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, there we go. I can hear you now.
Yeah, no, well, you can hear me because we're on the phone.
I
yeah.
can hear you, Ron. Can you hear me?
I think something happened. All right. Am I back, Colin?
Oh, right.
Can someone... All right. Okay, we're back. All right. Sorry. I don't know when I'll try to repeat some of that because I might have just been talking to Tina for a while now. I don't know. I just looked over when Colin said something or texted me, and I noticed my board was just out. I don't know if I bumped the cable or what happened. So, all right. I don't know what all you got, but the minimum wage is losing in California. A little bit of bad news. In Arizona, allowing lower wages for tipped workers. That is not passing in Arizona. So far, no is winning by a good bit. So that's good. Let's see. No for recreational pot in Florida. No for recreational pot in North Dakota. No for recreational pot in South Dakota. That's so far. Constitutional right to an abortion in Florida. No. Constitutional right to an abortion in Colorado. Yes. Constitutional right to an abortion in Arizona. Yes. So a little bit of a mixed bag with ballot measures. We got some good news. We got some bad news. And let's go over to a little bit of what's going on as far as some more ballot measures, if there's any ones that I didn't get to that I wanted to highlight. And then I'm not sure exactly when I went out, but the minimum wage as of right now is losing in California, but there's still some time. So over on the presidential results, Nevada is looking a bit pink with 70% in. Trump is up by a few in Nevada with 70% reporting. With 52% reporting, it is a 0.7 difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Out in Pennsylvania, 93% is in. Donald Trump is up by about 4. Michigan, still only 63% in. Donald Trump is up by about 6 there. Wisconsin, 4-point difference in Trump's favor with 87% in. Minnesota, Harris is up by about 4 with 65% in. And those are the updates for president. So it looks like it's still kind of up in the air, although it's definitely leaning a little bit more Trump at the moment at this point. But still, dust has not settled yet.
I think it's the dust has not settled. It's not going to settle for a few days, but it's definitely weighted towards Trump at the moment. And it looks like he might actually try to declare victory tonight, based on what I'm seeing here. Who knows? Ladies, welcome to our election night party. If you're just joining us, we are in Las Vegas, Nevada, in a swing state. This is the Human Rights Campaign party. Did you guys go out with any canvassers today, or tell us about your day?
Yeah, we canvassed half the day probably. So we were out until 7 p.m. when the polls closed, convincing voters.
Yeah, we stopped by about 80 homes, I would say, and tried to connect with people and get them to come out and vote.
What was the mood like there today?
It was really mixed. We definitely met some supporters of Kamala Harris who were incredibly enthusiastic, really excited to share their support. And then we met some people who we were really surprised to learn voted for Trump. And then we met some undecided voters as well who up to the last minute still weren't sure.
Really? That's kind of wild. How could you still not be sure? That's unusual. Did you convince any of them to come vote for your candidate, or?
We had at least one household that we spent some time with. This individual had just gotten home from work, works as a landscaper, owns a company, mid-40s, and hadn't, had a daughter who had voted for Kamala, someone else in the household who had voted for Trump, and had just thought, had just gotten home from work and had thought, I haven't made up my mind yet.
I guess it happens, although I can't imagine, the candidates are so starkly different. I would think that it would be pretty clear by now, but who knows? Do you think, so we're getting, as these tallies are coming in, it's sounding more and more like that Trump might win this thing. I think it's too early to tell. I think we're going to be counting votes days from now. I think there'll probably be a few legal challenges that are made. Do you have any anxiety about the next few days? How are you feeling?
I think anxious. I think I've been volunteering with the campaign since April. So a couple weeks ago, I think I did a lot of soul searching and thought I was ready for tonight, and I'm not ready for tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we are prepared for a longer election night and day than we usually are after the last few election cycles. But yeah, I was really hoping for a more decisive answer, and I'm just disappointed to see where we're at right now.
Well, Nevada, I had been looking at, we talked about this earlier, but early ballots were leaning GOP, which was a little bit surprising given that, Donald had told all of his voters, like, mail-in ballots are fraudulent, early voting, no, don't do that. But apparently they were doing it. Do you think Nevada will prevail for him? I think it's going to be really close.
I think it's going to be really close. And Anita's here from California.
Well, hello, fellow Californian. Thank you for joining us. Some news out of California. We were just talking about the returns there. The bill for bringing 3 strikes back apparently passed. I'm surprised by this. I think the good one was we did pass the gay, because we're at the HRC booth right now, we did pass the bill that will enshrine gay marriage into the Constitution that overturned Prop 8, so that's a good sign. Wow, going into this, I thought Harris was going to have a much larger margin than she does right now. I wasn't sure, but I did think that. And wildly back in 2016, I thought Trump was going to win. And everybody told me I was crazy then. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm seeing this stuff out there. So I don't know. Maybe my radar's off on this, but.
It's been really interesting as I've been volunteering since April. So we really began focusing on registering voters. And I started to see different trends. I'm not saying anything innovative or what hasn't been said, but it's shifted. The demographics have shifted as to who is supporting what party and for what reasons. And I spent a lot of time trying to catch up with that. What is happening? And I think that will be the conversation that we have for the next couple of years.
I agree with you. I mean, he's talking about putting RFK Jr. I know. It's wildly he had this list of things that he wants to ban, and as I'm reading this, I kept thinking to myself, if a Democratic candidate said they wanted to ban all of these things, the Republicans would lose their mind to say, you're not taking my giant 2-liter Coke away. What's wrong with you, fascists? Yet when he does it, it's like, fine. My concern, though, one of the things he does want to ban is vaccines. So not just say if you don't want, not having a mandate, right? Don't want to, but banning them? That's crazy, right?
It's totally crazy. It's totally insane. Yeah.
Yeah, I have not read closely on the policies that he would be bringing to the table, but I definitely have my big reservations around a handful of people that Trump has been talking about bringing in to help him serve.
So let's say worst case scenario happens and he does win. We now have, shockingly, the Senate going to the GOP. What are the next steps if you're a progressive activist and that is the new order that you're dealing with in the country?
It sounds so simple. The other day I watched the documentary Join or Die, and so much of it was about participating in communities where you learn governance, you learn how to connect, how to get along, how to organize, right? Like, we've lost some of those fundamental skills. So it gave me a little bit of hope that we start with where we are and with what we've got.
I also think it involves re-examining some of the relationships and values that we have and looking more closely at, the conversations around young Hispanic men going more for Trump or, young black men going for Trump, and really understanding what's going on there and what's going on with this kind of masculinity in relation to power, and what's happening there. How can we bridge some of those conversations?
Yeah, there's definitely something happening there, and part of that conversation has to be Trump's stance on immigrants too. For some reason, even though a lot of these folks are immigrants, they don't see that they might eventually be on the receiving end of some of these policies. And I've interviewed some of these folks, and there's a real disconnect that's going on there. I also think with a lot of the beliefs that they have about, like the QAnon stuff, you could tell them, show them with a huge amount of facts that this is what actually happened, and they won't see it because they believe what they believe so deeply, right? We were at the Capitol. John Farina, my coworker, was in the Capitol on January 6th. I had a Trump supporter come up to me a couple weeks ago, and he literally said, you guys filmed Antifa at the Capitol on January 6th, and I'm like, no, that wasn't Antifa. What are you talking about, right? And he had a whole list of, and none of them were valid, but he still believed that. Like, and I even knew some of these guys' friends who are now in jail. I'm like, so-and-so, are they Antifa? And he's like, well, no, but they were egged on by Antifa. And I'm like, I don't know what we do here. I feel like in a way we live in a kind of post-truth America where a lot of folks think that they're entitled to their own facts, that facts are no longer objective. That's troubling to me because once you've hit that mark, I mean, what comes next, right? How do you bring people off the ledge? Not to make you depressed.
No, it's important. Even on the car ride over here, so we're cruising down the strip, and we're already thinking what could have been different. Not to get ahead of the results, right? We don't know. There's a lot we don't know, but our minds already began to what needs to change, what could have been different. How do we think about this landscape? How do you break through? How do you break through this wall of disinformation? And I don't know.
I don't know either. Because that's what it is, right? It's a wall of disinformation. And if they believe it, you have anything on that? You're like, I got nothing. I don't know. We're in very troubling times. I think the country has been deeply stress tested with the first Trump presidency. And I also think that there's a massive ratchet effect that occurs, right? So every time we end up with a more right-wing extremist GOP president, the Democratic Party seems to go more right too. Like they can't seem to take a stand and say no, we're not going more right. We understand that most voters don't want that. But I mean, immigration would be the prime example. Biden's administration bill was extreme, in my opinion. It was a GOP wet dream, and the only reason they didn't vote on it was because they wanted to give it to Trump as his victory. But it was a very conservative bill. It was a bill that I don't think the Bush Senior administration would have supported. You know what I'm saying? It was too extreme. But so I mean, I have worries about that as well.
Yes. My mind went, so this is maybe a tangent, but here's where my mind went. That the environment that we live in seeds so much worry and when you are, even if you aren't bought into a narrative of conspiracy theory, it seeps into your psyche. It seeps into who you are, like when we live in this, it's very hard to see outside of the water that we swim in.
Yeah. No, I think you're right on that. You get a little bit more paranoid about things. I think people that believe one or two conspiracy theories tend to believe many more. They're obviously more prone after that to fall into that sort of rabbit hole. I think social media has been destructive in that sense, because if you really only want to listen to people that you agree with, you can do that. And then you lob into some new folks that have even more extreme opinions. You see that on a lot of the Telegram chat rooms. So I just see this cycle happening, and I have no solution. I'll tell you right now, I'd like to stop it. I don't know how to stop it. I've tried to have conversations with many of these folks, and it just doesn't go anywhere. And then you kind of go, okay, that went really dark all of a sudden. So tell me a little bit about what you're doing here in Nevada from California. You came to help canvass.
Yeah, I came to help canvass. I know Nevada's a big swing state, and I'm very passionate about making sure that we protect our reproductive rights and reproductive freedoms throughout the United States, and that we help protect, immigrants and LGBTQ rights and a lot of things that I feel are under threat. And coming from California, we are a blue state, and a lot of those things are much more protected, and we take them for granted. So my friend Steph here has been organizing in Las Vegas for a while, and I've seen her activism and her all of her activity, and so I was able to take the day for today to come up and canvass.
Fantastic. That's great. That's very positive. I want to talk a little bit about, since we're all women here, let's talk about the Dobbs effect. I was thinking earlier today that there might be more anger out there from women about Roe v. Wade being overturned, and that we might even see some Republican women vote no on Trump for this reason. That does not seem to be happening, folks. From what I'm seeing here, a lot of the red states are solidly in his corner by large margins. So now I'm thinking, okay, maybe that's not the case. I don't think that that's necessarily being a single issue voter. Like a lot of the men have been criticizing women for that, right? But they've taken away a very important healthcare thing for women. Women are now dying in hospitals because they cannot get the care that they need, and I think that is very upsetting. How do you feel about all that, and do you think the Dobbs effect was just not a thing that actually came to pass?
I'm trying to wrap my mind around it. There's a gap between, I don't know, there's a gap between what people, I think, really want for the women in their lives, understanding what the reality is, and then what they voted for. And I don't know how to make sense of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I know a lot of women who are very angry. I know a lot of men who are very angry and who are thinking on behalf of their families, their wives, their daughters, just all the women in their life on reproductive health care. And it's been an issue that has been very mobilizing in the past, and so yeah, I'm very surprised to see that we're not seeing that effect come to fruition, especially with other potential Supreme Court seats opening up and what the implications might be there.
Yeah, that worries me too. It's already so heavily tilted, and I worry that they might go after gay marriage next. I think that's a real possibility, and
or IVF and families that want to have children, and yeah.
There was a state that had an IVF bill, believe it or not, already, saying that, I don't know, it's so frustrating. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. The votes aren't done yet. I think it's going to be very close. Let's talk about some good wins here in the state of Nevada. Ranked choice voting is on the menu this cycle. Do you think that will pass?
I haven't seen where things lie with the polls or with the election results. But I'm optimistic. I know that not everyone is in favor of ranked choice voting. I am a fan of it, and I wrote an editorial about it for the Nevada Independent a couple of years ago. So, yeah, I think that it can be a good thing, especially for a state like Nevada.
What do you think about what's going on in California with some of our local measures? What part of California are you in, number one?
I live in Los Angeles.
Okay. As do I. So Gascon has a real fight on his hands, I think. So our district attorney, Gascon, he is actually an ex-police chief, but he ran as a progressive reform sort of candidate. I think he's done some excellent reforms in his last few years in office, but now you've got this tough on crime thing coming back. Even though all the crime data says crime is down, except for hate crime, that's the only one the DOJ says is up. I think the psyche is still that way, right? If we think there's a lot of crime, we're going to vote in that way. This guy, the DA's been letting everybody go, which is absolutely not true. What are your thoughts on that race?
Yeah, I voted for Gascon. I didn't follow it extremely closely. I do know that there's a lot of concern about the rise of petty crime and a lot of the things that we see around homelessness and things like that in Los Angeles that just give a sense of unsafety to a lot of people. So I do think that people are voting on what they're feeling versus what the data necessarily says. I do think that Gascon deserves 4 more years to figure out what a more wise and compassionate way of managing, an equitable way of managing crime could be. But my sense is that people are voting for a district attorney that is a much more tougher on crime. So we'll see how that lands, and we'll see what difference that makes in Los Angeles and how we think about crime.
One other big bill that is on the California state ballot that might be something Nevada looks at in the future is dealing with affordable housing. We had a bill called Costa-Hawkins that was a state bill back in the 90s, the mid-90s, I believe 1996, that basically took away local municipalities' ability to do rent control laws. Part of the argument they gave is we're going to grandfather in the current stock. Those units will remain as affordable housing and rent control, but anything new, no such luck. Well, a lot of the developers came in, quid pro quo with the city councils, and they are able to tear down these small buildings and rebuild these new giant ones, and there's no rent control because that old building that was grandfathered in is now gone. So different route to getting to where you guys are here in Nevada with affordable housing, but it's a real problem. So hopefully this one passes. I think it would be a solution to a lot of the problems we have. Did you pay attention to that at all? Do you have any thoughts on that?
No thoughts to share.
What are your thoughts on affordable housing here in Nevada?
It's an issue, I mean, it breaks my heart that every day when I go to the gym, when I go to the university, wherever, I'm driving by people who are unhoused. How we solve that, we know that having a house is fundamental to so many other having an address gets you a way to get a job, gets you your mail, gets you an identity. Like when I registered voters, I was surprised by this, but you can register voters who don't have a house. And so instead of an address, they can identify where they live. And I met people who, would go to a shopping plaza to plug in their laptop because they had all of these semblances of a life and no house, right? Like, it's just an issue.
All right, thank you guys for talking to me. I don't know if you have any parting thoughts, anything else you want to share?
Thank you for doing this. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to share.
I love talking to folks like you. I mean, I think people need to hear more from you folks than they do other, national politicians. This is what makes every election work, right?
We think so.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Ron, I'm going to come back to you in a second. I'm wondering if we should get to the Nevada GOP. Ron, are you there?
You sound fine.
How does that sound?
What about the Nevada GOP? You mean like for the
I'm wondering if we should
election,
go
or
over there.
like what? I mean, right now, it's pretty much the same in Nevada. 71% in. Trump is up by 4. So yeah, so Nevada's looking a little pink right now, but there's still time. And the same thing in the swing states. To give like a bigger federal update, right now the Senate is 51-41. So Republicans, I mean, we already announced that, but Republicans got the Senate. The House is 190-158 in favor of the GOP. We're not going to know the final tally tonight as far as the White House goes. Things are definitely leaning in Trump's favor. The AP reported that Kamala Harris did not greet her supporters after the watch party, saying she will return tomorrow, and they're just going to do everything they can to make sure every vote is counted, et cetera, et cetera. Little bit of good news out of Los Angeles. Kevin De Leon lost. But I mean, it's again, we're not going to have a conclusion tonight, but I think that there is a significant likelihood that Trump is coming back, and I mean, there's a lot to really process here. I mean, if I can, give just some general suggestions. And I'm not trying to be doom and gloom here, but I am being real. Get to know your neighbors. Grow food if you can. Try to make sure you're living in a place that is supportive of you and who you are. And if you feel like you're not currently living in a place like that, if you are able, you should try to move. I understand for some people that's not a possibility, and my heart really breaks for those people. But if you are not in a situation where you feel supported and protected, you should try to get somewhere where you do feel that way. Because yeah, I have a feeling, and I kind of always felt this way, but now you're just kind of seeing it right in the face again. It's I think things are going to get a lot worse before they get better, if they get better. And there have been some encouraging things via ballot measures tonight. It hasn't all been a total wash. And again, it's not, I mean, it's kind of like just figuring out, which enemy you're going to deal with, basically. But I feel like with Trump, things are going to be accelerated very rapidly. And he has assembled a very fierce team of ghouls. that I think is even uglier than the first time. And again, everyone who knows me, you know, I'm no fan of Kamala Harris, um, there's going to be a certain and the way this will reflect around the rest of the world too. I mean, the entire world does not want to see him come back as president. Even right-wing leaders in other countries, do not want this guy to come back. So this is going to be, I mean, other countries aren't going to want to take Americans. I mean, honestly, there was something that affected me personally recently, actually, in Italy. So this is a heavy pill. One thing I do encourage everyone to do, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but it's been, I mean, we've been going for almost 7 hours now, so I think I can repeat it. I got this from my buddy Jim Keedy. He made a list. He had a friend make a list of all of the ills in his life, like just all the things politically that bothered him. And he analyzed that list, and he found that most of the stuff on that list, well, that has to do with your city council member. That has to do with your mayor. That has to do with your school board. That has to do, a lot of it had to do with local things, and not much of it had to do with the White House or with federal politics. Now, again, I'm not saying that stuff doesn't matter. It does. But I am saying it's not the only thing that bears significance, and sometimes things that are very significant are often overlooked. In California, where you and I live, Tina, there were actually a lot of things to be hopeful for that were on the ballot. And we saw some results aren't looking so good. I mean, obviously 36 getting through was bad. Minimum wage doesn't look good, and that's bad. Gay marriage is good, I mean, so there are some, and we're going to see a lot more, over the next day, but this is really I think a big statement on where we are as a society. And we're not going to know for sure tonight, but I just want to make that clear. Like, this is not like an it's over announcement, because we're not going to know definitively, I think, until tomorrow. But it's not looking good. It actually looks like, so I'm seeing some speculation that Fox News called Pennsylvania for
Ron,
Trump.
so Michigan. Okay, I'm looking at Michigan. It looks a little rough. I suspected that would be the case with Michigan, given that that's the largest Palestinian diaspora in the United States. I can't help but thinking what a large effect the situation in Gaza has had, and how just maybe extending a few olive branches there would have been helpful.
I mean, I think,
I'm being charitable.
No. I'm just waiting. We have the delay between us. I was just trying to count to 7, but that's I needed 2 hands, and I got thrown off. No, I think that would have been huge. I think that, yeah, and all she had to do, was just be slightly less authoritarian than Biden and Trump. That's all she had to do. And Trump was out hawking Biden on it. Trump was saying that, Israel needs to finish the job. And all she had to do was say, I'm going to do a better job seeking peace and diplomacy than, my predecessor. She didn't do it. I mean, she would, they would say Gaza, she would say grocery prices. And, which, by the way, that's also a very important issue. But it's like, come on, you got to give people some reassurance on foreign policy. And she did not do that. And now, it looks like there was a price to pay for it. There was a significant price to pay. And, speaking of the groceries. All right.
Oh, come talk to me then. So I love it. We have a lovely human being over here that says she knows nothing about politics, but that she'll come talk to me. Quite frankly, that could be refreshing. Wait, now she's running in the other room though. Not yet. We have not left here yet. We were also going to go to the union party, but I think it's too late for that now.
No, the union party's still up.
It's still up? Okay.
Downstairs in the ballroom, if you'd like to follow us.
Yeah.
We're going to be dispersing really after
I got you. So, Ron, here's the thing. We are dispersing from the Human Rights Campaign party now, except that you're going to talk to me first, right? Come talk to me. So, what is your name, person that knows nothing about politics?
My name is Matty.
Matty, do you live here in Nevada, or are you just visiting for canvassing?
I do. I'm recently moved here. I moved here in August of this year, and I married my now husband, who's in the Air Force. So, yeah, it's been quite a change because I came from Florida. So, completely opposite end of the political spectrum, and I'm quite happy to be here because now I'm in a state that more closely aligns with my political affiliation. So,
indeed, except it looks a little rough right now for Nevada. I think the last we checked, Trump was actually 4 points ahead. It's hard to say. I think it's going to be razor thin, and we're going to be counting for days here. I don't know. It looks kind of grim right now. That makes me a little bit worried. So what is your relationship to HRC? You volunteer, you did canvassing. I know you're from Florida, but...
Yeah, I found out about HRC through my friend Gabby, who works with you guys.
Oh, yeah.
And I attended a virtual event with them talking about like trans rights, human rights, like gender affirmation and similar discussions on that line. And I was like, oh, I mean, I always knew about the Human Rights Campaign even before I knew Gabby and was friends with Gabby, but she really like introduced me quite well to the environment and the atmosphere of the HRC campaign, and I love it so far. So
yeah, that is quite a difference from Florida. I mean, I'm having a flashback to Florida and the Don't Ask, Don't Tell bill that was very much an anti-trans bill, even though they were saying it wasn't, but come on, it was obvious that's what it was. And we see these bills popping up all over the country right now. I think that we're probably going to see more of them if Trump wins this election, I'm sorry to say. So what do you think your next steps would be if that is the worst case scenario? We wake up to, 3 days from now and Donald Trump is back in office. What are your thoughts on what comes next?
Right. So I'm a little conflicted. So I did vote today. I voted for Kamala, but in all honesty, I'm not happy with either candidate. However, I do acknowledge and agree that it is a lesser of two evils type of thing. And so if Donald Trump wins, it's not going to be the end of the world. Of course, the world is going to live on. And, despite whatever candidate wins, like, we're still in this capitalistic society. So that's the unfortunate truth of it. But I do think that I don't really know what, like, me personally I'm going to do. I'm just going to feel more uneased about, like, the future of, like, queer rights, women's rights, like, and all this other stuff that I heavily disagree with on Trump's behalf and a lot of these issues. But at the same time, there are some things that he there's like a couple issues that I do agree with him on, like the status of the military and my husband being a part of the Air Force. So like his stance on military and like veterans rights and stuff like that, I do somewhat agree with, but overall, like, he's not the best,
I mean, well, the question is that just lip service he's paying, or does he actually mean that? Obviously, we have to do something about veterans' rights. Let me ask you this, because you are an unpolitical person and you think both parties are a problem. I don't disagree with that. I think there are a lot of angry voters out there, and I think part of the reason we're in this situation right now is because the Democratic Party has been somewhat unresponsive to things that they say that they agree with, right? So they say they're going to codify Roe v. Wade, but they never do it, and then SCOTUS overturns it. So that creates an anger out there in the electorate, and I think people are feeling that. So I don't think you're wrong or bad or anything to say those things. You're normal and human, so don't feel that way. It's okay. So how do we fix that, though? How do we get the Democratic Party to become more responsive to those things?
I'm not entirely sure. I would say the first thing is to welcome any candidate and to see their opinion and their views as valid as the most popular candidate at the time. So like back at the previous election, like I think it was 2016. I voted in the 2016 election for whatever Bernie was a part of, or whatever, like, I think that was 2016. I just really wish that these smaller candidates would get more recognition for what they're advocating for and what they're fighting for, because they have a lot of important stuff to say, and it's getting washed away by all these other candidates. And it's just like, no, but they actually make a point. They actually have really good ideas and really good input, and they have the framework for what we could gear this country towards, and no one's paying attention to it. No one's like, and it's the unfortunate truth where these third party candidates aren't getting that recognition because they're so small in comparison to like the big two, the big blue or the big red, So I just really wish that, like, me personally, I'm not a huge fan of the like bipartisan, but the whole like political system that we have in America right now, just because not everyone's getting a fair chance, and that's just the fact of the matter. Not everyone is getting their fighting chance to become president and lead this country in a way that would be beneficial towards everyone, because they're getting so overshadowed by these other candidates. So
Bernie Sanders was a hugely popular candidate. I remember being here in 2019 at the Bellagio caucus, and he devastated that caucus. It was wild. Like, I'd say 80% of the room was in Bernie Sanders' corner on that particular event. The unfortunate reality is, I think the power structures within both parties, including the Democratic Party, of course, are threatened by folks like that, because they do want to, kind of stand up to wealthy elites. They do want to do something about income inequality. They want to remove corporate dark money.
Yeah.
Like, what's the opposite, evil money, from the party, right? So they want to, try to fix some of those things, and that's very threatening to the power structure, right? So, they were very quick to shut Bernie down. I think by the time we got to Super Tuesday, they had made all these backroom deals, and they were going to end that, and that's what happened. I think you go back to the first time, 2016, I think Bernie Sanders absolutely would have defeated Donald Trump. That was no brainer.
If he was a part of the Democratic Party, and that's the problem. He wasn't. And so it's like,
I mean, he ran. Okay, so he did run as it, but you're right. Everybody kept saying, but you're an independent. They sort of made that,
Yeah, and it's just that distinction that is really, I feel like, is a problem. Just the constant overshadowing of these other candidates that have such good potential, and their potential falters because popular vote, and the electoral college, to be quite honest, that's a whole nother issue. Like,
we need to get rid of that. So I think one of the things that would help all of the things that you're talking about is ranked choice voting. You have a ballot for that here in Nevada for ranked choice. Hopefully it's number 3, I believe. Mm-hmm. Do you think that'll pass?
I hope it does. Like, I personally voted for its passing, so I'm like, fingers crossed. I really hope that goes through, because I'm a huge advocate for that.
Right on. All right, so any parting thoughts?
I don't know. I'm just hoping for the best. I'm hoping, obviously, for a Kamala win, but just know that it's not the end of the world, whoever gets the final vote, and that life's going to go on, and we're just going to have to adapt to it.
Another ray of sunshine this evening. You have to stay positive, right? Thank you so much for talking to me. You were one of the best interviews I did today, so don't ever say to somebody, I don't know anything about politics.
I appreciate that.
Here's the thing, you don't need to know anything about politics. You're a voter, and you just expressing normal feelings about what it looks like right now is refreshing, honestly. Right?
Awesome.
Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. Absolutely. All right. So, Ron, coming back to you, they're shutting down the party here. So, I think we might pop downstairs, and then we should probably go see what's going on over at the.
My sign off. I'm going to turn it over to you live on the spot to bring us home. But I'll mention a couple things in closing.
All right, then that's it, because we have to. Yeah, say what you need to say in closing. Because we're going to be shutting the live view down. If I go live again at the other rally,
My
I'll call
closing
Cullen and let
thoughts,
him know,
Tina.
or we might just videotape some stuff to air tomorrow. But what are your
It's been a
closing thoughts, Ron?
marathon, and so
we've
you
been
know,
going for 8
I
hours,
want
so
to
that's
say a couple things. First of all, for one final update here, something worth noting in Dearborn, Michigan, you know, it cost Harris big time. Trump got 45% of the vote in Dearborn. Jill Stein got 33%, and Harris got 15%. So you know, the Arab community was just outraged about the genocide, and it's you know, she really gave no reassurance. I know we just talked about that, but that was not distancing herself from his foreign policy was a big mistake. Shout out to Fly Chomper Fly for the super chat, and thank you so much for that. One of the things she pointed out, that's another huge thing, is that there's a good chance that if Trump does win the presidency, Lena Khan is going to be gone over at the FTC. What that means is that Kroger, that would be beyond devastating. She is probably the best. I mean, she was definitely the best part of the Biden administration. She is pretty much single-handedly stopping the merger of Kroger and Albertsons from happening. If that merger was to go through, it would be one of the biggest homogenization of groceries in this country. And it is happening at a time where food prices are already spiked. So if that does go through, I'm not embellishing. You guys have heard me talk about this on the show before. I anticipate about 80% of the country will become food insecure. Could be a little less than that, could be a little more than that, but I think it will be very, very significant. And I think things are going to get pretty freaking gnarly. It's not a weird coincidence. I mean, I live in Los Angeles. Tina and I both live in Los Angeles. Here, you're seeing more and more armed guards standing at grocery stores. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because there's no crime happening in Los Angeles? There is. There's a lot. It's a big place. There's a lot of crime. There's a lot of everything. It's because they're anticipating more and more people who are going to need to steal food to survive. And you could say, oh, well, that's just Los Angeles. That's California. No. It's going to happen everywhere. This country all suffers from the same late stage capitalism disease. So that's something that will really affect your everyday life. RFK potentially having any seat at the table with public health is light years beyond frightening. I mean, that is so frightening. It's unbelievable. As somebody with a 1-year-old niece, I am absolutely terrified. There's just a lot of, there's a lot at stake here. And I mean, I'm wearing my Hold Steady t-shirt. Their big message is stay positive. And so beyond the White House, I'm still hoping for some good news from some ballot measures. We had some good news tonight. Ranked choice voting has won in some places, lost in some others, but definitely won in some. Gay marriage won here in California. Minimum wage is winning in Missouri. Abortion rights and women's rights are winning on the state level in a lot of different places. So it's not all bad news, but there were definitely there's definitely some reason for pause right now, and we're not going to know everything until I would say tomorrow at the earliest. But seriously, y'all, I recommend treating yourself. Have a nice drink. Hug a loved one close. Give your fur baby a pet if you have. By the way, I don't know if I paced this with you or not, but I hope she is. I know I'll be giving Lucy a pet here shortly. Make that list and find out how many things in your life really have to do with local politics more than anything else. And seriously, if you can grow food, I highly recommend it. If you can't, befriend somebody who does. I want to say thank you to everybody for letting me be part of this. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Colin, on the ones and twos. Thank you, Johnny F. This was a really special thing that we did here. I don't think there was anything else like it on the independent media landscape. That's why I like collaborating with y'all here at Status Coup. I love what we get to do here. So thank you to all of you, the listeners. For anybody in the Los Angeles area, December 15th, there's a comedy show, and I'm premiering part 1 of a play I'm launching. So that's going to be a really exciting night. That's December 15th at Flappers Comedy Club. You can get tickets at my website, ronplacone.com. And, yeah, we'll be coming at you. If you can, please do join Status Coup, statuscoup.com/join. Your membership helps keep on-the-ground journalism alive and helps us do what we get to do here, which is a special thing. You know, we talk to people across the country in swing states. Jordan almost got punched tonight. Tina has gotten punched in the past. Not tonight. No. You were you were in friendly territory tonight. It seems like. And Jordan, I guess kind of wasn't. I mean, everyone was pretty polite except for one guy who I think had a few too many. But and shout out to Rogant. You ain't been doing nothing if you ain't been called a red. Amen to that. And I was only called that a few times this election season. It was a little quieter compared to years past. But I guess that's you know. I guess they could only do it so much. All right. So thank you all. Good night. Good luck.
All right. Only so much. Ron, yes, thank you. Good night.